here, now I'm awoken. Just this morning, a side of me open that I never noticed. We are the future, ride for the culture. Put my dirty clothes on the lines of a notebook. Never hide from exposure, show you nobody is unbroken.
Remember my name. You see my face every breath that you take. Just when you think I was torn down in flames, I'm born again. All of my dark days are gone. You will remember. Yeah, you will remember. Every time you close your eyes, a perfect jump in the sky, closer to butterflies. You can be there just for one day. You can be there. You can be there just for one day, somewhere up above the stars. Start again higher. It should be better. Start again higher. It should be better. It should be better. It should be better.
There's no way to stop us. Take it to the higher level like a rocket in the sky. Yeah, on our way, coming up now. There's no way to stop us. Take it to the higher level like a rocket in the sky. Yeah. We're coming up, coming up. Ooh na na na, ooh na 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 na.
It's a live, live, live on the wild, wild side, and you better be in for a ride.
We're coming up, coming up. Ooh na na na, ooh na 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 na. On our way, coming up now. There's no way to stop us. Take it to the higher level like a rocket in the sky. Yeah, on our way, coming up now. There's no way to stop us. Take it to the higher level like a rocket in the sky. Yeah. Ooh na 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 na, ooh na 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 na, ooh na 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 na. Ooh na 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 na, ooh na 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 na, ooh na 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 na.
Ooh,
is your 1v1 champion from IWCA.
Everybody really wants to win, especially me and Cammy, because we lost last time and now we want revenge.
I really want to play against the top tier talent in League of Legends.
まず一つ目にやっぱりただ楽しみたいっていうのが一番になりますね。
It feels almost surreal to have people vote for me to come compete in this wildcard tournament that I never would have expected.
Sometimes when you play with your team a lot, you want to play with someone else. So IWCA is a really good opportunity to do this.
The mode of the tournament is like more like fun based than the last year, so we just have to have some fun. And of course we're gonna try to win.
I think it's a big opportunity for us to show to the rest of the world.
Oh, 10 points to double doge. Sheik does kills Faker. He's gonna full headset kill, and he does get it.
Welcome to the 2016 International Wildcard All-Stars, coming to you live from Barcelona, Spain. We asked the question and you answered. Your 40 favorite players from 8 wildcard regions have gathered here to showcase their skills over 4 days of competition. When all is said and done, only one region will reign supreme, and they will join the All-Star event next week to prove themselves against the world's best. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Daniel Sifa Dracos, joined here at the analyst desk by Spain's own Alfonso Mithi Rodriguez, as well as Andrew Vedias-Day and Zach Pye. Welcome, gentlemen.
Hey.
G'day.
Hello, hola.
Good. Look at you, Vedias.
I've been working on my
You're
Spanish,
learning.
yes.
All right, well, Vedias' Spanish aside, this tournament's competitors have been divided into 2 teams, Fire and Ice. Representing Team Fire will be Brazil, Turkey, Japan, and of course Southeast Asia, specifically the Vietnamese All-Stars.
Yeah, the Vietnamese All-Stars, of course, having to take out 5 other regions in a local competition to get here to represent all of C.
And of course, facing them on the tie side of Team Ice, it will be the Commonwealth of Independent States, Oceania, Latin America North, and Latin America South.
And when you look at these 2 teams, Fire is really the one that stands out to me, because you look at the Brazilian representatives, 2 of those players just coming off the back of Worlds after defeating EDG, and the Japanese lineup actually looking very surprising in some of the players that they're bringing out.
And of course, on the side of Ice, Mithi, you are no stranger to playing up against the CIS region. Of course, had them in your group at Worlds. What are your impressions of this team overall?
Yep. Well, I think that in general, they're a team that have a slightly different style to other teams. They play a bit more aggressive, a bit more in your face, and that can put a lot of teams off, put us off definitely.
Yeah.
So
through a lot of people, a lot of brand, the Poppy and Nivea combo, insane aggression across the board from the CIS region. But of course, let's take this opportunity to look at the tournament format. Day 1, it's going to be standard Summoner Rift matches, but of course, on that brand new patch. Moving into Day 2, it will be Assassins mode, followed by Day 3, the classic One for All, and we'll have 1v1s at the end of each and every one of those days. So each of these matches will result in a point for Team Fire or Team Ice, as well as count towards the win-loss record of each region's squad. So, well, guys, what are you most excited for moving up?
I personally can't wait to see the new patch, how it unfolds in the new Summoner's Rift, the new plants and just basically the new patch. I'm really excited towards.
Yeah. See, now, the new patch is exciting and all, but when you can have 10 Katarinas all on one rift with blades everywhere, Katarinas everywhere, Shunpos, dancing, that's what I want to see. Just lots of Katarinas. That's all I want.
You're a wild man.
I am a wild man.
Wild man for a wild card tournament, of course. After 3 days of competition, the top 3 regions of the winning Fire or Ice team will advance to the bracket stage, along with the #1 region from the losing side. Those 4 regions will then battle it out for a chance to represent in the All-Star event next week as a part of Team Fire alongside Korea and North America's finest. That's ahead, though, guys. Let's focus in on what we have today. Take a look at that schedule. You can see first match, Brazil versus CIS. Moving forward into Latin America North versus Turkey, followed by Japan and Oceania. Then Latin America South and Southeast Asia to close out the Summoner Rift matches. And then we get to go into the all-important 1v1s. It's going to be Japan versus Latin America North today.
Now, I think that there are a lot of exciting matches today, but the one that I'm really focusing on is that Japan versus Oceania matchup, largely because this Japanese team, they didn't have the best performance at the International Wildcard qualifiers, but I think that they're going to bring a fantastic all-star team, and it's always great to see the Oceanic squad get destroyed and Rusty's heartbroken.
I wish I had any heart left to break, Vedius. One too many times already in the past. Now I am just a neutral, cold man.
We'll see. Maybe you'll have something to look forward to. But of course, guys, over the next 4 days, the patches will be played on 6.23. So there's a few things we want to touch on before we get underway. You're going to see some of those pop up on your screen. But Mithy, we'll start with you. What is the big thing that you're excited for in patch 623?
The most excited I am for is the plants. Me as a support, I just love the fact that you have so many more tools to like walk in the enemy jungle alone. You don't need to rely on your teammates, so you can just like jump off whenever you're caught, or you can like get vision before you walk in. I just love it.
Yeah, plants are pretty crazy, but for me it's a higher level concept of just masteries and items. Redemption, Knight's Vow, very strong items in their own right, and a single mastery has brought back tanks and Riven in the top lane. That's Courage of the Colossus, and that thing is pretty broken.
It certainly is, but on top of that, we've got a few changes to the stealth mechanics now, because it's now been divided into being camouflage, so very similar to Evelynn, but now you've got true stealth. So that Akali with the assassin changes, she's definitely up there, in my opinion, but at the very least, she's not going to be the only assassin we see on the road.
And of course, for Vedius' opinion and everyone else on the desk's opinion over the course of the week on the new assassins, specifically the ones that were updated in the preseason patch, you can head on over to eu.lolesports.com. They've each made their own tier lists. LeBlanc almost universally agreed up there, but everything else is kind of in the middle. Who likes Echo, who likes Kha'Zix or Rengar? It's all over the place. But now, focusing in on our first matchup of the day. After the wildcard performance at Worlds, this will be an exciting matchup. Brazil's CB LOL versus the CIS's Continental League. And guys, these seem like the strongest teams overall in this tournament.
Yeah, they certainly do, especially when you look at some of the talent that you've got coming in. Yang and Revolta from the top lane and jungle on the side of the Brazilian lineup. And these guys were able to take down EDG. Those two as a combo were very powerful. They snowballed a lot in the top half of the map. Things like the Gnar using the Lee Sin. And they were big powerhouses that I think could really put up a strong performance in this matchup today.
Yeah, we definitely have to highlight experienced members, and whilst Brazil has Yang and Revolta, you look at the opposite side that has Smurf and Kira, very strong Worlds performing players in their own right, and that experience should actually be a really big defining factor in getting the rest of the roster to be comfortable.
Well, and of course, interesting too, because we're seeing so many assassin updates. Kami, kind of known formerly in his career as one of those assassin players, has to go against the more mage playstyle of Kira. Mithy, who do you think has the edge in the new preseason updates?
Well, from the experience I've had from playing solo queue and so on, I feel like mages are still the go-to. I think that assassins just fall off a lot, especially with the whole Colossus mastery just being so strong and tanks being meta right now.
Yeah, and absolutely. So when we look at the bottom lane, of course, a lot of these players not as known in the international scene. Obviously, local region heroes, of course, as they were voted in. But one name that I think that everyone is going to know here is Edward in the bottom line for the CIS team, the original Thresh Prince coming in.
Yeah, I mean, Edward, he was considered for a while to be kind of a washed-up player. You know, that was kind of the rule, the perception of him. And then he does also hold the record of the most support deaths in his region. But when you look at what he's done for the team that he's on, Vega Squadron, he's improved their abilities substantially through his experience and through his understanding of how to play the game.
And one thing to point out is that now with the new Colossus Mastery, Thresh becomes a stronger pick. And yeah, the Thresh Prince, you said it before, it could be back.
I would be excited to see Thresh, always a hype champ, always kind of that amazing playmaking potential. Is there any really big X factor here? We've got Revolta in the jungle. What do you think is going to be the defining matchup for this overall?
I think it's jungle personally, because there's potentially an advantage for Brazil in that respect. They've got Revolta, one of the star players, was doing a lot of damage at Worlds for his team. Opposite that is Zanzara, who is a young rookie player, could actually be exploited through either pathing advantages or the team working around Revolta, who can then shot call for his team.
And it's very interesting because when you look at Zanzara, Diamond Prox has given his blessing. He's considered him a very solid mechanical jungler, but he still lacks a little bit of experience. So he's very good in the early game. He understands what he should be doing and how to work for his team. But when it comes to these late game decision makes, he really does struggle. He doesn't really know how to propel his team forward with the lead that they've got.
All right, well, curious to see the jungle matchup. Now, before we get into game, guys, I want to take the chance to get your predictions out here. Who do you think is going to take this first matchup?
So I think it's going to go to the CIS team. I believe when we were talking about experience earlier that they have just got a lot of it, honestly, on the roster. Lex has been to an IWCA before. Kira has a fantastic amount. And Smurf and Edward together, pretty crazy to consider.
I'd have to agree, because largely the bottom lane definitely favored towards the CIS. You just look at the bottom lane for the Brazilian squad, and it just doesn't quite seem to be as meshing as well, perhaps not as strong, but Kami is well known for the Katarina, so if he does lock it in, I'm changing my vote halfway through the game.
All right, we get it. You love the Katarina. Mithy, are you going to go CIS or are you going to break it up? Are you going to mix up the analyst predictions here?
I would normally go for CIS, but since they beat me at Worlds, I'm going to go ahead and hate on them and vote for Brazil.
All right.
That's my logic.
We'll take that. That's 2 for 1. All right, 2 in the favor of CS, 1 in the favor of Brazil. We'll see how it unfolds, but that's enough from us as the players are almost ready for Champ Select. So let's hand it over to the caster desk.
G'day, Cobbers. How the bloody hell are ya? I'm Max Atlas Anderson. I'm joined by me mate, James Stress O'Leary, to bring you this match between Brazil and the Commonwealth of Independent States.
And what a matchup to kick off this year's IWCA.
Exactly.
I mean, these are 2 of the top wildcard regions. The last 2 years, I mean, we thought Brazil did great 2015. CIS come along 2016 and smash everything out. So this should be a really good first match.
Yeah, we have to remember that Albus Nox did make it out of groups at Worlds, but this isn't Albus Nox that we're seeing. It's 40% of said team. So we'll see how the rest of the team meshes, because we heard a lot of the guys on the desk actually bring up the fact that a lot of these players have been playing with each other for quite some time. Lex used to be on Hard Random, which Smurf and Kira were both on as well. He's the bridge between now Vega Squadron that he now plays for, with both Zanzara and, of course, Edward. So it's like everyone sort of mixes in together. This CIS team probably very comfortable with each other.
They should be very comfortable. There's a lot of confusing things, so I think we need to take people through exactly who's in this matchup.
Yeah, exactly right. So before we get into the madness, let's take a look at the rosters. Introducing first from Brazil, representing Team Fire, it is, of course, Yang in the top lane from INTZ. Revolta joining him from the same team as well. We'll see whether there's a lot of top lane action with Kami from Pain Gaming in the mid lane. PBO, the rookie in the bottom lane from CMB Esports, and Dude from the Red Canids in support.
So you've already alluded to some of their opponents here, because on the other side of the rift, it is the Commonwealth of Independent States. It's Team Ice's representatives. It's easier to say and see than do, but at this point,
done than said, I think.
In the top lane, Smurf from Albus Nox. Luna, he of course is a World quarterfinalist. In the jungle, Zanzara, one of the rookies from Vega Squadron. Kira in the mid lane, also from Albus Nox. Luna. Voted in under Gambit Gaming, Lex is now on Vega Squadron. Alongside his support, everyone will know him, it's Edward from Vega Squadron as well.
Yeah, the Thresh Prince himself. So some of these guys are playing for new teams now, remember. So All-Star voting was based on the teams the players were on during the last split, which is what I was talking about before, because now we've got 3 members of Vega Squadron as it stands, and 2 members of course, Albus Nox Luna, that team that was doing so well in Worlds.
Really well. I mean, we have to praise them, because I think everybody looked at that team and were like, they're not getting out of that group. Unfortunately, everybody put them in 4th. I put them in 4th in my pick'ems. I was proved completely wrong, because they came out with a very solid playstyle, and I wonder whether it's going to be enough now for the CIS to kind of build that around Kira in the middle lane. There's the elephant in the room. We're on 623.
Exactly.
So we don't really know where the meta is fully settling. I still expect Kira to go on those mages in the middle lane, as Mithy was talking about earlier.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Kami can actually break that up with, maybe something like that Katarina that Vedius was so extraordinarily excited about. But look, the last time we saw this guy play competitively was in June. So who knows what's going to happen, to be perfectly honest. He could have been practicing all sorts of things. We might see a Moo mid, which I'd be incredibly excited
Long time ago. Here's something different to come out first. Ivan banned out because Zanzara played Ivan in the IEM qualifiers for their Season 11 performance. So one of the only junglers to play it in competitive. We're still looking at what else is here.
Yeah, exactly right. And speaking of junglers, the Lee Sin going to be banned away from Revolta. Of course, his performance on that champion at Worlds was outstanding in a whole lot of his games that he was playing. And Vayne, a champion that we were actually talking about off stage, has really sort of come to the forefront now, especially with the new 8% on the Blade of the Ruined King.
And a lot of the changes to lethality and armor penetration, we'll get into that in the game. We may see some Vayne this week, but not this game. And as we head further through the pick and ban phase, attention is now being drawn to the middle lane. We've seen the Rise ban, the Karma ban, and there's one more quick LeBlanc to finish it out. So at this point, we don't know exactly what is the highest priority pick. When you look at patches gone by, you'd be looking at an Elise or a Nidalee here, but both have snuck through.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at Rengar, because Rengar's just a little bit ridiculous. If you've got some sort of CC cleanse on a champion that was already really rough to deal with, that is a problem. But Syndra, of course, always known as being incredibly strong in that mid lane ever since Worlds, is going to be snapped up very quickly by Kami.
And that's the interesting thing here, with so many good junglers up, you mentioned the Rengar, the Kha'Zix as well, we turn our attention to what has been banned out. With the Ryze, the LeBlanc off the table, those are two of the champions we've been hearing are very, very strong now. So for the CIS, do they look towards the jungle? In my mind, you kind of have to look towards bottom lane with the AD carries now as well, because with Vayne banned out, a lot of people are talking about how good Twitch is in solo queue.
Oh, yes.
There's a lot of discussion still about the Caitlyn, the Jhin, and the Ezreal. That kind of trifecta is still potent in the bottom lane, but quite frankly, we don't know where the priority lies in competitive. Solo queue is one thing, but we have expectations, and I'm seeing if they're going to be met.
And the things that we've seen on streams and things like that of 6.23 Twitch is revolting. Honestly, like being able to put so many stacks of his poison on straight away is just gross. And the new camouflage mechanic with that guy is just silly. However, it is going to be Poppy and Rek'Sai locked in here for CIS's Team Ice.
And this is Team Ice now going with what they know. I mean, Smurf played a lot of Poppy in their wins in Worlds. He swapped over to Nah when they didn't do quite so well. But with the Poppy, Smurf looked very confident. And Zanzara, we know he's played a whole bunch of Rek'Sai throughout the LCL as well. So there are a lot of these picks that are just going to be comfort for the CIS. This is what I expect. May even see Kira go back to the mages, something like a Victor, something like an Anivia, that can maintain at least a little bit of lane presence when it comes to wave clear and won't get dominated by the Syndra too heavily early on.
Yeah, and if we're talking about CIS here, we do need to talk about the elephant in the room, which is Brand, because Edward plays it as well, everyone. I know everyone's missing Lacrit. He was the highest voted support, but unfortunately, with both Smurf and Kira here, it is impossible to have 3 from Albus Nox Luna. So it is going to be Edward, but he does play Brand, so we should be okay. But that's a Nautilus.
That is a Nautilus. I feel like it's going into top lane. We saw Nautilus.
Courage of the Colossus is pretty easy to proc with Nautilus, isn't it?
It is. It's pretty good when you can throw yourself in, get yourself surrounded. We'll touch on the Courage of the Colossus mastery later on.
Yes, we will.
Another thing that is going to benefit pretty heavily is the fact he's so tanky, so strong, he's able to just kind of maintain his way through without a hyper carry on the other side. It's fairly difficult once he gets a bunch of items to actually get taken down. And, you know, we talked a little bit about the mid lane. One of the other mages that we saw a whole lot into Syndra at Worlds is that Vlad, and it's been picked up.
Yep, the very standard pick against the Syndra. The fact that you can go into a pool of blood when she throws her ultimate at you does mean that it's pretty good in the situation, but it is going to be Ashe picked up alongside him. So that's one of the AD carries that you, in fact, did not mention. You know, she's doing okay at the moment, and we'll always have that arrow to be relevant. Lex looking to stand back, start up these fights if you can with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, get himself amongst it.
So in days gone by, when facing down this number of tanks on the enemy team, normally you'd go, okay, we need a tank buster from the mid lane. Who would that be? Normally you'd look towards Azir, but he has been out of the meta for so very long.
Maybe Kami didn't get that memo. I mean, I'm pretty sure like the last champion he played competitively was Azir.
Yeah, exactly, but I'm looking at the side of now on Ice. It's actually their support they're looking for. I'm sorry, it's not a mid laner at all. So we'll see where they end up going with that. This is kind of Brazil saying, let's try a lot of the newer things.
Yeah.
And CIS saying, let's just go comfort picks. Let's just go with a style that we know works and see how it actually works out.
Yeah, and Revolta are actually going to lock in the Graves here in the jungle. So a lot of extra damage coming out of there. And we'll see how the new jungle favors the man with a shotgun. And that's going to be a cow but from Dude picked up towards the bottom side of the map. So the Ezreal, Alistar bottom lane, I'm not necessarily all that excited about it.
Very difficult to kill, especially now that Alistar's going to have the Courage of the Colossus as well.
I like fighting all the time, dressed, and it's just not going to be a thing that's going to happen too much.
No, it's not going to happen all that much, but the real difficulty here is that if Brazil get ever so slightly ahead and get a couple of items on these tanks, CIS are going to struggle because Vlad himself, not particularly great against that many high health targets, likes to find a couple of squishies and then deal with the higher health targets later on. Ashe is going to take a while to ramp up as well with that damage later on in the game, but the CIS going fairly standard. Brazil, a little bit more towards what we'd expect on 623, perhaps, with all of these tanks.
The thing I do really like about the CIS's team composition, though, is the fact that they have so many options when it comes to engagements. I mean, Smurf can just go for the teleport flank to try and get himself in there, but Abyssal Voyage is also available. They have the arrow, like we were alluding to before. There are a lot of ways that they can start up a fight, and we know that if the Albus Nox Luna players have had anything to do with it, that this team's very good at being coordinated, and we've spoken about it before. A lot of these players have history together. They could possibly get to that level here on this stage.
It's always the question at All-Star, though.
I know, right?
How does that coordination play into each other? We'll see. I mean, we're expecting a lot out of the Vega Squadron bot lane now with the Tahm Kench, the protective pick against that, alongside that Ashe. So a whole lot to learn here as we head into the first official competitive game for LoL Esports on 623.
Exactly right. And speaking of LoL Esports, we want you to hop on Twitter. Use that hashtag BRWin if you think that Brazil is going to be able to take this one, or the hashtag CISWin if you think that our Team Ice representatives are going to be able to take this one down. Remember to tweet it in at LOL Esports as well, because we are about to get into our first game on 6.23. And I honestly don't know what to expect necessarily. I think there's going to be a bunch of extra plants in the jungle here. We don't have the new assassins necessarily in this particular game, but we're starting off slow, ladies and gentlemen, as we hop on to the Rift for game number 1 of IWCA 2016.
So there's a lot to talk about. Mastery changes, a lot of different things that we will take you through as we go throughout the game. Of course, Alistair, for those of you that
has been
kind of seen
changed a little.
He's been changed around, now has no activatable heal. It's on his passive, so it will kind of proc when it's met. However, Trample was moved to his E, so a little bit more damage when it comes to like deciding to have that damage come out, and that, of course, that minion pathing that Trample used to allow you to have. So there's a lot of changes. We'll keep up with them throughout.
Allowing you to control the damage rather than control the heal is kind of cool. My personal opinion. I was recently beaten in the mid lane by an Alistair, but now in the bottom lane, so we're fine. It was being played by Spawn. It was a horrible experience. That guy's very, very good at AP Alistair.
So one of the first things people notice is junglers are starting on their buff camps, which is something that is different from days gone by.
Oh my goodness. And does this mean something about level 3 after 2 camps?
Oh, it normally does. We've seen a lot of solo queue plays where you go red, you grab the Krugs, you go into a lane. And you're level 3 off 2 camps. You can see here the lanes are going to come and help. It's only a single monster that spawns now on the buff camps. Gone are the small ones on the side, so certain junglers do end up with better clear now as well because of it.
The Cinderlings will be missed.
They will. They will, but
and
I mean,
little sentries as well, of course.
The reason for this is they spawn a couple of seconds earlier now than the other camps as well. So there's a bigger difference. It kind of forces you onto a buff camp, and we're really going to have to learn how this affects the competitive jungle pathing because it's a significant change to the early game.
Yeah, and right now Revolta, you can see, going for that level 3 very early. He's going to smite away that big Krug. And the little ones just keep on coming.
Yep, you see they end up spawning after, and then Revolta is going to have to deal with this, and they keep on coming. So
the red buff, of course, keeping him relatively healthy, and by relatively I mean extremely. No charges on that refillable potion either, as he's going to head towards that bottom side. Pings out the ward, though. They know exactly what's going on, as we are going to poke our heads in at the Keystone Masteries. A lot of Strength of the Ages, but no Courage of the Colossus here this time around as Lex. Oh, there's the flash as Edward's in a whole host of trouble. He's going to flash, but the exhaust is already down. End of the line comes in, walks away, but doesn't get far enough. First blood for Revolta.
And you can see how different this early pathing is, how strong the level 3 off the bottom side to get into the duo lane. Dude gets himself into the mix. They get the first kill. The answer for it by Zanzarah is to go aggressive into the enemy jungle, but Revolta's going to pick the same thing up here. We'll have to watch how this now evolves into a next step. Zanzarah's onto the Wolves, trying to take away a little bit more of that jungle.
And you saw Lex actually walk in there as well. Took out the blast cone, or popcorn, or combustion kernel, whatever you'd like to call it.
I was going to call it the fire flower.
Doesn't sound too bad. I feel like there's a lot of options. I mean, we've got a 4-day period here for IWCA. We'll be able to come up with the names that we want for all of the plants in the jungle. And do you want to take us through, Stress, what these plants are, as we do have a replay first?
First of all, we'll take us through the bottom side. This is just Edward getting caught out, then exhausted. And this is just the early game damage. Easy, combo there.
He's level 3. They were level 1.
He is... Oh, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
It's very, very ridiculous. Stress?
One thing that I'm keeping my eyes on a little bit there that may have had an influence in the bottom side is another one of the mastery changes. We'll come back to the plants in a second. PBO, I wonder whether he's running Greenfather's Gift, one of the new offensive masteries from the middle tree, where if you stand in a bush, it ends up giving you bonus damage on your next attack and synergizes pretty well with Ezreal. A lot of trading heavily throughout this early game.
Certainly is. And of course, Poppy versus Nautilus. It's not a matchup you expect to be super powerful, as Kira takes a lot of damage from Kami here, who's playing aggressively in this mid lane. Zanzara looking to try and capitalize on this. We'll see whether he can tunnel his way in effectively. Is going to get there. The flash knock-up should be available, but no. Ghost goes down. Kami's going to be safe as Revolta turns up as well. The pings are coming in. But Miniwave in the right position here for CIS. And everything is going to be okay.
Revolta just going to make it a little bit more difficult for Kira to farm here, forces out the pool, gets a little damage down, and trying to just shove the next wave in, because unless Zanzara sticks around, there's no real way of Kira staying here safely. He's going to try, as Revolta goes a little too close under the tower.
Is it too close, or is he just sending a message? He does still have flash. If he gets a flash into the line, Kira might be in trouble.
Kira.
Oh, no, not going to get in. Poor Revolta, I thought that maybe that was your opportunity. He did tell me before the game that he was going to play Mundo, so he's already lied to me. And now, not even going to go in on this obvious kill.
He's just toying with you.
He most certainly is. Playing with my heart, Stress.
Yeah, Revolta was not at the point for level 6. If it had that, that was pretty much an easy kill for him, but early enough that that wasn't the case. And you can see Smurf is getting pushed in fairly heavily in this early game. That's one of the strengths of Nautilus, is that Riptide, plus the ability to just trade heavily into Smurf with that shield that he's got on as well. Makes it really tough for Smurf actually to kind of last through this early game. Smurf's done an okay job, but has had Zanzara.
Oh! You'll have time to practice that one, Zanzara. Don't worry, we'll be all fine. Of course, he already had the tunnel available, so maybe he was just trying to get rid of the blast cone to make sure that Revolta didn't have too many opportunities. Who's now also on his Krugs on the other side of the map. Jungle is just farming things out for the moment. Only a wolf camp available as far as that jungle. There is nothing else on the map apart from a dragon.
That allows us to talk a little bit about the flowers, the plants that are in the jungle.
Finally! I mean, I tried to get this ages ago.
Just saw the blast cone. What happens? You stand on it and it'll kind of point you in a direction when you explode it, but you've got to line it up. You've got to do it. It's from where you're standing. Another one that Dude is just ever so kindly timing right for us.
Thank you very much.
Is the scrying plant. What that does is gives you vision as the pollen sweeps up and down the rift. Now, that will have given away where Dude is on the map. That is one thing to note, is the enemy team will have that indicator that somebody has popped that flower. So at that point, Dude was spotted out. But that is a significant amount of time that you get that vision for. It's 12 seconds, and spots out all the wards in the way as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. The fact that you get the true sight on all of the wards that are in the area is such a big deal, especially when it is around these important objectives like the Dragon, like the Baron. There are these scrying orbs put down up there, so see how they are going to be utilized as the game continues. At the moment, looks like no one's heading towards that Dragon Pit, apart from Revolta, who's just hanging around, trying to get himself to his next camp, which might be in the enemy jungle.
And those of you with an astute eye will have noticed that Rift Herald is not spawning yet.
No, he's not
It
there.
spawns a little bit later.
Harold had got lazy.
Yeah, a
over
couple
the
of
off-season.
changes. So lots of things are a little different on the map. Little changes, but it adds up to a lot. Another change, control wards replace pink wards.
Exactly. Pimp my pink ward, I think is what it is.
I'm sure we'll get onto those when there's a champion with stealth in play, but Zanzara stealthily...
Oh, really, really nice stun there, and the knockaway from Kami. Doesn't have the ghost. Well, doesn't actually have to use the ghost, more like, as Kira has thrown his down. No extra damage to be taken here by Zanzara, but Yang's actually looking to get himself in there. Depth charge had been leveled up, but didn't actually make it in. Decided not to use the flash or anything like that.
Tried to get into the lane. We'll have to watch out how Yang actually can play the rest of this game out, because honestly, he's going to become such a difficult member of the Brazilian team here to deal with, because Nautilus just has so much crowd control in the team fights. He's able to just hold his own. Bottom lane, Edward in trouble again.
Yeah, another flash there as Edward is going to make it safely out. Dude, flashing in for the Pulverize was an optimistic move. Unfortunately, did not pay off. But trading flashes on the supports is absolutely fine. Probably something that Dude wanted to hold on to, though, just being that Alistar. The fact that that flash headbutt is very important. Flash Pulverize as well.
Yang, this time his shield's being popped. Zanzara's around the back.
Oh my goodness, good death charge for the double knock-up as the Dredge line gets Yang to relative safety. He does have the flash. He's going to use it to get himself out. Nicely done. I thought he was definitely dead, because that was a very, very deep gank path from Zanzara.
Yeah, that was a really nice depth charge to be able to get out of that, getting that double knock-up and able to get away from it. So Yang holding his own. We saw a lot of this out of Yang Worlds, just being able to kind of survive through some situations. Not in every game, but I mean, even the best top laners will tell you that it's difficult to survive 2v1s every single time, but excited to see what Yang and Revolta can do with the rest of the team here, obviously some of their adversaries. And finally,
the honey fruit
is going to show us the honey fruit. So you pop it, drop some, pick up like relic style things on the floor, just the fruit, the seeds.
Yeah, the little
and
fruits.
you, walk over them, get some health back, but it does slow you at the same time. So
Yeah,
some
you get a bit of
innovative
mana as
uses.
well. We'll see whether anyone's going to use it. Oh, actually, Kira's in trouble. Does get the pull off in time. Or the army was... Oh, my goodness. Okay, collateral damage, not quite enough. And Kira says, not even close. A baby.
Single-digit health by the looks of it, so Kira just able to stay alive. Here comes the Abyssal Voyage, though. Looks like they're going mid.
Edward getting himself into the mid lane. He was just going solo just to defend this turret, and he's going to do so effectively as Revolta and Kami say, well, we got an ultimate. We may as well go home.
It was just a defensive ultimate to hold the tower, which is very strange now because Edward's not going to have that for a while. It was timed right when Lex went back as well, so there's no way of them trying to capitalize on Kami's lane advantage in this middle lane by bringing the Tahm Kench up again. So I'm interested to see how the next couple of minutes of this game is going to play out now that Edward's ult is not there. Wonder whether that leaves Kira a little bit in the lurch again and under the pressure, because he's constantly getting pushed back and constantly low health under turret.
Yeah, it certainly is. If you have a look at the CS numbers as well, you can see about a 10 CS lead for PBO here, the rookie.
Sanzara's
There's
here.
the arrow, good arcane shift, but it's just a little bit too late as he takes the CC with him. Heal goes out, good flash, gets himself over the wall. Oh my goodness, the Prey Seeker finds him, and Zenzara grabs the first kill for CIS.
All from Dude not being in the lane there to play defensively with him. PBO was pushed way too far up, and yes, okay, Arcane Shift will get you out of most things, but because it's a blink, the stun ends up channeling afterwards, so hits him and doesn't quite dodge out of the way, so a little unfortunate for PBO, couldn't get himself out of the way in time.
Yeah, Revolta is going to be able to pick up this farm here underneath the turret. Dude's going to turn up, but let's have a look at that one more time, as it's just a little late.
So he input the Arcane Shift, but got caught just before he ended up going, and Prey Seeker into somewhat the shadows. Is enough to pick up the kill.
Hectic Prey Seeker damage there as well. As good stun once again from Kami. Dredgeline is dodged by the pull. Kira once again just getting it himself out of the way of trouble. Is going to be fine. Mountain Drake now being taken by Team Ice. It's CIS utilizing the fact that PBO is no longer there. Only just turned up back into that bottom side. Dude can use that scrying. Decides to use it backwards. Odd maneuver. They just knew that that was happening. Didn't need to.
Botany can be difficult.
Very true.
You've got to talk to your plants, take care of them, you know, play the music.
He's not necessarily a green thumb, I think. We'll just see who's the best gardeners on the Rift as we play out this patch further on in the week. There's Yang, of course. We did see the interaction between Steadfast Presence and Dredgeline. It's kind of cute. The fact that Yang can't get himself all the way towards the Poppy. Speaking of Poppy, Smurf going to grab himself a whole bunch of Honey Fruit, get himself back a bunch of mana. Should be absolutely fine. True Shot Barrage, PBO just clearing out the minion wave. It's still ahead in farm by 10, but Lex now has those Berserker's Greaves, building towards his Infinity Edge. Getting stronger and stronger is this Ashe.
Yeah, going for that Infinity Edge first. A lot of the AD carries have started to do this a lot more. Dude's mad.
He is.
Pulverizes the ground. A lot of AD carries started to do this a lot more during Worlds, where, you know, a long time we were going kind of BF Sword into Hurricane, as a lot of AD carries did. End up just going Infinity Edge first. So interested to see whether that maintains itself. There were changes to some of the AD carry items, and, you know, the way lethality and armor penetration work, and the way the Fury of Battle was changed. So when we see some more of the matchups that were affected by that, perhaps we'll get a little deeper into that. But certainly there are a couple of AD carries that people feel like have fallen off somewhat. Jhin would be the one of them.
Yep.
And Lucian, because the Fury of Battle changes, maybe not going to be seen quite so much.
Well, I'm
not that we
sad
saw
about
him
that.
much anyway before.
Yeah, I quite like Lucian. I think he's pretty good, but we'll see what is going to happen. I just want to see a Duskblade of Drakthar Vayne. That's what I really want to see.
We can do some Vayne spotting.
Yeah,
that'll be good.
Getting into that brush, getting that extra damage now on that item. Do you think it's very, very cute? The fact that you get the tumble as well. If you tumble into the brush, oh my goodness. All of that burst damage. We'll see. Of course, not going to happen this game, as we are going to see another steal by Zanzara. Yang's actually going to move his way in, but not going to get there in time. Dredgeline not going to be thrown out. Scrying Plant is going to see Smurf.
I feel like we've
Scryer's Bloom, of course, is what it's called.
I feel like we've had more camp steals than we've actually had.
Yeah, I feel like it's just, no. We've just split the Rift the wrong way. It's now, you've got bottom side is just the bottom lane. So that's going to be Fire's side, or Brazil's side. And then CIS have the top side of the map.
Yeah, there's been a lot of action in each other's jungle right now, but you can see how the vision game is being played out with the Scryer's Bloom, with the control wards that have been bought and placed. There was at one point where the Brazilian team had 4 control wards.
Yeah.
And had them all down, so a little bit of a lull in the action, but that's kind of to be expected now as we've got an Ezreal that's powering up, an Ashe that's powering up, tanks getting tanky in the top side, and then a mid lane where nobody's really killing each other without a gank.
Yeah. Kami as well, of course, just throwing out the orbs that are going to stick around for quite some time, given the fact that he has got 5 points in that queue already. So he's able to stack up a whole host and see whether that Unleashed Power is going to be able to get himself a kill, because it's not looking like it is against Kira. He will have to move himself away. Yang, lots of damage here. Just fighting in these Titan's Wrath windows is so important for Nautilus, and it's working out very, very well when he is able to do so as Abyssal Voyage. Edwards looking for a gank here in the mid lane. Kira gets the flash. Kami's going to flash away. Does have the Ghost running. Its Hemoplague's going to come down. Good slow comes in.
He's running into Lex.
Yeah, can he get himself out of the way? He doesn't have the flash. No stun comes in as Kira's going to get the kill. And Edward's going to stop Lex from falling down. Meanwhile, yes, Smurf's in trouble. Collateral damage is there. Red buff. Oh my god! Picks it up with a smoke screen. When was the last time you saw that? 6.23 smoke screen can now get killed. Fantastic.
Just that last little bit of health. Finally, a little more action as, you know, we saw the mid lane focus being put on Kami. Topside has been more of the focus over the last couple of minutes for Revolta and Yang, but Dude and PBO, they're looking like they want to back away from this tower. The tower race is on, and I think it's going over on the top side. I think barely Brazil will get this.
Yep, Yang gets a couple of autos, able to reset that one with his Titan's Wrath, and that secures it. That was extraordinarily close. Means now Brazil out to about 1,000 gold lead. That is nothing here. 16 minutes into the game. This could not be closer for our first match of IWCA.
Yeah, so this was the attempt onto Kami. This is what we were talking about earlier, being able to kind of combo with that Abyssal Voyage, bring multiple people into that middle lane. And Kami thought he was dodging out, but Lex fire flowers himself over and gives Kira the kill. So nice little situation to use that in.
Yep, popcorns his way into the action. As there's the flash smoke screen. Oh, baby.
Would you call that a flashbang?
Yes, absolutely. Just stunning. He's got a big gun as well. It makes sense. Stress, you're good at this. Very good at this.
I mean, it's more that it can't really be a smoke screen, right? Because you can't have that point. So Poppy ends up falling. Tower dies on top side. Kami and Kira still trading in the middle lane. This has been a relentless game of trading.
Most certainly has been, as Kira does have his proto belt completed, but no Spirit Visage. In fact, only the Mercury Shreds as far as that magic resist. Would have liked to see something like a, at least a Spectre's Cowl built up early, but not going to. Just going to skip that one for the moment, as Kira's going to get stunned, trying to turn it around here as well as the pull comes out. Good Abyssal Voyage gets Edward in as, oh, there's the collateral damage for the kill on the mid laner, and Kira was trying to turn it around. Brazil were just too quick.
And this time you can see Brazil are just holding this mid lane and pushing out top side as well. Smurf is trying to push out on the bottom side. So again, Brazil this time preempt the play from Edward. They're looking at the map and saying, okay, where can this play actually come? It's going to be mid lane. And the ability to just survive through that goes pretty heavily in Brazil's favor. This time you got that Scryer's Bloom. Dragon's dropping pretty low.
Oh, Edward's in trouble here. We'll see whether they're going to sacrifice him. They are going to do so as Zanzara grabs himself the dragon. In goes Yang. The shutdown comes in as Lex has been exhausted. He's going to fall down. 2 members dead already as PBO just gets into the dragon pit. Everyone on this side is tearing through the CIS as Smurf is now the last man standing in this particular engage. Edward just watching from the sidelines as the big tank Poppy eventually falls down.
Welcome to the League of Tanks again. If you don't have the damage this point, it's so difficult to actually deal with him. Kira, still full health, but that's a lot of damage coming in onto him now.
Yeah, dude didn't actually quite find the pulverize as Kira's able to use the proto belt to get himself out. The ghost was used as well, didn't have the flash, but that's gonna mean the tower for Brazil. They are able to easily take that one down.
Yeah, tower drops bot side now. Kami is pushing up as well. So this is going so well. And considering just how many of our analysts were talking about how strong the CIS region were, you can see that they maybe are even slightly behind the curve on their champion picks here when we look at what they're playing, because these tanks are so difficult for them to deal with here. Lex comes forward into the fight and doesn't realize Yang's about to just turn on him. Yang alone deals at least half of his health there for Lex. It's just a little cleanup from the rest of, PBO and DU to get into that fight. From here, Smurf 1v3 is not going to happen because he just doesn't have the damage, so PBO is just going to whittle him down over time. And it's an easy setup because there's just not enough damage out of the CIS team to allow Team Ice to stay alive in this.
Yeah, and it's just a horrible situation to be in as well, because that's Nautilus Alistar. I mean, there's no combination of two champions that has more CC than that. And you saw he was just in a bouncy castle, and then he was just being corralled. Just horrible for the Poppy to deal with towards the end there. But we'll see whether our Ice squad...
Oh, the sneak.
Oh,
Edward.
that's cute.
It's cute, but it should have been a 3.
It
should have been
certainly
3. Edward
should have.
Out. I like the idea. And this is something synonymous with what the CIS region were doing at Worlds, because this is what Albus Nox did time and time again. Brazil have no idea. As good as their champion picks were, their ability to register that Baron was being taken because of the Fire Flower at the back, that's the CIS region right back in this game.
Right in a nutshell as well. It's just exactly what they were doing all throughout Worlds. Doesn't matter, Lecrit not there, Edward is. Didn't get himself over the wall, but just uses his ultimate. Absolutely fine. Is Kira not going to get stunned? And Kami's just like, why are these minions purple? Is this another patch change? What's happening?
Well, that's another thing to watch out for. I mean, I'm sure people have had that in solo queue.
Arrow.
Oh.
Doesn't find Kami, who's safely underneath his turret for now. Clears out these minions. She is certainly able to do, even with that Baron buff active. Syndra does have a fair bit of wave clear, especially now with that Morellonomicon.
And that was a Baron right after it spawned.
Yeah, that
we
was
were at
on the spawn.
2020 at that point. And clear sight on CIS being able to pick that up, because that was a really fresh move in the first game on 623 we've really had in,
They started it moving pretty quickly. We'll see whether any of our other RWCA teams are now just going to be either warding for that very aggressively or trying to do it themselves. This could be a new thing.
Gets the plant spawn behind there, the favorable spawn. Now everybody's going to be like, dude, why didn't
I want to see the sick
no
Baron power play for this as well, because I have a feeling, well, at the moment,
it's going to be pretty low
that
right
huge.
Now.
Exactly.
Only because they aren't able to push towers out. But what this does do is slow down the Brazilian team, Team Fire, the representatives on the blue side. So it's slowing them down. It's really now kind of working against Yang. There's no real way of him pushing out quite as effectively. Riptide plus the Titan's Wrath, the shield damage.
Sunfire
Pretty much
Cape, he's got
all
that.
magic.
Yeah. Yeah, it is literally all magic, apart from, smacking his anchor and stuff. As Kira's going to get stunned, but just flat out does not care about it, especially with the Merc Treads. And a wave once again getting shoved in. But look, this tower is so healthy. And the CIS just can't really make any headway. Smurf is going to make some tracks here towards the bottom lane. But Yang will turn up. Should be able to help this one out. At least with what clear he has against these Baroned up minions. See how bad it is, Stress.
We'll see how bad it is indeed. I'm being told that the CBLOL representatives have done twice the amount of damage as the CIS representatives in this game. We'll see whether that maintains itself, because if CIS get to a point where they're killing the Brazilian tanks over and over again, that damage stat later on is going to ramp pretty far up, because...
yeah, and if you look at these team compositions as well, I mean, CIS did build a team around late game damage, late game control as well, and things like the Vladimir and the Ashe, as well as that Poppy. And Fire, they've got a Graves, who does so much early game damage, as well as the Syndra.
And even Nautilus does a surprising amount of damage
very
as
true.
well. I mean, when you look at lane trading, there's actually not that much damage. When you look at it in raw numbers, it's more of percentages when you look at top lane dominant champions early on. But by the end of the game, it kind of tapers off and looks like a really insignificant stat. But at that point, we'll keep a track of the damage as we go on.
Exactly. You did see the fact that Yang just doesn't care about anything on the bottom side of the map at the moment with his double armor items, as well as the 6 stacks on his Dark Seal, giving him that little bit of extra damage.
Just a touch extra.
Yeah, they're just throwing stuff at each other.
I mean, realistically, Yang will never have those stacks drop off.
Yeah.
Yang should never die for the rest of this game if he's playing, in a situation where he's not overextending on his own. So that should be fairly straightforward. And as Dragon spawns, Revolta's on the other side of the map. So this is going to be a third Mountain Drake going over to the CIS squad. So if ever they do get in front of the Baron again,
yeah,
it's going to die really quickly, or even behind Baron again.
Well, Scryer's Bloom is going to be used, but you can see Yang, he's just going to go back to base. So yeah, triple out Mountain is going to be picked up by CIS, the team that just wants to kill neutral objectives. We know that.
Can get there.
Yeah. This one's going to be respawning in a very short time, and by this one I mean the Baron.
So, a lot of people are going to say, hey, we had an Assassin update. Why are we not seeing Assassins? Well, this is one of the reasons, is because with the amount of tanks and Courage of the Colossus, and no real negative change to the Syndras, the Vlads, the Victors, where they still can be picked, you have to win the game in the first like 15 to 20 minutes so heavily that this can't happen where the game gets stalled for an Assassin to consistently be viable. And honestly, people have got too good at this point of stalling out games that it's such a difficult prospect.
You have to remember as well is that learning curve is a big deal when things change like this. A lot of players take quite a long time to figure out exactly what's going on, as Yang's going to flash and Randuin's Omen Edward to try and get him down here. A lot of damage available. End of the line's going to do it as Revolta grabs himself another kill, but Kira, he's going to turn it around there in the mid lane. He's running real quick, and he's able to get away with that kill on a PBO.
Fed Nautilus is a bit of a silly champion.
Oh, yes.
Because you can't get away from him particularly easy, and you can't kill him at the same time, so you don't really have too much of a choice.
Stress, he has CC on his passive.
Yes, it's great.
That's not very passive.
That's very true.
It's bothersome. The Smurf and Zanzara are able to get themselves out of the way of any potential sticky situations. Is Kami in trouble? Kira, a couple of moves, is able to do some work. He's now underneath the turret, but has that pull available, of course. Is going to be fine, has a giggle, walks back to the tower.
Oh, teleport coming in, though, from Yang. We'll see whether he can get right onto Kira.
Oh, real good dredge line. Should it be enough? It is, as Kami grabs it with an auto attack. Zanzara right in the back line as well, as Revolta's in trouble. There's the Sorry. Not even... My brain just broke because there's a brand new item here that we've started things off with. I believe it's Redemption, isn't it?
Yeah, Redemption.
I was correct.
Right.
And then it's just like, there's this huge circle, and I'm like, oh god, it's so exciting and glorious.
You started, and I was like, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, no, it's the first time, man. That was a Redemption.
Oh, that shield.
Edward is going to get destroyed. Revolta locks down that kill, and now Lex waiting at the back, but he's only on half health. The tower falls down very quickly, and Brazil pushing forward once again. This inhibitor turret possibly in trouble. They don't have Mountain Drakes, but they can just kill the CIS players and get under these turrets themselves. Dredgeline comes in. Oh my goodness, Smurf.
This is disgusting.
Yeah, tanks
Yang just doesn't die.
Oh goodness, Lex did manage to land the arrow at least, but Zanzara now trying to get himself into the backline. PBO is going to fall. That is the AD carry, so a lot of consistent damage now missing. Revolta, the only other option is Yang, just fed to the walls. Is he gonna die? Okay, he is, eventually. Lex takes him down, but that took a long time.
That was ridiculous, but at this point, this actually backfires from how far up Brazil pushed, because now CIS, with their 3 Mountain Drakes, can turn to the Baron for the second time in this game. And to explain a little bit of what happened there and why people are looking at that and thinking, well, why didn't Yang die for so long? I can confirm they are running Courage of the Colossus. Our graphic earlier showed a little bit different.
Okay.
It is Courage of the Colossus that is being played, and what that means is every time Yang hits a hook and drags himself into multiple people, he gets a percentage health-based shield depending on how many enemies are around him. So between that and Titan's Wrath, he gets over half of his health of a shield. And we're going to probably watch some of that happen again. So this is the initial play between Kami and Kira that kind of kicked things off for a moment.
It was an odd move by Kira, to be honest.
It was. So at this point, here comes the teleport in from Yang. That's already part of the Courage of the Colossus plus the shield he gets. And Yang looks like he has about 4,000 health at least at that point. And there's the Redemption going off.
That was where my brain exploded. Yep.
We'll get used to seeing that, whether you're playing against it or with it. Gotta stand in that if you're with it.
Yep.
And this is where it goes a little bit wrong for the CBLOL representatives, because they go aggressive, they look for that first tower, and this is actually a good play here because they can get this tower back themselves away, but they get a little over aggressive here. Yang tanks up the tower for a moment or two too long, and they don't really respect the damage that's going to come. Now that the minions are gone from in front of the tower as well, Yang just continues to tank it up. Ash Arrow damages 3, stuns Revolta, and Zanzara has a fair amount of damage damage himself, has that Titanic Hydra, gets himself into the mix, and they leave Yang for the Wolves, but it takes a long, long time to kill him.
Yeah, if this is an example of things to come, that Nautilus is most certainly going to be a difficult one to take down. Now has himself a Spectre's Cowl, as him and Smurf are fighting, but they're like, it's like two Titans. It's taking a very, very long time to do very much damage between these two guys, and they're very, very close as far as farm is concerned. That being said, Smurf not quite with the kills that Yang's been able to pick up. 2, 1, and 5 now for the Nautilus, looking very, very good. One thing I do want to say is that PBO tanked 3 turret shots, unfortunately, in that last engage. So maybe would have had a better time if that hadn't been the case. Revolta, yeah, is going to get caught out by the arrow. Hemoplague's down. Oh my goodness, he is going to explode the Redemption. Once again doing some work. Heals up Dude and does a bit of damage to
Yang's
Team
on
Ice
route.
members as Yang gets himself into the backline, but is he a little bit too late? Good knock up as the Greyhound's eaten by Edward to keep himself up. Yang is just getting chipped down over and over, has to flash to get himself out as the ultimate is used by Smurf to break up this fight. PBO probably happy to get to relative safety. The CIS very low, and are able to win out in the battle as Revolta the only casualty.
And now this is one of the differences and the difficulties of playing a full tank setup is if you do end up falling behind, you have fairly limited damage. You have a Syndra, you have an Ezreal to provide damage with the Graves as well, but when one of those pieces falls, very, very difficult to play a multi-tank setup. So Revolta was the one that got caught by the arrow initially, ends up falling to the Hemoplague. The Redemption was a moment too late. Kira actually getting pushed back away from the fight, and then swallowed up by Edward. Edward was waiting for him anyway, so they would have been able to keep him safe, but PBO is the one that is having to deal the damage with Kami here in this fight for the most part, and it's this back and forth. The CIS region don't really feel like sticking around, and then they get themselves out too, so a bit of a back and forth fight, but while the Baron buff's still active, the CIS region are going to continue to look to push.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually find it here, as they just always seem to have a Baron buff rotating around them post 20 minutes. It's just a thing that these guys are capable of, as Lex grabs himself the blue buff. Smurf and Kira just say that they don't really need it, and this top wave going to be indicated too, just because they want to get things pushing up and get some control back. Because Brazil, they were looking so dominant. They were winning these team fights over and over again, but CIS, with now 3 dragons, if they can get that push working out for them, and if they can get control, dodge out of the way of these good engages that Yang's been able to get, they are looking absolutely fine, and the scaling might be now coming into play.
Oh, it definitely is coming into play now for the CIS region, but I mean, we look at how this game played out for Brazil. The moment that it goes wrong is when CIS jump over the back of Baron 20 minutes into the game using the fire plant, and they get themselves in, take out the Baron for the first time. Now they have 3 Mountain Drakes, second Baron. It has turned the game completely around in their favor, and the tanks are great if they're in team fights and if the damage from the CIS team falls at the same time, but if you can't get onto the backline, can't get the damage down too, it becomes all too tricky a composition.
Yeah, the consistent damage now coming out of Lex is also huge. Has his Mortal Reminder completed, as well as the Runaan's Hurricane and the Infinity Edge. Now with the cheeky Hex Drinker there as well, just to make sure that Kami can't explode him. So the Ashe, well and truly in control. He's been landing the arrows, doing exactly what he needs to do. This is what we're talking about. I mean, Edward and Lex have been laning together for at least a little while. And Lex has been playing with Smurf and Kira before. I mean, he was on hard random. This was last year. Kira, yeah, looking for a big old dive. As Kami takes a fair bit of damage from the Hemoplague, down to about half health. Redemption trying to keep Brazil alive as Kira uses the Zhonya's before the pull. Oh my god, that burst damage was huge as Revolta's able to take him down. Now Brazil looking to turn things on its head as Smurf's in trouble, but he's happy to tank up a lot of damage. Now going to be flashing out of the way. Brazil still on the offensive as he blasts his way over. Smurfs, he's out, Dude, getting himself in, but that Pulverize is just not good enough if there is a consume available. Lex almost able to take him down. The Ignite, is it going to be enough? It is, as Edward grabs himself the kill. His signature summoner spell, of course, doing some work as Zara now in the backline. PBO in trouble, he gets bonked into the wall and destroyed as Zanzarak grabs that kill. Kami in trouble as Edward's just licking his face, but is going to be able to make it to relative safety. Revolta overextending himself, and Zanzara so incredibly tanky. Another wallbang, and Yang, he's going to find himself dead, and somehow it was all completely turned on its head, and CIS only lose 1.
It's all from the target selection. They ignored Yang for so long, drew him away from PBO, and Zanzara and Smurf took the opportunity to strike and take away the damage First they took out PBO, then they got Revolta, and Kami was fleeing for his life, and that left Yang to pretty much fend for himself, and he's easily picked off if it's only a tank on his own against 4 people. So this is where it runs out. If the damage is gone, there is no real way for the tanks to do too much on their own, and we're into a situation where it wasn't enough to end the game, but the CIS region will look for their 3rd Baron once they are back alive. And this was Kira going way too deep at first because he looks to try and pick off Kami, gets good damage down, but does not respect the crowd control as he comes out of the Zhonya's Hourglass, does not respect the damage, and that's where it looks good again for the CBLOL representatives. But keep your eyes on the distance between Yang and PBO for this fight. Dude is the front line, leading them through for the majority of this, so he ends up taking so much damage, combos onto Lex, and that's the Tahm Kench strength, is Lex is safe for the entirety. Dude, at this point, is unable to do anything. Without a heal on his kit, the Ignite is enough to take him down, and Yang and PBO were too far away from each other, and Zanzara got the flash in, and Kami's dead.
Yeah, he most certainly is. Not entirely sure how, but the mid laner for Team Fire is now in the Death Chamber, and that is going to spell surprise. Yet another Baron here for CIS. How many Barons is that now?
That is number 3 at 35 minutes.
Ludicrous. Is that like on spawn almost every single time?
Yes, it actually was.
Yeah.
I believe we didn't quite see the timer on this one, but I would say so.
I think it's pretty much there. I mean, what is like 15 minutes from
I'm
20
not gonna
minutes?
do the maths.
I'm pretty sure 7, 7, 14. It's very, very close
It's
to on
close.
spawn. If you give them some time to actually take the dang thing.
Well, Yang's still recalling bot side. This is going to be a fairly easy push-up for now.
Well, Zanzara and Smurf so incredibly tanky. They probably don't really care about this turret. As another minion wave's going to push through. Kira, another proto belt very aggressively as he just walks past the dredge line. He's got the pull, he's got the Zhonyas, and he's going to be able to keep himself up. Redemption now right in the back line of this fight as Ice do take a fair bit of damage from it, keeping up these Brazilian players. But my God, look at how tanky they are. Kira, yet another pull in this fight as the inhibitor does fall down. PBO has taken down Zanzara. As Kira, he's still alive. Dude's going to fall. Lex, just so much consistent damage. Look at the health bars, they're so low. As the Ashe is just huge. And the minions are tearing apart this base. Open Nexus now, as CIS are looking to make a statement in game number 1 of IWCA.
A very tense fight to end the game. Gives the CIS region a good end.
Yeah.
Post 20-minute victory on that
After
one.
doing half the damage of Brazil for what was it, the first 15 minutes of the game? Whew. Just
Well,
insane.
We saw a lot of answers to what people said was strong. People said Courage of the Colossus is strong, and we saw it certainly is. But if you don't have quite enough protection on some of your damage, if you don't, balance the team fight quite properly, it's so difficult to actually have that many tanky champions and not end up falling. I mean, the Vlad outscales in the end, the Ashe damage in the end is pretty significant too.
Yep, you can see Lex on your screen right now. The guy looks very, very happy to be back at an IWCA. I remember him IWCA 2015 in Melbourne, Australia. The guy played extraordinarily well. In fact, CIS were the 1v1 gods. Kira, of course, coming out on top of that one, like you guys all know. And we saw Kira was just having a great time on his Vladimir. And we were talking about meta and things like that. The bans certainly changed, but the picks are looking just so similar. What with, I mean, even the Nautilus pick, I see a lot of Amazing J, and that guy plays a lot of Nautilus regardless of what the meta dictates. So it's looking pretty comfortable, and we'll see who's going to be the first team out of these IWCA teams that is going to sort of push the envelope and change things up, try and get us into new territory.
Well, we had some new territory trodden by the Brazilian team, but it wasn't quite enough to maintain their lead in that game. But we had a lot of questions answered. The mid lane meta still is going to revolve somewhat around Syndra and Vlad for now. And as you said, Kira, not really too phased by that.
No.
He'll take playing Vlad any day of the week. We saw some pretty good coordination out of the CIS squad. The Baron attempts, the Tahm Kench attempts into mid lane, so certainly looking pretty good as a unit.
Yeah, I certainly liked it, and we'll see whether we're going to catch more of that action from them, because at the moment, I mean, this is the only Summoners Rift game they're going to play in the first 3 days. We're going to see Assassin mode, we're going to see All for One. The coordination in those particular modes could be something that's we don't even necessarily understand. I'm excited about it. But for more on that win, Hingers is standing by with Kira from Team Ice.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm joined now by Kira from Team Ice. Congratulations on the win. How did you feel about that game? Were you guys confident going in? Because obviously Brazil and CIS, traditional powerhouses of IWC.
Yeah, I thought that we will lose this game because I didn't believe in myself. Last time when I played Vladimir vs Syndra, I was 0-8-0. And this game, Edward told me that if I will not die 1 vs 1, he will buy me belt.
Oh.
Yeah, so Gambit player, belt, you know.
Do you need a new belt?
Of course.
Right, okay. So what kind of belt are you going to grab then, do you reckon?
That sized my, stomach.
All right, cool. So next up, you're going to be playing Assassin's Mode. Are you looking forward to that? Can you give us a bit of a sneak peek on what you're going to be taking into that game?
I don't know, would be their draft phase like bans. If not, everyone in our team will fast click LeBron. And if who will take it, others would be, oh my God, I need to play someone else. So yeah.
Excellent stuff. And finally, obviously a lot of preseason patch changes coming in to this tournament. This is kind of the first time a lot of people are seeing these patch changes played in competitive. Is there anything in particular that you want to highlight that you feel has been like, has changed the game a lot?
I hope Riot would nerf or maybe delete from the game Coverage of the Colossus. The most broken master key. Keystone, I mean. Yeah, I hope this one. And others is really good. I like plants. I like other stuff. It's pretty awesome.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with us for a bit. Best of luck in the next match, and congratulations again on the win. I'm going to throw it now to Sifa at the desk to break down the game.
Thank you very much, Hingers. Always here. Good to hear what the players have to say. Of course, also their plans for belts and betting on the win. So, good that they pulled it out in the end. I'm sure Kira's happy to have a belt, but I want to start off, guys, by talking about this pick ban. Honestly, some things have remained completely the same, but a lot has changed, particularly in the bans department.
Yeah, we saw no priority on the Nidalee. She's not really that popular anymore. We didn't really see very much priority on things like the Iranian Soul after he had a couple nerfs following the Worlds patches. He also fell off, but we're still seeing a lot of priority on things like the Syndra. Vladimir still being used as an answer, and we're seeing a lot more new tanks up in the top lane.
Yeah, we are. We definitely saw Nautilus, and Kira said it best as well. Courage of the Colossus is kind of a big deal. To be able to bring champions like Nautilus back into the meta well and truly by itself is a force to be reckoned with. And that Nautilus, and even the Poppy, as we hit later in the game, no one could touch them at all.
All right, well, looking ahead at the way that the match unfolded, we did see a lot of aggressive early game pathing coming in. Early highlight, Graves coming onto the bottom side of the map. Take a look at that replay, and you can see him just skirting along the edge of vision before coming into lane.
I would like to point out that Edward failed his ward and put his ward in the bush when he should have just placed it in the river. And that basically meant that when Graves actually passed to gank bot, which after getting level 3, which is the kind of the new jungle thing that you can do, where you can go into red and then golems or Krugs.
Yeah, the
Krugs, or I call them golems.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm old school, but yeah, you get level 3 and you get ganked bot when you're level 1, so you always want to place that ward there, but it turned out that they placed the ward wrong and Graves got there anyway, so yeah.
Worked out. I mean, pretty brutal to just have a Graves suddenly in your lane and just skirting the edge of that vision overall. But, it looked good for Brazil in some of those mid-game fights, but when they brought it back, CIS busted out the classic, the CIS Sneaky Baron. Some bonus features here as we take a look at this one.
The best thing about this was that when we were watching the game, Mithy just turned to us and he's like, oh no, it's CIS, it's happening again. Because he was just reliving moments of having a Baron stolen away, because typically you don't expect a team that's behind to just go for a 20-minute Baron. This isn't the convention, and taking advantage of the plants, they're able to just pick this one up, and it basically gives you free gold, it guarantees you a tower, and it just enables you to get back into the game.
I'd like to point out that even though CIS lost every fight that they could possibly fight, they still had 2 Mountain Drakes over the Brazilian team, and that basically meant that getting that like plant jumping into the Baron and actually doing it at 20 minutes was even more favorable since they had 2 Mountain Drakes to do it.
And I mean, it continued to look good. You bring up the Mountain Drakes again, and later in the game we see Brazil get a little over-aggressive, kind of overextend, and everything was looking good for them even after that Baron until this moment right here. And it's a pretty extended replay, but Rusty, why don't you run us through this?
Yeah, I think the first thing we have to remember is Kira might have forgotten perhaps that there was a turret, or he was completely pushed there by Revolta and the rest of the team coming around. And the teleport, this is one of those shining moments where we look at Nautilus and say, what a disgusting champion you really are, because he's in the middle of all of them and will not lose any health at all.
Yeah, the fight continues, of course, from here. And honestly, this all looks fantastic for the side of INTZ. When they do get the healing, they continue to push forward as we run through this. You can see it looks good. The question is like, do you think that they needed to keep pushing here, Mithy? Could they have just backed off?
I think they did a good job at pushing for this second tower, killing the Tahm Kench. Everything was perfect here, but they should have just judged the fact that they have the enemy team has 3 Mountain Drakes, and that they really need to be careful about how much time they spend in pushing, because that will mean that at some point they will fall low HP and the other team will just go and rush Baron. Even though here we can see that Kami has flash and ult up, and instead ults the Poppy. I think he could have just flash ulted the Ashe and probably one-shotted her.
Maybe making a little bit of a mistake there, but then suddenly there's the Rek'Sai from behind. This is the terrible flank we talked about, and of course this is what allows CIS to pick up their second victory.
And this just seemed to be the running story of the game, really, where it was Brazil, they had an advantage, they pushed it, they overcommitted, and then it was just the CIS turning it around on them, because this happened at least 3 times throughout this game, where, in all honesty, Brazil should have been able to close this one out.
Well, gentlemen, this is, of course, the first full game we've seen on 623 competitively. What has been the biggest standout to you? What has been the most insane thing, the biggest change overall?
The severe lack of assassins. I'm still waiting for my Katarina lock-in. You still have opportunities, ladies and gentlemen. You can lock it in, right? And I think that it has plenty of power picks. I'm just saying there are plenty of opportunities for it to succeed in the
You need to calm down.
Is this all you are? Are you the Katarina expert? Is that why we bring you to
Yes,
the
that's the only reason why I'm here. Tomorrow we'll have my long red flowing hair and 2 daggers to demonstrate my dedication.
I don't think they'll let you bring those in here. Rusty, what about you?
The answer is Nautilus. Poppy is pretty strong as well, but that champion, man, Courage of the Colossus, that many shields and stuns, it was a bit unreal.
Yeah, and we took a look at some of the damage numbers coming in from Yang over the course of that game. Insane numbers put up. This guy was an absolute monster at every stage of the game, and a couple of those fights just looked completely terrifying. Mithy, last but not least, what stood out to you, man?
What stood out to me, honestly, was the fact that the Brazilian team decided to blind pick an Alistar after the nerfs, or the rework, but I would call it a nerf overall, because I just feel like it's a worse champion now, and having the balls to blind pick it when there's so many counters already before, and now with the rework going on, I just felt like they were just putting themselves in such a horrible position.
Maybe,
I didn't understand.
Yeah, maybe over-prioritizing in that case.
But I still do want to highlight the interesting use of plants that we saw multiple times throughout the game. Really interesting use of them. Going over the Dragon Pit, going over the Baron Pit, the use of escapes, the use of vision. There are so many interesting uses of them, and it was it was exciting to see them take advantage of them.
Absolutely. Well, that's enough from us. We're going to make like Ivern and Leaf. But when we come back, we'll be taking Latin America North and Turkey. They're going to go head-to-head. It's going to be fun. Don't go anywhere.
That's so bad.
That was awful. That was really awful.
End of the line comes in, he walks away but doesn't get far enough. Heal goes out, good flash, gets himself over the wall. Oh my goodness, the Prey Seeker finds him. He's in trouble, collateral damage is there, red buff. Oh my god, picks it up with a smoke screen. This has been exhausted, he's going to fall down. 2 members dead already as PBO just gets into the Dragon Pit. Everyone on his side is tearing through the CIS. His signature summon has not done some work as Zara now in the back line. PBO in trouble, he gets bonked into the wall and destroyed as Zanzara grabs that kill. PBO has taken down Zanzara. As Kira, he's still alive. Dude's going to fall. Lex, just so much consistent damage. Look at the health bars, they're so low.
Welcome back to the International Wildcard All-Stars, where we are about to get into the second matchup of the day. Latin American North from Team Fire versus Team Ice, or Latin American North from Team Ice versus Turkey from Team Fire. Man, all right, I butchered that. So I hope that you guys have some top-level analysis to save me. So initially jumping into these, what are your thoughts on Latin American North?
Well, they had a very impressive performance from Lion Gaming at the International Wildcard Qualifiers. Oddie in the jungle, Sarah in the mid lane. This duo synergy was incredibly impressive. A lot of us analysts felt like that they weren't going to perform. They were going to be sitting at the bottom of the table. Historically, they didn't do very well in these wildcard tournaments, but then Lion Gaming showed up and they just dumpstered everyone. They were so impressive, not only in their mechanical skill, but just their ability to work as a team, and they were just so enjoyable to watch. And Seiya in particular was just this standout mid laner that was just all about playing aggressively, roaming around the map, and he is one that loves to pick up an assassin or two.
Yeah, Seiya's been around the block a few times, but someone who hasn't is actually Evan RL. It's his first time competing in an IWCA, and he's actually the first and only American export that you will see coming out of America, competing for Latin America North. He's also voted in because of his talent. It's very rare you see an exported player actually picked up into an all-star, but he's a very strong player.
Yeah, so a very big supporting fan base. If we take a chance now to look at the Turkish lineup, these are a lot of names we know and we've seen before. Dark Passage, Supermassive, teams like that. Mithy, I know you get the chance to play against some of these guys. What are your thoughts on them overall?
Yeah, I get the chance to play against them on a daily basis pretty much. They're all Challenger, Master Tier, and in solo queue, like I think all of them are higher elo than me, so so yeah, they're pretty good, yeah.
And of course, Rusty, Elwind, a man on the team, a man who crushed Oceania's dreams in the last wildcard qualifier. How do you feel about this guy? Yeah, I gotta bring it up every time, man.
One of many people that have upset Oceania's dreams. Elwind is a pretty big deal when it comes to the top lane. All Turkish top laners are very big carry players. Of course, Fiora, one of his best champions, 100% win rate from the last 5 games that he has played. He's a pretty big deal, and so is the rest of the roster.
Of course, a lot of question marks in the top lane. Will he stick with Fiora? Will it be another Nautilus or Poppy pick to come up? But we'll find out shortly because the players are almost ready for picks and bans. So let's hand it over to the caster desk to see how this one shakes out.
Thank you, Seifer, and welcome back to the caster desk as we stand by for champion select in this game between LATAM North and Turkey. And Stress, I'm excited about this one. Turkey's team looks super stacked.
They do. Everybody always talks about Naru. It's been a long time since I've seen Naru. There's a lot of exciting players on this lineup as well. Are we going to get tanks? Are we going to see a completely different pick and ban phase? I'm so ready. I'm like hitting you at this time.
I know.
Yeah, let's get us there.
Yeah, well, let's start with the starting lineups. Let's meet our All-Stars from Latin America North representing Team Ice. It is going to be in the top lane, of course, Porky from Just Toys Havocs. Oddie from Lion Gaming, exactly like they were talking about on the desk, was very, very good in IWCQ. Seiya also from Lion Gaming, the man in the mid lane. Evan RL, that North American export from Just Toys Havocs as well. And Nerzul from Galactic Gamers, the best name in esports.
That is a great name. Facing them on the other side of the rift, representing Team Fire from Turkey. In the top lane is Elwin from Dark Passage. In the jungle is Crystal from Team Aurora. Naru, the mid laner on Supermassive. Zeitnot from Dark Passage as AD carry, with Dumbledoge from Supermassive as his support.
Yeah, we have to remember that all of these teams, of course, voted in from their last split that they played. But I swear, all of these Turkish players have at one point played on Dark Passage. It's ridiculous. Crystal, of course, definitely a former Dark Passage player. Dumbledoge, he's on Besiktas when they went over to Worlds. But I mean, these guys just seem to know each other. I feel like Dark Passage is like the filter team into the TCL.
It is.
Like, that's how it works.
You play on Dark Passage, and then whether it's Team to Quality or, Besiktas or
super
crazy,
massive, going somewhere else.
Everybody's playing musical chairs.
That's exactly right. And they are against LATAM North. So if Lion Gaming's performance from IWCQ is anything to go by, this could be tough. But Turkey just look so incredibly good. It might be because of the fact that, I'm an Oceanic caster, and they tend to dumpster us at international events.
Well,
but let's get into Champ Select.
That's
of course,
a new one.
First off, it is going to be Ahri banned away from Naru. Of course, a legacy Ahri player, most certainly. I have nightmares about
But you know what else he plays? I've known him for 2 champions, Ahri and LeBlanc. His
I think
LeBlanc
that one might be banned,
is
Stress.
disgustingly good before rework. If you've ever watched Naru play LeBlanc, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. We had a while where he was playing around the challenger scene. So hopefully we'll end up seeing that come through. But only
you can see him on your screen right now.
Yes, I think we're coming back out of picks and bans for just a moment. I don't think it's that the Ahri was a misban, but I mean, it seems like one that you want to ban.
It is an accidental ban of Ari, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man, we had so much storyline for it as well, Stress.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. It's not an accident. It's a good ban against Naru. Guys, be confident.
So, I think there are a lot more prominent assassin bans you probably want to get out of the way first, but somebody probably just clicking around and accidentally.
You can see Naru's face, actually. He was just having a bit of a giggle. And speaking of that guy, I mean, you were talking about his prowess on these assassins. The guy had a team built around him when he was 14. On Dark Passage. Like, this guy's been playing for a long time. He's certainly a leader for Dark Passage. And as we were talking about before, everyone's a Dark Passage player, basically. So we'll see whether he can actually lead this one. Some of the problems that he has had is that he's a very, very emotional player. So if things don't necessarily go well for Naru, things may not necessarily go well for the team. But if they are able to get themselves together, it will be a dominant force that he'll be able to control.
And that's the double-edged sword of being an assassin-style player.
This makes a bit more sense.
That's surprisingly, Fiora ban here does make sense against Elwyn. The analyst desk were talking about how he kind of shut out Oceania.
It didn't matter what his teammates did. He just won the game.
Yes.
That was how it worked.
I mean, there is room for picks like Fiora and that are able to kind of push the tanks back down before they can ever get tanky enough. There is room for that. We may see people play that style, but it's a lot more difficult.
Well, Porky, that's what he wants to look at. LeBlanc is going to be banned away from Seiya, interestingly enough.
Yes, and what that tells you is Turkey put LeBlanc as a first pick status.
Yeah.
Because they would normally like the LeBlanc, but they feel like Latin America North would be taking it away as their first pick. Some people have been talking about that, but we haven't really seen that settle properly yet.
With our 2-game sample size,
exactly.
LeBlanc perma-banned for all of 6.23. Hasn't had a look in the entire time. Vayne as well, just off the rift for all of these 2 games.
So we are seeing some consistency.
Yeah, Lee Sin as well, so Oddie not going to be playing that one.
So we still have other junglers available. Nidalee made it through last game, and Elise, and neither were picked.
Yeah.
Neither were picked. So that was a bit of an interesting one because we were still expecting them to be up in the top echelon. So now do we look for mid laners? The Ryze is up still, but that I think was more against Kira.
That is true. That is
in the last game.
Quite a few different options. Didn't see the Rengar at all. Syndra is going to be the final ban here from Latin America North on the blue side, interestingly enough. We'll see what Seiya actually wants to look for. The guy's a Cassiopeia player.
Yeah.
When I last saw him, but Seiya's, I mean, he could possibly play Twitch.
So
the dude in the 1v1 tournament dominated people with it last year.
There's a little difference between the 1v1 tournament and...
I don't know, man. This is IWCA. This is about trying new things, experimenting, figuring things out. And you were talking about the Ryze that he's going to be banned away here by Turkey.
And where does that leave us? Like, in days gone by or Worlds, you'd be looking now at like a Cassiopeia or a Vlad matchup.
Yeah, hope so.
That would be the likely mid lane matchup. Do we go now to 80 carries and look to lock something in? In the last game, we saw low priority on that. There's a lot of junglers available.
Yeah, that's true.
Last game, the Syndra was the first pick.
What is the one that slots into second priority? This is only the second game, Stress. It's okay. We're not supposed to be able to predict exactly what is happening at this particular point. We are allowed to go on that roller coaster ride and see what these guys do want to do, because there are still definitely a lot of champions that they do have the opportunity of playing that are very, very strong. I mean, something like Nautilus could be an opportunity here for Porky, or might grab that Poppy. We saw tanks just be so strong, or tanky champions just in general. See whether they go that way. No, Karma is going to be the option and was banned in game number 1, so now going to be snapped up here by Nuzul or potentially Seiya.
So Karma, for a very long time now, that flex potential. If Turkey don't want to play a tank style and are anticipating Latin America North playing a tank style, you could pick the Trundle first rotation here and flex it.
Yep.
Obviously very, very good at dealing with any kind of tanky champions, so could still have prominence in the top lane.
I think that Crystal should pick Rek'Sai.
You think Crystal should pick Rek'Sai? I don't think that's a bad idea.
I don't think I've ever seen Crystal not play Rek'Sai. The dude was just a huge fan of that champion. It was Rek'Sai Gragas when I last saw him play, but didn't really keep up with the TCL. We'll see what he has been doing on Aurora. But Jin being looked at. This is interesting. That ain't, because that's exactly what I was talking about.
It's not locked in yet. There's still a chance.
It's gonna happen, mate. We got 5 seconds to go. And look, if this is his wheelhouse, oh, there it is. Locked away, Crystal. most certainly on comfort here for our first Summoners Rift game for Turkey.
And with the Jhin picked up, very different bottom lane setup here to our first game where we had Ashe and Ezreal, a little bit more passive, so Jhin looking for that lane prominence. I'm interested to see where the build will go, because obviously with the lethality changes, the armor penetration, some people are talking about going for the old Jhin build where you build more towards critical strike.
The Essence Reaver for the
exactly.
reduction, things
You
like
start
that.
going that way instead. So, Latin America North, the playing field is open.
And Oddie's gonna grab
yeah.
it. Ivern has been locked away. Brushes are gonna be created all over the place. Daisy running around. Not sure how smart she is, but she's certainly going to be on the Rift. And we'll see how he's going to be able to play this one out.
We have seen a very small number of competitive Ivern games. Zanzara was one that played it, we talked about. He actually didn't do a whole lot, and the team just kind of won around him. We'll get into Ivern's kit throughout the game, but very, very different jungler. High crowd control early on in the game. That Q really will lock people down, and comboed with a Caitlyn perhaps. If we see that bot lane level 3 gank off Red and Krugs, if that's possible, you know, we'll just maybe end up seeing Ivern go through. That's an interesting one, actually. I haven't seen too much Ivern since the Krugs change.
Yeah, exactly right. We'll see whether he's just going to be out. He'll just nurse that camp. I mean, it doesn't even really matter. He doesn't hurt anything in the jungle, so the fact that it just respawns over and over again, I think it's just going to disappear. But I don't actually know, to be perfectly frank. It's Rusty that's the Ivern guy. Just leave it all to him. But we are going to see Dumbledoge's Bard, which I'm so incredibly excited about. He played it so well earlier this year at MSI. Zeitnot is going to take away the Poppy. So pretty standard looking Turkish team composition here. Elwind going to be on that tank towards the top side. Now Latin America North to round things out. And look, Saya often plays crazy stuff. I just really want Latin America North to just put a massive spanner in these works.
Then so has Porky. Maybe not so weird stuff, but he played some Echo Top when nobody else really was playing it later. Yeah. He played a bunch of the Na as well in his most recent games. Those were back in August, so a bit of a different meta as well. So I wonder where he's going to go now after not having been on Summoner's Rift in a competitive style.
As Trundle makes a heck of a lot of sense against Poppy, was sort of the standard pick into it at Worlds, and seems to still be working out here. As wouldn't be able to actually utilize the Courage of the Colossus as much unless you can get that sort of little pop-up on the pillar.
But what he lacks in that respect, he's now going to just steal away. I guess probably still Grasp of the Undying. I haven't seen too much Trundle in the top side, but obviously the ability to steal resistances kind of will weaken the enemy rather than make himself stronger. So if we're going old school, or at least on the old meta, you'd be looking at Vlad here for the middle lane.
Oh, I like this option though from Naru. He is a legacy Orianna player, as most people are, to be perfectly honest. It's not exactly a ridiculous thing to say, but makes a lot of sense given the fact that they do have some decent delivery systems, what with Magical Journey possibly being able to help him out as far as getting a ball into the right position for Elwind or for Crystal. So just a solid team comp coming out of Turkey, and a lot of interesting stuff from Latin America North, but their siege potential is out of control. Disengage, also pretty ridiculous. So if Latin America North can make Turkey play their style of League of Legends for this game, they should be in a very good position. But we've spoken about this Turkish squad. I mean, most of these guys have a lot of experience playing with one another. See whether they are going to be able to make it work here in this new composition of Dark Passage players that they have.
Exactly.
It's not quite true.
Latin America North.
I say it a lot, but it's not quite true.
A lot of later game potential with the Cassiopeia, with the Caitlyn as well. You're talking about that siege potential.
Yeah.
A lot of threat there.
A lot of headshot potential as well, with brushes being able to be created everywhere.
Yeah, that's one of the combinations that we haven't really seen too much in competitive play. But over on the other side, obviously team fighting, a major strength of Team Fire representatives from Turkey here. So one Orianna Shockwave, we've seen it time and time again, turn games around. So
most certainly change the fate of that battle. And they just have so many big, beefy members, which we saw the CIS were able to utilize very, very effectively. I mean, that Rek'Sai Poppy combination is so strong. And we'll see whether they're going to be able to do it. But make sure you get on Twitter. Tweet at LOL Esports, hashtag LAN win if you think that Latin America North are going to be able to take this one, or TUR win if you think that Turkey is going to be able to get themselves the victory. I personally just want to watch what Ivern can do, because I haven't seen it in a competitive game for quite some time. Of course, there was like one game that I saw from like Southeast Asia or something like that where some fun stuff was happening.
There was only one other game that I saw, and we were doing the Ragnarok qualifiers for the DreamHack finals for the European Challenger Series Open. And honestly, so we saw an Ivern support paired with Mordekaiser, so I'm not really holding it that high up in the standings. I am very interested to see some of the unique interactions, hopefully, that Ivern will give. So Ivern doesn't attack the jungle.
No.
Which a lot of people will be confused about if you haven't played Ivern. He simply marks a camp and then comes back 45 seconds at the beginning of the game later. That will go shorter and shorter throughout the game. But you're about to see...
just throws out a root caller there as he's dancing around.
And you can see how long that lasts for. How large the projectile range is, how long it lasts for.
He's such a jangly weirdo. It's amazing. Oh, so loud as well. I mean, I feel like it should just be Ivern Cam. Can we just have Ivern Cam, guys?
So it looks like Ivern starts on blue side, so you won't have that gank towards the bottom side. I haven't had the opportunity to see a whole lot of Ivern, so I don't know his specific interactions. I would assume the fact that Krugs don't respawn.
I can actually feel Rusty, by the way, on the analyst desk right now, just ready to create this massive segment on what Ivern can do. So don't necessarily feel like we need to say everything, because he does like to think that he is an expert on the champion, and I agree.
So
Dude
this
is very,
is the
very
mark.
good.
And then what Oddie can now do is come back to this a little later in the game. Note that if you smite a marked camp, you will automatically kill the camp as well. So I'm really interested to see Oddie's pathing here, because first real-time in competitive. At this rate, you can see he's only level 1. Crystal is level 2. So it costs Ivern health to mark camps, and then he will end up getting it back as he comes through the jungle and is able to level up and get smite. So a lot of people have kind of prophesized that Ivern will get invaded level 1 and then end up dying. So we'll see how that ends up going for him.
It's all about which one of these camps you are going to mark, as this one now is able to be taken, grabs that one easily, and will be able to get a bunch of his mana back.
Really importantly as well, as this game goes on, you'll end up seeing that later on in the game, when Ivern takes, I think it's the second camp, he leaves behind a secondary buff for his teammates. So if you're blue side in bot lane, Caitlyn will get a red buff at around about that second buff timing.
And anyone that has had a horrible experience on the bottom side of the map and a buff has gone over to a Caitlyn, I mean, Caitlyn with red buff early is gross. Caitlyn early is gross, but Caitlyn with a red buff is something that I wish upon no enemy of mine ever. It's just how it works. As Root Caller gets Oddie over this wall and he's going to steal it away.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do on Ivern. Sorry to interrupt you. Get into the enemy jungle.
This is exciting.
Use that smite down, get yourself out.
Well, that is at least one steal, as Crystal not going to be near that at all. Was probably wanting to give that over to Naru as well, which is what Rek'Sai likes to do when he's got a mana user in that mid lane for that first blue buff, but just not going to happen flat out this game.
And that's the other side of it is, a lot of people will say, well, why isn't blue buff so important? Well, typically the mid laners are going to get that buff anyway.
Yeah.
So we'll end up seeing how the pathing changes. Ivern does, however, attack epic monsters, and you know, so he's not useless at dragons. Still,
he's a friend of the forest, not a friend of the river.
Exactly.
Oh wait, unless he, I don't think he can kill the old Rift Scuttlers either. So maybe he is a bit of a friend of the river.
I think you can.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out right now.
Yeah.
Possibly. Come on, Oddie.
Possibly.
Come on, man. Don't let us down. Never mind. He's going to find his way in. Root Caller. Gigantic range, but a little bit too far pushed.
But you can see how passive Ivern has to be this early on.
Yeah.
Not being able to get too well into the lanes. He got the blue buff, and that is kind of, that's a win in his book. But from there onwards, it's kind of difficult to really get into a lane and do anything. So there's some unique interaction with this Q. He's going to sneak into the back of the lane now, look to land the Q, and then it allows you to click on the champion and you follow up and you close the distance. So we'll see how this interaction ends up playing out.
Yeah, if he throws down that shield, you know that he's looking to try and go in. However, not going to happen. Just some Coco being set up here by Dumbledoge. As he grabs himself a cheeky chime. Chilling out in that Tri-Brush, and Oddie's going to head back to base. Still has those double buffs, but has run out of jungle. That's what we've been seeing here on 6.23, is that junglers just tend to run out of camps to take. Should probably look at trying to gank more often, but at the moment, I mean, there just don't seem to be too many options for Oddie, and Crystal's now lurking here on the bottom side jungle, just trying to find out where that cheeky little Ivern is. Find his way into a mid lane gank potentially. Maybe have a look at bot lane, but there is nothing doing bot. And Sayer's getting pushed in.
Yep, Sayer's getting pushed in. Rek'Sai's coming around the side. Important to note, we just saw Ivern hit level 5. That is the point in the game where the buffs will start being shared. So after this, any buff he ends up taking will leave behind for 1 minute. A little orb you'll see indicated through the jungle. And speaking of through the jungle, Oddie's going.
Oh, can he do it? He's just going to root call his way and actually just didn't want to.
And you can see it doesn't actually aggro, but then Ivern doesn't get the second Krugs from it. So
yeah.
It's one of the different changes. Krugs will spawn little minions unless you're Ivern.
Well, Oddie now going to make his way into the mid lane. Good ward there by Naru and puts himself on the right side of the lane. Sayer quite low on mana and at half health. Just clears out the wave and gets himself back home. Looking to possibly pick up his tier, see what else he can grab as well. Very even on the farm as we check in on that particular score. Porky and Elwind just completely even there on the top side. First back has come in for Porky though and didn't use the teleport. So probably in a very good position is this Trundle. Mid lane, 51 to 51, 47 to 47, / 48 to 48. I'm not going to continue counting up real time as Evan RL and Zeitnot.
We've
also
got a counter
very
that
close.
does that already, Atlas.
Yep, and it's
okay.
0 to 1. Oh my goodness, Nazul letting the team down. You are infinitely less than Dumbledore right now.
Oh, forced out.
Was it forced out? I feel like that was it's just a lot of fear coming out of the little Poppy there.
Yeah, what Porky was trying to do there was trade with Elwind to just try and get as much of his health down and then force him to take another fight. Elwind was trying perhaps to wait until the Subjugate had been used, but
Yeah.
Crystal maybe needs to be a little careful here. They will, of course, now see the Scryer's Bloom fly up through the map. Here's the important part. Red gets taken away. Cassiopeia with red buff now. Oh, can't quite get it. See, you got to be closer to it.
Doesn't get in there. Can Crystal pick it up? Don't think so.
No, that.
Oh, they're leaving it for Porky maybe.
Yeah, but now they can block Porky coming. No, okay, they're not going to block it at all.
He's just going to blast cone his way
So
in.
all
The
Porky's
popcorn
gotta
going to get in
do-
there. No.
Move in. Red.
Goodness me. Oh, they're on Naru. Get on in that really nice shockwave, though, to keep Naru safe. Takes the magical journey. Dumbledore is going to be able to keep him alive. Speeds him up. I mean, the ghost was already there, but Naru's so lucky to be alive there.
Oh, Daisy couldn't quite pick up the kill there, but Naru, it was the shockwave that saves his life, as you said. Just enough to stay alive.
Where are we going, buddy?
Oddie's getting himself a blue buff. Daisy's
adorable, man. Oh, dopey little rock. I mean, the Sentinels, the little Sentinels near the blue buff, no longer there, but at least we've got Daisy.
Double red buff incoming. Ooh.
Yeah, Oddie gonna shield himself up as Daisy makes his way in as well. The brush goes down, but I mean, not too much more is gonna be found here as Daisy, of course, able to throw out the knock-up.
Yeah, that'll happen on the third hit from Daisy, so attempt bottom side. Evan's got to be careful here.
Yeah, good trap from Evan, though, as there's the last bullet, but not quite enough
he flashed
damage.
into it.
My goodness, so close as Nazul is going to block at least the deadly flourish as Dumbledore so close to dead. And no first blood yet. Good pillar comes out again. Another root caller is, that was fantastic steadfast presence there from Elwind. And he's going to be okay once again.
So many close calls in this early game, just not quite enough damage to get the kill on both sides. So this one's going a lot later on before much is happening. We're still waiting for the Caitlyn to power up. Same with the Cassiopeia. Crystal will this time secure his blue. Lost out the first one to that Ivern.
Not this time, sir. Oddie's just going to grab himself the Krug camp. And Naru is going to be at least delivered this one. So good news story for Naru. Slight change to Orianna, of course. You can't dissonance mid-command attack. It has to get to its location before you can throw that one out. So not necessarily able to get that surprise dissonance damage that I know I used to struggle with just a little bit. And Crystal now trying his hand at some counter jungling and should be able to.
If he can get this, is fairly significant.
Scryer's Bloom though, Nazul looking to try and stun him up. Not going to get out, but he's going to find it eventually.
They would really have liked to have denied that double red buff play. Caitlyn has to deal with the minions pushed into tower. There's only 2 or 3 left there, so she's actually going to leave them. Thought that it was a bit more dangerous with Bard sticking around than possible, but Dumbledore is only level 5, no access to his ultimate yet, so even though he's around mid lane, can't quite see that play being available, and yes, we saw Evan RL actually did pick up that red buff.
Yeah, so that's a red buff that was delivered to Porky on the top side of the map from the enemy jungle, and Evan RL grabs one on the bottom side of the map. in his own jungle. So Oddie's just been able to supply everyone with all the buffs that they want. I'd love a statistic of how many red buffs there have been in this game for our Team Ice representatives in comparison to Turkey on the side of Team Fire.
So Crystal got the first one, and then they haven't got any since, if I
don't think
correct.
so, exactly.
And then we've had 2 double reds, so it's 5-1 at 10 minutes in.
Just
unless my math is
silly.
terrible. Someone will
No,
correct us, I'm sure.
It sounded like it could be right, and that's the main thing. Definitely like that. As Oddie looking to poke his head in. They do have exclusive vision down here. Crystal's waiting in the wings potentially. And remember, this Root Caller has a very long range.
Yep. Ooh, Daisy is available as well.
Yeah. Not Crystal. Not going to be spotted. Oh my goodness, that vision's so close as Scry's Bloom comes in. No Root Caller to land. Does Zeit not... Oh, what a damage.
Yep, just trying to push the wave out, push him back. And trying to get just a little bit more presence in the bottom side. But this game is... a little bit of a tense one for now, despite the buffs going over to Team Ice pretty
It's 200 gold the
convincingly.
difference. It's nothing at all at the moment, despite Oddie's shenanigans.
Crystal's been farming up fairly heavily. He hasn't had to get into the lane to counter-gank all that much. And honestly, the Team Fire laners have been holding their own for the majority when it comes to their lanes. So it's a very odd game. Oddie cancelled that.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get it here. And the stat is official. They've got 3 red buffs to 1, and also 3 blue buffs to 1 as well. It's
But
just
that's-
they're real
hang on.
greedy when it comes to the old amount
That's
of buffs.
3 of their own.
What do you mean?
As
no,
in-
a whole game.
Because
Just
there's
3
doubles.
Yeah.
We've had 2 doubles, which makes 4. So they have to have had more than 3.
But if you're just talking about how much counter jungling Oddie's been doing, I mean, it's
That's
still a pretty
fair.
cool
That's
stat. I thought. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
it's
necessarily
still-
know. I
I'm
ain't
just
the
trying to
analyst, so that's
inflate
up
the
to you.
stat. Here comes Porky, though.
Well, not about that, as Porky is going to get caught underneath the double. Good flash. Gets himself over, and the Pillar's in a great position as well. Root Caller not quite long range enough. Never thought I'd say that, because that ability has a huge range.
Subjugate just enough to keep Porky alive throughout that. Now Crystal's going to end up running into Sia if he's not careful. Sia's playing the very sneaky game, and he's not even there. Our observers juke me.
Yeah, totally juked. Nara's going to find his way up there as well. Scry's Bloom's going to spot out Oddie once again, clearing out some vision. Red buff gained. The second one here for Turkey. They're trying to claw their way back in that department. Blue buff now going to spawn. Oddie should be able to get that one
Dumbledore
over
has
the
his
series.
ult.
Yeah, Dumbledore
Oh, Porky.
finds his way into the top lane, and Porky, no mana, no nothing, nowhere to go, no friends. It's just an awful situation for the Trundle, and he's so dead. First blood comes in, and that's going to go to Crystal.
Oh, bot lane, hang on. Couldn't call.
Zeit not?
Zeit
Zeit not worried about
Whoa.
dying? What? He's still alive. Okay, calculated. Never
Just
mind. Didn't
about.
even use his heal.
Yeah, didn't even heal, didn't flash, nothing. Just
Was
stays
not
alive.
phased. Oh my goodness, not going to get stunned is Naru, as Oddie was making his way through. Good damage with the shockwave, but there's just so much composure on both of these teams. No one seems to be scared of anything.
No, nobody
Apart
is.
from Porky, who's terrified of everything.
He's scared of 3 people coming up to his lane. TP coming through, hang on. We've seen
Oh,
Evan RL
Evan.
push up a little too far. TP in response, though.
Yeah, and there's the Inspire for the extra movement speed. Dumbledore not quite here in time. Magically journeys his way out as Porky. He teleported exactly like you said. Good stun from Dumbledore. That's why they call him the God of the Bard, and he's locked down Nazul. Porky, he might die one more time. There's the verdict, and Elwin's going to be able to knock them up. Nazul the first to go. Porky in trouble, but he's kept alive by the Subjugate. Daisy super mad here towards the bottom side. Looking for that third auto if he can get it. Root Caller doesn't land. Now Porky has to be careful. He doesn't have any tank stats just yet, but good shield comes down from Oddie. In fact, this shield composition is something we haven't necessarily spoken about.
Saya.
Oh, there it is, Saya. See you later. That's going to be Turkey grabbing that kill. He was just a little bit too far up.
Just being too far up for the rest of the fight there. Didn't have his ultimate quite available, and neither did Naru for the majority of that, but it didn't seem to matter because Turkey are going to push forward now. It's inconsequential how many buffs went over to Team Ice in this game because their laning, they couldn't really get enough of an advantage, and all of the fights so far have really gone in Turkey's favor.
Yeah, all of the money seems to be going towards them now as well with all of these kills that are going down. It is going to be a 1,200 gold lead. And this Ocean Drake looks to be able to go over to Turkey quite easily. And I'd just like to think that it's all about Dumbledore. The guy gets himself towards the top lane, helps grab that first blood. He's able to orchestrate that last battle with this incredible Cosmic Binding. Have a look for it here in this replay.
Yeah, good double binding after Elwind looked to start this fight. They look to be going back perhaps against the Turkish team here because Porky comes into the fight but loses so much of his health. The double stun there was beautiful by Dumbledore and then catches Nazul with the ultimate at the same time. Caitlyn Trap's not quite doing enough in this fight. As you can see, a lot of the Turkish team kind of dancing around them, and from here Daisy just gets kited back, slowed down. Elwind, that's fairly important that he got that slow, because from there Daisy never was able to get that knockup, ended up dying to Zeitnot, and Seiya just kind of sticks around.
Yeah, and there's the flash heroic charge, gets bonked into the wall, and
Seiya,
destroyed.
perhaps not the greatest play at that point, sticking too far forward at that, but
that's fine. He's just testing his limits. A-okay. The gold is entirely tied up as first turret blood did go over to Team Ice. Remember, Latin America North doing some work in the structural department. However, see whether they're going to be able to keep it up. And we'll see whether this sort of shield/siege composition, as Oddie is, of course, friend of the river as well.
Ah, you were right.
Sorry, there we are. Thank goodness. Had to be right sometimes. Took me about a 2-year career to get there. We finally made it. As the brush is going to be put down here by Oddie. He's just pressing his buttons, helping clear out this minion wave.
But
is going to be it.
Bot lane did fall first, so we had first blood for the towers a lot earlier in the game.
Yep.
Oh, shockwave.
Oh,
Seiya's
Seiya,
gone.
the last auto attack from the Clockwork Wind-Up as Naru locks up that kill with the help of his support as well. This tower is going to fall, and they take the magical journey. The fadeaway jump shot to clear out the turret is beautiful here from the Turkish lineup. 4-0 in kills. They're doing so much work. Ghost has been put down. Porky dodges the stun, but he's taking a lot of damage. Has to flash to get out of the Tempered Fate. And there's the flash. No, just pops him. See ya later. That's why this guy was the prodigy from Turkey. Instantly dead is Evan RL.
Flash forward to make sure he could get the dissonance in time, but man, that was one big hit from Naru there on that kill. Evan RL was not expecting it. And Turkey, they look to push onto tower. The minions are gone though, so they will have to fall back for the next minion wave.
Yeah, and that is 80% kill participation now for Naru on this Orianna. 3-0-1, now going to go back to base. We'll see what he picks up. I really hope it is a Rabadon's Death Cap, as we are going to see this kill one more time. And it's just the perfect combo. Clockwork Wind-Up. See you later.
Seiya had flash. Flashed late. Thought he had avoided the shockwave at first, and then we flash forward to the rest of the engage as Dumbledore was looking to go aggressive. Couldn't quite catch the ultimate, but Naru says I don't need the ult to be able to take people out, and just completely shuts down Evan RL.
Yeah, and this just in, Naru in fact did 2,000 damage in 10 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
ridiculous.
insane.
The fact that he perfectly cancelled his auto attack animation to move his ball, the command attack, just enough in order to destroy Seiya before he could flash, was silly.
Impressive.
I mean, you could go over that particular 1v1 in very close detail and be very impressed with what Naru was able to do. But we don't have time for that. We need to watch Oddie be friends with the forest.
And
as his
friends,
passive would
he has
indicate.
been. He's got a lot of jungle camps from around the map. Has been stealing them away, but Crystal's been farming up fairly heavily himself.
Yep.
When you look at the farm lanes, so slightly down in the bottom lane for Zeitnot as well. But importantly, we were talking a little bit about itemization for Jhin, has gone towards that Essence Reaver.
Yeah.
Not the Ghost Blade with the Dusk Blade alongside it. The changes to lethality and armor penetration kind of removed a lot of the armor pen functionality for 80 carries when lethality replaced it.
As well as the removal of the attack speed on the active of Ghostblade as well. I mean, Jhin did get a lot out of that just in flat damage when you activated that item for his long-range spells. As now Oddie throws down his brush, is just going to blast seed his way up here towards the top side to try and defend this turret. He's going to do so and avoids getting stunned. See on the bottom side of the map, it's Evan RL just trying his very best to clear out these minions as fast as possible, and he's going to be able to do so. But Elwind also just pulling himself further and further ahead in this farm. While Zeitnot and Dumbledore are able to take down this outer turret on the top side of the map. Naru just being this one-man army in the mid lane for the moment, drawing over 2 members. Latin America North side.
And that's the big problem here because, you know, we spoke about how good the sieging theoretically was for Team Ice here for Latin America North. But Naru being such a big threat in the middle lane is causing multiple people to come over and defend against him. And then Evan RL was in the bottom lane defending against Elwin. So, Oddie, your friends are getting killed!
Okay.
They can't really hang on to their turrets at the same time. They have enough wave clear. Evan RL's got to be careful here.
Most certainly.
They
all
caught
gets
him.
cancelled out of the net, but does manage to flash himself out of the way. Nazul, that is not a friendly deadly flourish, but isn't going to be taken down underneath this turret.
Naru's moving over to the top side though, so should be able to slip in behind the turret if he wants to, but the minion wave isn't there, so they're just going to take out the traps.
Yeah,
they know that Naru's there, but...
Well, the brushes are being set up. Oddie is trying to counter-siege them underneath this tower as best he can. Miasma also helping out as Naru stunned by the root caller, but no follow-up there from Oddie. Dumbledoge clears out the vision. So, not quite finding their way in our Turkey, as Porky and Elwin just having a bit of a fight, but Porky flat out doesn't care about it. Ravenous Hydra's done, he's got his lifesteal, and yeah, Trundle ain't going to be moving anytime soon on the bottom side of the map.
And just healing up from those minions from that trade. Again, until Subjugate is used, nothing really happens in the Trundle lane when he's against
And when it does get used, then Elwin just bops him away.
Oh yeah, just ults him back, says, okay, enough of this trade.
And that's why there's a gentleman's agreement that we're going to biff each other a little bit, but we're never really going to commit to anything because we just know how it plays out.
Interesting.
Going to grab himself the blue buff, and now the Ocean Drake is going to be augmented by this Mountain Drake that Turkey should be able to grab with no contest.
I wonder whether that was a mistake. Not the dragon, something that happened in the jungle there for Team Ice. Nazul was stood by Oddie as he was taking red buff, so Nazul got the red buff.
Oh no,
for
Karma
Karma
with red buff
instead.
is the dream, man.
I mean,
it means you can keep slowing them down so that they're definitely going to get rooted by
It just
your W.
feels like maybe Evan RL should have been the one to get that. I mean, typically, that's...
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I was trying my very best to justify it, but it was pretty weak at best. Let's be honest. The girl can dream. Oddie now throws down his control ward. Doesn't quite have the vision range to see the things hanging around him. Dumbledoge just collecting some chimes. Crystal makes his way back into the jungle. That Scryer's Bloom not going to be utilized for the moment. They're very comfortable with their vision around this Baron pit. And in fact, no one going for the cheeky Barons this time. Maybe they weren't watching game one.
Maybe not. Maybe they weren't.
Oh, Nazul! You are in trouble, buddy! Takes a lot of damage. Prey Seeker's not enough. And thankfully, that Trigger Seed was put down on top of him, gave him the shield, and was then okay.
Yeah, he's okay, will heal up now. Maybe that's what the red buff was preempting.
Exactly!
He's going to get the health back. I'm not justifying that.
That's it. No. I'm happy to go with it. Perfect.
Porky realizes he can't win the
then
trade
not enough.
without Subjugate. Here is the problem. So now he has to back himself away. Poppy a little too strong now on 2 items. Evan RL has to be really careful.
Yeah, Naru does a lot of work. Finishes off the Ryle's Crystal Scepter, actually, instead of grabbing the Rabadon's Death Cap, which I would have liked as Oddie. A bit of damage is taken, but there's the Root Caller. Trigger Seed comes in. Here comes Daisy to try and take down Naru. Redemption is there, but Naru is able to flash himself out of the way and offer some damage back. Zeitnot gets the stun onto Seiya, but no follow-up here available from Turkey.
But it's the damage done to the tower now that is the key thing to look at, because the Turkish team have almost got that tower to 1 hit, so they commit 2 people on the top side to Naru, don't even kill him, and now Naru is able to come back over towards the top side again, going to push it back out. The Turkish team are looking to go aggressive.
Yeah, in goes Daisy one more time. Zeitnot possibly out of position here, but does flash himself out of the way. Tempered Fate does a whole bunch of work as Daisy was snared up by it. Elwin now gets himself right into the front line, but Porky, he's so strong with this Subjugate rolling, and Elwin is just going to get munched on. Crystal as well as Nazul. Just keeping Evan RL safe. Dumbledoge off to the side looking for a flank as Naru says, I don't really care about what's going on in this particular fight. I'm just going to take down this turret.
It's going to be 2 turrets now for nothing in response. That turret may end up falling in the mid lane depending on whether Zeitnot can look to clear this out. Naru is coming around the back with Dumbledoge though.
Oh, this is a shockwave opportunity. Does have it back off cooldown as Seiya
trying to get the poison in. There's the curtain call. They avoid the stun as Saya falls. Naru just pegs a ball at him. Porky now in trouble, has to flash out of the way of the Deadly Flourish. Nazul running for the hills as well. There's Evan. Oh, he's far enough away. Everything's going to be fine, but Saya was super dead.
This point of the game is looking really rough for LATAM North, because when you look at their composition, it's really just saying, well, we're going to try and wait till Caitlyn and Cassiopeia can just take this game over. And they've got a passive jungler now as well, a Trundle that can't really defer the push that's coming from Poppy anymore. And there's no way of them contesting this Baron. There's no way of them getting close enough, and from that trade, it's 2 towers, a handful of kills, and now a Baron buff going over to the Turkish representatives.
Yeah, this just in though, Crystal did smite it to 32 health before it was taken down, so there's a potential opportunity there for a steal, but Oddie, of course, nowhere near it, no opportunity to get himself into the pit, so the smite was probably a little bit more relaxed. But Turkey, I mean, 6-0, it's a 7,000 gold lead, and despite the cool composition that ICE have put together, that LATAM North have put together, they haven't been sieging. They've been sieged against this entire game.
A lot of it is just from how strong Naru has been at an earlier point in the game to Saya. Saya just has not been able to contain him at all.
Yeah.
This last pick, Orianna, has done wonders for the Turkish team. And it just is a threat that requires multiple people come to deal with.
How do you feel about double? Oh my goodness, the gank brush from LATAM North as Elwind is decided not to be engaged on. Curtain call comes in, Nazul taking a whole host of damage. Porky and Oddie are okay. Redemption goes down for a little bit of healing as Daisy's just trying to keep them preoccupied. But Naru says, I got Baron buff, and you guys just never seem to want to come towards me, so I'm going to take down your inhibitor turret.
Yeah, I mean, Naru's just pushing away. Everybody just stood in a bush outside of the base. Now they want to go aggressive.
Yeah, another redemption coming in there as Zeitnot just gets exploded. Evan's able to pick up that kill. So much damage here as Porky will need to use his ult, but doesn't actually have it available. Oh, the Ignite's not enough, and the Trundle lives. And he's going to be just Zeitnot falling down, but it looks like Turkey is still wanting to play aggressive. No Shockwave. Their damage is still available. Crystal and Elwin very, very tanky. And they are able to pressure down the inhibitor.
Oh, Porky looking from the TP for the side.
Magical journey. Oh, that pillar was brilliant, but really good heroic charge. And Elwin gets himself out with the blast cone or the popcorn, or whatever you want to call it. Good stun from Dumbledore. You can always trust him to do something cool on the Bard. Gets himself out of there.
But it's an inhibitor going down.
You cheeky devil. He just stole a red buff. What?
Just sticks around, realizes everybody else is focusing on the rest of his team, and he should be able to get out of this. I mean, with the steadfast presence,
yeah, I was just
the little legs, he'll run himself out.
Yeah, of course. They're natural sprinters. Very dangerous over short distances. Exactly right.
He didn't even recall. The rest of his team is now going to do the Infernal Drake.
Now goes back. Almost has his teleport back available. That's a huge minion wave up top. And this Variety Bucket of Dragons is going to be taken down by Turkey. His Infernal Drake for Dragon number 3 is going to be picked up. Naru, of course, on his own, for the rest of his team, running after him, saying, hey, buddy, I think it's time for some team fights.
Yeah, and you might be about to get one, because the Turkish team, as they push up, will take down another turret. Of course, have the Mountain Drake that will help them with that. But Team Ice have got to be careful fighting in these chokes. Got to be careful, Shockwave.
Yeah, able to get a lot of stuns down as well. As Oddie, yeah, uh-oh is exactly right.
I hear you like a brush in your brush.
Porky's going to get stunned. Why was he walking that way? The last command attack is going to be able to lock that one up. Crystal now looking for the double knockup and gets it. Oddie just gets sniped by the Curtain Call Saya. Really good stun, but it's a double kill for Naru. And Tempered Fate is going to grab Nazul. Naru, oh my god, that was close. Good flash by Nazul, gets himself out. But I have a feeling that Shockwave would have got him if he hadn't of.
With Oddie and Porky being a little out of position, they say that's all, folks, as Turkey are looking to push into the base. I mean, this has been a convincing win for the Turkish team.
That was a cute little flash one more time, but Evan is going to survive this one. The autos come in. He didn't even dodge the damage as Naru was looking for it. There are redemptions going down all over the place. It's like they're playing against India in Civilization 5 at the moment, but the Nexus is going to be taken down. Turkey coming out so strong. 9 kills to 1. And Team Fire look looking super dominant. We knew these guys were going to be good. I mean, I personally had a lot of expectation. They did not disappoint this time around.
Yeah, the Turkish team with a big win will pick up a win for Team Fire here. I mean, Naru, we talked about how good he was going to be on Assassins.
Yeah.
He said, I'll give you a control mage. Just give me something that can hold down the mid lane. Orianna was the name of the game, and man, he just tore apart the LATAM North team.
Yeah, and he's really looking like that Turkish prodigy that we often talk about Naru as. Like, this guy, been playing for a very, very long time, started extraordinarily young, like we were saying, but that Orianna, just so dominant. We mentioned his aggression. He did not disappoint in that regard. You saw him on your screen right there. The man has looked very, very happy, and certainly should after that game, because that was dominance. And another shout out to Dumbledore. That guy's bard. Probably just should be banned.
Yes, probably. I'm pretty sure we'd have learned that from events gone by. Certainly have said that line before. But, I mean, you know, we look at how aggressive Naru was playing out of the mid lane. We have to look at the other side, the LATAM North team, how passive they were trying to play. With the Ivern only looking for jungle invades, could never really get into the lanes. Seiya was struggling in the mid lane, and Evan RL was trying to kind of just farm his way up to be, you know, of any effect in this game, and just never really got there.
So he missed his windows, right? Yeah, and was it about the fact that they put themselves together, this siege composition, what with the brushes that they can set up, the miasma from the Cassiopeia, all these opportunities that they have, if they are able to just stand in a position and try and get something done, and they just weren't able to do it. Did that have a lot to do with why they couldn't find this win on LATAM North's side?
Just a lot of the fact of it was not being able to control when Naru was on the map, putting a lot of people in those solo lanes when Naru was trying to move over and push up, and as you said, they never got their siege potential going. They never stepped up to towers because they didn't have enough people in the right place. They were playing defensively the entire game long.
I do want to say that Oddie did look very impressive on that Ivern as well. So just to step back to that, his early game play, the fact that this team had so many of the buffs, like 3-1 in both buffs in the first couple of rotations, like really, really nicely played by this Ivern to show exactly what his strengths are, because he's a very unique jungler with how he works, and it looked like Oddie certainly knew exactly how to utilize it.
The difficulty on that, though, is that the team trying to play around that. If you have a jungler that is facilitating your lanes and is saying, okay, well, I'm going to put that jungler behind, he can't really get into your lanes, I'm going to get you buffs as well, you've got to utilize that. You've got to be forcing the advantage, get yourself a CS lead, try and get those kills, but it's very, very difficult when you have one lane that's kind of getting soloed down time and time again. And the same with the top side. They tried the dive, and Porky stayed alive for Ice. They tried the kill onto Elwind, and Elwind stayed alive as well. So just very close calls early on.
Yeah, exactly right. But for more on that win, let's hand it over to Hingers, who's standing by with Dumbledore from Team Fire.
Thank you, Atlas. I'm joined right now by Dumbledore from Turkey. Congratulations on the win. How did you feel that game went? You guys dominated basically the whole time.
Well, it was a fun game, to be honest. For bot lane, if I speak for bot lane, I think we did quite fine because we were against Kate's Karma and we didn't get behind at CS or we didn't lose turrets. So I would say it was a good laning, and overall we did good as a team.
But after that victory, do you feel like you guys are going to go far in this tournament? What are your expectations?
Well, to be honest, I don't know what to expect from One for All or Assassin mod, because no one is experienced with these things. And I mean, we will try to win. We usually play these mods for fun, you know. We will also try to win this time, and I don't know what will happen, to be honest.
But if you can give us a sneak peek into your strategy going into these modes, what do you reckon it's going to be? I mean, Kira said he was just going to like fast pick LeBlanc as quickly as possible. Is that the same with you?
Well, to be honest, I'm practicing some champions for 1v1. Some champions that can farm, because I'm usually behind at CS since I never farm. That's pretty much all.
Yeah, cool. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again on the win. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. And it's now time to throw it back to Sifa at the desk to break down that game.
Thanks heaps, Hingers. All right, that was terrible. I tried it. Yeah, Australian. I can't do the accent. I go to OCE so frequently, and it never works out. But let's avoid my terrible accent. Let's talk a little bit about that draft phase coming out. We talked a lot about the bans. Mithy, I want to throw to you first. We're seeing pretty much the trifecta of Syndra, Ryze, and LeBlanc being banned now after Syndra got one chance to appear. Is this just going to be constant throughout the event?
Yeah, even though Syndra didn't really win the last game, like
2 games ago, yeah. I still think that Syndra is really strong, and if the team plays well around the Syndra's pressure early game, it just becomes a really hard thing to deal with. So I feel like that trifecta is going to go on for the whole event.
You're also seeing how aware people are right now of not only the changes to LeBlanc, where she has a lot more wave clear, she has a lot of damage, she has a lot of utility with her ultimate. She's just a very flexible mid laner that can fit into a bunch of different compositions. And you've got Courage of the Colossus Rise, which everyone is like, no, 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 no. And so, we were actually, during the game, having a chance to chat with Kira, and he was saying, yeah, right now, the only champion that can go into LeBlanc is Rise, and the only champion that can go into Rise is LeBlanc. So you kind of have to take them both away.
As exciting as the mid lane is, I think we have to turn our attention to the jungle. And no, it is not the Rek'Sai. Thank God it's not the Rek'Sai we're excited about, although still a good champion. Ivern. Let's talk Ivern. Rusty, you've put out articles. You've talked at length. What did we see this game? What do we expect from Ivern when it comes to him normally?
So a couple of interesting things. We have to highlight that he got Ivern and Caitlyn. Of course, the Turkish side first picked Jhin, so it opens up a really cool strategy. But the way that Ivern pathed in this game was Raptors, Wolves blue buff, Gromp, and then all the way back, collecting all of that money before he stole the enemy blue buff. And this is something that you'll see standard from Ivern, but no one can actually counterplay it because of how effectively he can actually clear in the jungle. Unfortunately, past that point, his team could not actually get around what he had started.
Yeah, definitely rough overall. Mithy, I know you've been having the chance to scrim a little bit, playing a slightly more serious competitive environment. What has your experience been with Ivern?
Well, we always ban Ivern because it's just like a more extreme and powerful version of the old Nunu, the one that just walked into your face, started like the mode, you know, and just was annoying as fuck. So yeah, that guy is annoying, and the Ivern is even worse. So we ban it every game.
Yeah. I think the positive term we like to use is disruptive, but annoying does feel pretty accurate when it comes to Ivern overall. Of course, Ivern, while it was an exciting pick, it wasn't really the story of this game. So let's talk a little bit about what exactly happened here. It really felt like Turkey was in control 100% of the time.
I mean, I really want to highlight Naru, to be honest, because I was hyping up Seiya, being like, hey, this guy loved to play assassins. He loved to be being on those type of mid laners that could just really dominate his opponent. And to be honest, he was just getting kills left, right, and center. He picked up a solo kill on his opponent in the mid lane. Like, Naru was just having a fantastic game.
Yeah, I think we actually have to go one step further. Naru was a hard carry for his team and looked really good, but all of the Turkish team just looked super clean. It looked like they were almost above and beyond, and for a game one, that's a pretty scary prospect moving forward.
Yeah, similarly, Dumbledore, we heard in his winners interview, obviously prepping for 1v1, not as quite as comfortable on those assassins, those 1v1 champions, but his Bard looks as crisp as ever, and I think this is going to be the steady reminder for teams here. You kind of have to ban this guy out.
Yeah, well, I never really thought Bard was good now in the meta right now, where Karma is just much stronger in lane, but they didn't really get to abuse it as good as they should have. Same for Zyra, same for Nami. All these champs just win really hard against Bard. So I was surprised about the Bard pick, but I know Dumbledore because I play solo queue against him, and he's a very, very mean Bard. And on top of that, Naru, going back to Naru, also the whole EU situation where all the EU mid laners are playing against each other, and Naru happens to play in the same server as all the other mid laners, and he's kind of showing off here.
Yeah, EU West breeding the mid talent. Well, that's going to tie it up for these teams. Fire and Ice 1-1. Oh no. We're going to make like Kled and charge into the next break. But when we come back, who will come out on top when Japan takes on Oceania? Find out next.
Looking for a new host. Please apply
Nowhere to go, no friends. It's just an awful situation for the Trundle, and he's so dead. He's taking a lot of damage, has to flash to get out of the Tempered Faith. And there's the flash, no, just pops him! See ya later! Oddie just gets sniped by the Curtain Call Seiya. Really good stun, but it's a double kill for Naru.
stand up and fight. Shake off this rust. We're gonna change the world. Our revolution. We're giving it all, even if we fall. We'll get back up. We're gonna change the world. It's our revolution.
I really want to win, or like be able to go to the proper All-Stars, just because I really want to play against the top tier talent in League of Legends. So I'm going to have fun, but I also really want to win. So yeah.
Welcome back. Our next matchup of the day comes to us all the way from the Pacific. Japan versus Oceania. Now, guys, looking at these rosters, a lot I've learned from you, of course, as an OCE expert. But this is basically just the Chiefs. We basically just brought the Chiefs to the
As far as All-Star voting's gone, you have to be pretty happy as an Oceanic fan with where this has actually gone. 2014 Chiefs, one of the most dominant Oceanic sides that we've ever seen in our history, is now suddenly here on the Oceanic stage. Of course, a couple of caveats being that Carbon has never played for the Chiefs. In fact, he's their mortal enemy.
And of course, these players, it's not actually all current Chiefs members. Of course, we have ones from Tainted Minds, from Direwolves. We're representing more than that, but all former Chief players. And of course, yes, their mortal enemy in the jungle. Interesting dynamic. Mithy, for you, playing with a team like this, playing as you will be coming over with an all-star teams, if you have any kind of heat or tension with these guys, how does that affect your performance?
It doesn't really affect my performance personally. I mean, maybe if you have a problem with the AD I'm playing with, which is like more close by, I don't think I would have a problem if I would be playing with like a top laner that I have issues with or something like along those lines.
Well, of course, speaking of the AD, it is Radier, famous Oceanic player, also currently not an Oceanic player. Has taken a step back from competitive.
Yeah. So Raider's now a lawyer. He is out of the business of playing League of Legends. He's the man who has the best posture in the history of League of Legends. You may even see him as it goes past him soon. And yeah, definitely no longer playing League of Legends. So interesting that he has been voted in.
Of course, that fan support means the world, as we saw. Similar story with Evan in the previous game, although Evan has been playing at Diligent. Fan favorites aren't always the same, as you might expect them to foil out. But Vedius, Japan, you're the man who's been doing the research. Break it down for me.
Yes, because on the other side, you talk about fan favorites, and there's certainly a lot of them in Japan. And in particular, their top laner, Evi, a very popular streamer over there. He is the highest ranked Japanese player on the Korean server, up there in Challenger. Very talented roster, and he tends to play sort of stuff that's very tank-based, very bruiser-based, and it's going to be interesting how well he synergizes with the jungler Tussle, because this guy had a very impressive performance at the International Wildcard Qualifiers, and he played things like Lee Sin, he played things like Rek'Sai, and he was very much about, I'm going to get an early Tiamat, I'm going to gank, I'm going to rush level 6, I'm just going to gank all over the map and be hyper-aggressive.
Well, looking at that too, his synergy with his support has always been a strong point for the Japan team. Now, Mithy, new patch, obviously, with standard lanes more prominent. How crucial is that jungle support synergy, or is it as big of a factor as it used to be?
I think it still is a very big factor. You see it less because there's no lane swap, so you don't really get to go with your jungler all the way since level 1. But you still have the synergy where you want to pick where if you have a pressure matchup, you want to like use that pressure you have on the bot lane to snowball other lanes through just vision advantage, for example. Or just ganks.
Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, the plants do seem to help set up the solo support if they want to ward, but nothing wrong with keeping it classic. And
yeah, the good thing about the plants is that now you don't really always depend on your jungler, especially if you're playing a ranged champion that kind of puts themselves in a really tough situation. If you get caught in the middle of the jungle, you can now use the plants to escape, run away. So it's a better patch for sports.
Absolutely. Of course, that's going to do it for us. That's enough from us overall. But before we send it to the caster desk, just want to give a quick shout out to the casters who have dressed up as the cast of Final Fantasy 16. We'll send it over to them now.
Thank you so much, Tifa. But we are the protagonists of our own anime here on the caster desk. But I am Richard Polscam. I am, of course, joined by Indiana, Frostcure, and Black. How are you, my friend?
There are not enough zippers for us to even qualify for Final Fantasy characters.
Not yet, not yet. But before the game gets underway, let's take a look at the contenders we have here today. Starting in the blue corner, representing Team Fire, it is Japan. In the top lane, it will be Evi from 7th Heaven. Jungle, Tussle from Rampage. Seros on Detonation Focus Me, Heretti from Unsold Stuff Gaming, and his support, Dara on Rampage.
And on the red side of the rift for Team Ice, the Oceanic All-Stars. Of course, we just actually saw them on your screen right there, but we'll get it fixed. It's in the top lane. It's going to be Swiper from the Chiefs Esports. In the jungle, Carbon representing Legacy Esports. Mid, it's another Chief member from Swiffer. And then AD carry and support, it's the old duo, Radier and Rosie from the Direwolves and Tainted Minds.
I can't remember if they said this on the analyst desk, but Raider is now a lawyer. He stopped and moved away from League of Legends. He's kind of like an upper plat player, diamond player, but he's now a lawyer. This game writes itself. He's playing against a Japanese team. You know what I'm going to be calling out as we get into game. I'm not going to spoil it. You guys know anyway.
Oh, God.
You signed up for this.
I definitely did with full... See, the thing is we actually... the casters pick, and which games we pick, it kind of depends. So, you know, if you want to do the Oceanic games, you actually have to wrestle an alligator, and then whoever successfully does that gets to cast the Oceanic games. But for the Japanese games, we're like, let's do a Beyblade arena fight. And Pulse stepped at, he's like, Beyblade arena, I'm ready.
I'm in. And I bodied everyone, and that's why I'm here right now with Roscoe, and that's how it all came together. But I'm really excited to watch this matchup. I mean, just in terms of player stories as well, Japan is just a crazy team. You've got Evie in the top lane. He was on a team that was basically made to be the hitman of their league and just take out the top.
Very popular, very well respected. It was funny, you know, when the players were getting into the room, the Oceanic team was talking a little bit of trash, like, oh, we're going to ice you and things like that, because obviously they're representing Team Ice. Meanwhile, the Japanese players get in, they're like, have fun. It's okay, like exclamation point, just very adorable across the board. But, you know, we did mention that there were rivalries on the Oceanic team. There's also rivalries happening on the Japanese team as well. Again, it's a mixture of 3 different teams. You got Rampage, you got USG, as well as 7th Heaven there. So it's not all cohesive sunshine and rainbows on either side. Japan coming into this, you know, the players said that we're very proud. We were very surprised that we got selected for this for their individual roles, and they're just here to make an impact and a splash. The region recently has had a lot of money flowing into it to try to level up the structure and the support, you know, get them towards more of like what's been established as the standard in the power regions. And so making an impact here would really congratulate all of that success they've put back home domestically.
I mean, they haven't had like the best performances, of course, when you've looked at previous IWC tournaments. But when you look at the lineup, talking about money being injected into them, we'll get onto that topic later. But we do have those Korean imports, of course, Tussle and Dara. So keep an eye out for them. But we are into Champion Select here. Japan taking on Oceania. And it will be Karma as the first ban here, followed by that Syndra aimed at the mid lane of Seros.
So we started to see a bit of trends happening over the first 2 games. We're starting to see that bleed into this 3rd game now for the day. And it's always going to be a question, you know, what is the meta going to look like? A lot of Syndra and a lot of Karma either priority pick and ban, although suddenly things are starting to diverge.
Indeed they are. Kennen and LeBlanc banned away here, followed by Jace as well. So taking a little bit from the world meta, Oceanic following that train of thought.
And we have to recognize that Swiper and the Oceanic team, the Chiefs, did recently play at IM, and Swiper was picking up that Kennen, so definitely a lot of respect going there from Evie.
We're waiting for that final ban, which will be locked in by OCE, and that'll be the Rise. So a lot aimed towards Seros here as one of their star players on the lineup.
Yeah, that's going to be 3 bans for the jungle as well as 2 for the top lane, which means that the, mid lane and the top lane, which means that the jungle pool is completely wide open. We've seen Lee Sin hit the bench a couple of times, Ivern played or hit, and it's actually not going to be a jungle priority because you have so many options available.
And from what we've seen earlier today, we know that mini-meta is starting to evolve. We're seeing Courage of the Colossus, of course, be a massive factor as we're getting into this tournament so far. Can definitely take over a game. I know Frosky patting me on the shoulder because it's triggering me a little bit. I'm like, oh boy, we get to see assassins and crazy stuff, and no, 4 times every game.
No, I see backstage, Pulse, you were saying, you know, I really always wanted to cast an Alawi game. And I was like, you should have come to the OPL because Swiper is a huge Alawi player. I don't know if he's going to connect on it and lock it in, but it's definitely a pocket pick for him.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it, but what has been locked in for certain is the Japanese lineup locking in the Ashe for the ADC. So giving Hereti what he wants to start with this one off.
Yeah, and you know, we saw priority from Jhin last match when the Ashe was available, so it still kind of goes back, but we're still seeing more of the utility carries be the focus for this tournament, although Vayne was targeted out a bit in the ban, so kind of curious. Again, Hereti, one of the more newer members on this lineup. He's kind of here by proxy. He wasn't initially the first choice, so again, very happy, very honored to represent his region here.
We have that response now from OCE, Warby, Bard, and Lee Sin picked up there for Carboss himself.
So I was talking to Carbon the other day, and he was saying that for Oceania so far in scrims, that Lee Sin is going to be their go-to, so no surprise to see him prioritize that very early in their first game. It's really about the gank power. So again, the jungle timers were changed 100 to 150 seconds, which means you have much wider windows to actually be proactive in those gank paths. And being one of the best ganking champions alongside Elise is that Lee Sin.
There was a part of me that was fearing maybe a Nunu lock-in from Carberoni, but because Nunu, of course, can't proc off Courage of the Colossus, down a little in priority, even though I know that he likes to go to that champion to make people suffer. Olaf and Northless being locked in here as well. Northless we saw earlier in the day, just strong at the moment with that mastery.
Yeah, just Courage of the Colossus all day. The fact that he's able to get that off with his auto attack is pretty ridiculous since there's so much CC riddled throughout his kit. I'm liking to see Olaf kind of return back. The thing is, he was slowed down a little bit. One of his big things is he has great dueling potential and he jungles very quickly. Obviously, again, with the jungle timers being changed around, he loses a bit of priority there, but we'll see what Tussle can do with him.
Bit of a change up from OCE, Poppy, nothing to write home about, but the Vayne now coming in, and we have been seeing from people and hearing whispers of the hyper carries in the ADC role really coming back into priority.
All I've learned from Raydir, because he's been playing League of Legends again for maybe 2-3 weeks now, I was like, what do you think of the new patch? He's like, Vayne is fun. So there we go, putting his money where his mouth is, hasn't played for like months, is now a lawyer, he's like most mechanically intensive 80 carry, get me in there.
Look man, I just need to pick up one kill so I can say my line. That's all I need. And there's the lock-in of Vel'Koz coming in there for the Japanese lineup. I know if Alawi was locked in, we'd have a very different cast here, but Vel'Koz suits the bill as well here, Frosk.
That was too easy. No, so Saros is known as an innovator in Japan. He said that he had some sneaky picks. In fact, Japan was alluding before this tournament that they had some sneaky strategies. They have a very interesting and unique meta, so no surprise to kind of see Saros go a little bit on the unbeaten path, although we have seen a Vel'Koz recently again at that IAM. But otherwise, pretty standard picks across the board outside that mid.
Unclogging the Frog as well with Tam Kench. And as you were talking about, like, Saros is that innovator. If you followed him at all, you will have known that he used to be that big Zilean player.
And this is what's cool, is because Saros is known as the faker of Japan. He is their premier mid laner. Recently got a bit of competition with Roki coming up through the league, so it's kind of the first time that Saros had to really return to form. And it's explosive in this matchup in particular, because if you're looking at Saros on Team Fire, you need to look at Swiffer on Team Ice. Now has the victor in his pocket for that last pick, and he is the best performing player in Oceania right now. So these two mid laners are going in for a clash.
They're gonna duke it out, and we'll see how the junglers also get involved in that action. But the last pickup was Victor coming into the mid lane, so Victor versus Vel'Koz. Not something I was expecting to see in this tournament, but there we have it.
I mean, that's pretty much just going to be wave clearing back and back, but again, it's the impact that these two players can make for their team, especially when we get to these big 5v5s. They have the potential to turn games around, and they've both stepped up and shown that they are the best performing players in their regions.
All right, Frost, well, we have the full lineups now, so we can actually see the full composition. So where are these teams looking to hit home outside of the laning phase?
I mean, obviously, we've got a Vayne sitting on Oceania. You have to give respect to that. Courage of the Colossus is running crazy right now. Vayne doesn't really care about any of these shields. She's going to go for the true damage. She's going to shred you down. On the other side, I think it's all about kind of that tricky Vel'Koz. You know, what are you going to be able to execute, speaking of true damage?
Yeah, taking them out with that geometry, but we'll see how that one works out. We need you guys to tag in at home as well. Use the hashtag JPNWin or the hashtag OCEWin. Tweet that one to @LOLEsports. We'll be checking in on what you think about these lineups, the team, and how this game will go. I'm certainly very excited to see how this one all pans and turns out. Very interesting players, very interesting stories, and a great matchup as well.
It's always a joy to see Japan versus Oceania. I'm not going to call it a rivalry, but there's been multiple international events where Japan has kind of been the thorn in Oceania's side, just kind of cutting them down at the very last step before international glory.
So if they can do it again today, we'll be getting into game very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see all of the players on your screen getting ready to hit the Rift here for our third game of the day. And we are now into game Fire and Ice, going toe-to-toe once again with Japan against Oceania.
We were one Super Galaxy Rumble skin away from a Pacific Rim. and I'm really disappointed.
We were close, Frosk, but we'll have to see if, of course, the jungle and mid lane synergy is drift compatible as we get into game here. And we'll be finding out over the first couple minutes.
So what's unique to me in the jungle changes is how the level 1 vision game has changed. So we saw at Worlds it kind of changed from deep vision to scouting vision because it was more about prioritizing your vision to secure your lane matchups, making sure that you got control of the incoming creep wave as opposed to finding the enemy jungler's start path. It's kind of now reverted back to deep vision, or at least collective 5s, just because most junglers are starting their buffs. Now, Team Ice do have an advantage here, and that they know for sure that Olaf's going to be starting his blue buff, because that's what Olaf needs. He's very dependent on the blue to do his jungle quickly. In response, Carbon is making the choice to also start the same side of the map. It's fairly common to start the top side of the map, but he did have the opportunity that he could have mixed it up, that he could have created windows where the junglers would be on opposite sides to open up different ganking paths.
It's so very interesting now as well with all the camps changing, the time is changing even, like bot lane can't even get involved in taking those camps or taking that level 1 or even helping the jungler. It's all about getting to that lane first in those long lanes.
And this definitely does mean that Bard becomes stronger just because, as Krepo likes to say, he's one of the strongest champions level 1 due to his meeps. And the longer that you're at level 1, the more punishing Bard can be. We'll see if Courage of the Colossus as well as that Ignite on Nautilus can compensate for it, because again, we haven't even mentioned, Kench went to the top lane.
That's very true. Evie's going to be bringing it up there. Evie a play on Ebby as a shrimp, so he's playing the Marine life coming into this one.
And we've really hyped up Evie, you know, 500 LP challenger on Korean server. That's not something that's easy to do by any means.
Oh, yeah.
He also does it playing from Japan with 80 ping. So, you know, everyone else is sitting in Korea and you're like 7, 8
yeah,
ping.
like a single digit thing.
But on the other side of that, Dara also has a ton of respect. He's considered the best support in the region. The desk was talking about his synergy with the jungler Tussler because they're from the same team, Rampage. And so it's really kind of a combination of how are this Olaf and this Nautilus going to connect and start exploiting Ice, especially in this bot lane. They have so many tools to do it. You've got so much CC riddled through Nautilus's kit. You have the Asher at level 6, and it completely compensates for the lack of CC on Olaf's kit.
And Raydir, he's just trying to play the farm game right now. He's like, look guys, I've been a lawyer for the last couple of months. Just let me farm. Let me just play Vayne and I'll get to late game and I'll kill all of you.
Let me even back it up farther. Look guys, I'm Raydir. I sit in my lane, I farm, I play the hyper carry. This was Raydir's MO even before he went into retirement. The thing is the Chiefs used to understand, get Raydir to late game, he'll make the hero play. He got a pentakill when he did take down Legacy kind of the last time we saw him. So the expectation, he's a 5v5 AD carry, he's not a laning AD carry.
How much faith is there now, though? Having taken such a hiatus from the game and now coming back, they're clearly still some faith because they've given him that Vayne, but is it then putting that burden on Swiffer in the mid lane and saying, hey, if this Vayne doesn't work out, we'll just bring someone else to the table who can also blow up the whole enemy team?
I think the burden is actually on Carbon, particularly because he is that Lee Sin pick, because the jungler is still very important in setting the tempo of this game, and it's really all eyes on Carbos here as kind of the captain and shot caller to dictate the flow and kind of compensate for the fact that, you know, Swiffer's just, it's going to be ping pong back in the mid lane. I'm going to push it in, you're going to push it back. Raydir's going to be down there, he's going to be free farming. Swiper's up here on Poppy. All eyes are on this Lee Sin if the Chiefs want to get something going early.
Let's see if that is the case. And Swiffer, he's got that early blue buff actually coming in from Carbradoodle, so he's actually given that one over to his Victor in the mid lane.
You just change it up as a nickname every time. Cardoodle,
yeah.
Carboss,
Don't worry,
Carbon.
I've got a zillion of them, but we have Olaf coming into the top lane. Tussle looking for some blood. Swiper, he's going to use them to jump back to his tower, so he's not going to be in bad shape at all. Of course, very difficult to gank a Poppy from directly behind.
And frankly, that's a big win for Oss across the board. The fact that you did burn the Ghost on the Olaf and didn't exchange any of your summoners because you did use that charge to reposition yourself back to safety. See what Tussle does with it, and if he will have that cooldown depending on how quickly he gets to level 6. Because obviously Ragnarok is really dependent on Ghost, and if it's delayed, although he is level 4, so he might have a big enough window on it, it could also delay that power spike even further.
Yeah. Great thing about Ghost, pretty short cooldown compared to the rest of the mobility spells. And Swiffer is just dodging out the geometry being thrown at him from Saras, but there is Carbon coming into the mid lane, looking to put some hurt on to Vel'Koz, but Saras will back off to his tower, just be shoved in a little bit, fairly even, as that laser comes in and evens up the playing field.
Yep, and another ghost down, and with the pressure in mid lane, Carbon then immediately transfers pressure into the jungle, laying down Deep Vision and teaming up with Rosie. And this is the next player that I want to highlight. Rosie is incredibly aggressive. He's a known Bard player. He likes to play playmaking supports, and he has been known in competitive matches to play static Shiv Bard. Don't think we're going to see it today, but that's pretty much the essence of Rosie. This guy likes to kill people.
Pretty sure he builds a rapid fire cannon as well, and that's another staple of his, which I think is fantastic. That is very rude, actually, but which is fantastic because One Punch Bard, for you guys who at home maybe don't know, you just go all on hit. You walk around, you hit someone once, you do a lot of damage. You may not kill them, but it's fun, and Rosie loves that. So
Just
hopefully we'll see
killing
him.
people
Hopefully we'll see him do that this game because he has started off with the Spell Feast Edge, which is part of the core build. I know a lot of cheese for us, Kieran.
I can tell.
Me and Spawn have that in common. Get out of here, creeps.
That is unfortunate.
Just wanted to punt Evie away from the minions. Try and deny a couple there, but he's got his dancing shoes on. Tahm Kench ready in the top lane.
No, but Carbon is actually hanging around the area. So again, the Chiefs made a big effort to place a lot of vision over the bottom side of the jungle. That vision has now lifted, which is why Seras has actually snuck in here. Now he will appear in the river because there is a fairly shallow ice ward, and Hook doesn't connect, which means that this play now fizzles out.
I was very interested in just the plants as well, and also how that affects top laners, because we've spoken a bunch about like the revealing power, and as well as the blast cones or the popcorn, as Atlas put it, but how the top laners will really aggress over those. And because this isn't like a super volatile matchup, then controlling the plant doesn't matter that much. But in an aggressive matchup where you can just push out the wave, there's no jungler presence, and you can really make an impact. So a topic for another time when we have a matchup that will really get involved.
I was going to say, speaking of volatile, what Swiffer is doing with Fog of War and kind of taunting Seras on the top side of the map is fairly volatile, as Ice or Oceania are now kind of looking to contest this blue buff. Although, here we go.
Life Form Disintegration!
Oh!
He'll fall over. That's first blood going to Seras.
Okay, so Seras is not playing that game. Swiffer was a little bit cheeky, playing with the Fog of War, just kind of baiting him. You know we want this blue buff. Seras sits in the mid lane, pushes the way forward, forces Swiffer to come back and respond, and then just goes toe-to-toe with the solo kill. We said that this was going to be explosive, then we saw the control mages come in. I was like, you know, maybe we'll back up a lot, pop the brakes, but Seras is like, no.
No, he gave him the tentacles there for sure, Frosk, and now he's in a pretty good shape. We'll pick up this blue buff most likely, and then head on back to base, pick up a couple items, put Swiffer further behind. 8 minutes into the game, now with that first blood. In terms of actual gold, has not really made a big divide between the two teams. There's a slight CS advantage in the top lane with that Poppy there. But Seras is actually going to stick around and carry on clearing.
No, the most important thing and the big thing on the map right now is Swiffer not having his flash. The fact that Seras made that look easy, didn't have to expend any of his summoners, just really lasered down Swiffer, that can be punished again. So now it's about how will Seras control the creep wave, try to pull Swiffer out from hiding, and try to continue to punish that. So taking another look, this is really just this laser reaching across the entire lane, managed to hit every single one of his abilities and just blows him up.
He was like pretty much full health as well. Like you go against a Vel'Koz, like maybe his like kill pressure is like 50, 60%. Nope, you're at 90%.
And
he took you
Vel'Koz
out.
is pretty excellent at, you know, shredding through teams despite whatever their tanky makeup will be. So, you know, Japan obviously recognizing the strength of the possible Courage of the Colossus compositions and having this pocket pick available.
True damage, we got true damage. Nice Vayne. Dara happy to clear out this ward in the bottom lane, had that control ward ready to go. And Carbos will give over this blue as well to Swiffer.
What becomes scary right now is that bot lane is now level 6, so you have Swiffer, who's in an incredibly dangerous situation not having a summoner mid. Although, as I say that, now we're looking top.
Yeah, wet noodle fight for the most part.
It was close. He tried to get him under the tower.
It is. There we go.
He's
We've
not
got
done.
Another stack. No, he's still going.
Slap him.
And that's going to force the knockback in from Swiper. So did get the ultimate out there just
But
by being a douchebag.
This does just emphasize, though, kind of the disgusting situation that the Chiefs find themselves in. The mid lane right now is pretty much done until Swiffer gets his flashback. He's in a very precarious situation. It's going to force Carbon to hang around to babysit, hold his hand, which means that no one is there to help bottom lane like this.
Man, that Oh, the CC chain is brutal. Rosie's going to give himself a Zhonya's, looks for the lockdown, but Tussel's having none of it. There's the Ragnarok. Tussel will bite the dust, and Raydir, he's trying to get out of there. Carbos coming down along with Swiffer, looking to reinforce the front lines. Already goes down, and Swiper still trying to get involved in this fight, but Evie is the one under attack. Here comes Seros, lasers down Lee Sin, and that will be resulting in a 2-for-2. We're maybe looking for more. Darius sending up the kill onto Swiffer. Goodbye. That's the double kill for the Vel'Koz in the mid lane.
And finally, everyone gets involved, and they're able to exploit the small advantages that they had created in the other lane. So great idea from Japan. The execution could have been cleaned up a little bit in terms of their target selection, especially with the limited CC that they had, but overall a victory for them.
We're going to see it once more here, Frosk.
So this is what I was saying. The fact that Carbon has to respond to the mid lane means that Fire know that they have this opportunity. Lee Sin has to babysit Victor. We have all of the ultimates in the bottom lane. Let's exploit them. So I love the initial decision making here. And then again, it's just kind of the CC, how far that they chase, and the fact that they didn't instantaneously blow someone up with their big important cooldowns.
I really would have liked Swiper to come in maybe a fraction of a second earlier, because the Bard ultimate goes on top of himself, and he's just like, I want to buy some time for Poppy to come in, but by then it was too late. Tentacle Monster comes in from the mid lane, and Dara just sets up a nice last kill into Swiffer. If he dodges that, Raydir dies, so took a bullet for the main man, and double kill over to Vel'Koz there. So 3-0-0. Got the Morellan on Makana. Dragon as well.
They're running mid. Hold on. Seros.
How is he going to do? Carbon.
Doesn't have flash, so he can't go in to try to insec him off the tower.
Flash, yeah. Tussle getting caught up by Swiper. That's going to force the Ragnarok. And Resonating Strike will not connect onto Olaf as he backs away.
But I almost called them the Chiefs. The Oceanic squad not slowing down. Immediately get back onto the field, secure that dragon, and that's 2 attempted ganks right now, and now a scuffle in top.
Well, this is going to be another long one, but from previous indifferences, we've seen the Tahm Kench get ahead, and Lee Sin was looking to get involved there, but everyone backs away.
Okay, everything should calm now. Tussle now needs to take back control. Preferably clear out his jungle because he's got a lot of Oceanic vision behind him. So he should be spotted out by Swiffer.
You would assume so.
It's also why Raydir and Rosie are playing so defensively right now. So this is actually important. Positioning. So you'll notice how Rosie and Raydir are sitting behind the tower. It's because they're against the Nautilus. Obviously, unlike the Blitzcrank and the Thresh, who can throw the hook and go through the turret, Nautilus's hook will connect with the structure. So anytime you're facing a Nautilus, just cower behind Matt. It'll protect you so he can't look for the easy dive because he is tanky enough to do it.
Words of wisdom also against Graves as well, because he just literally can't hit you. Here comes Carbos into the mid lane once again.
Oh, he missed it.
Yeah, Saros will get away with his life. Does go down to half though, because that's the Warrior enchant from Carbon, so he's in pretty good shape when it comes to damage. And Tussle and Dara will tag team the Crab. He'll be going down, and Carbos will use this opportunity to take away the blue buff as Swiper comes down as well to assist him. Evie, he wants a piece of this pie, but I don't think he's getting in range with limited assistance from his mid lane and jungler. Give him a lick. Tastes just like Poppy.
Japan have put all of their eggs kind of in this bottom side basket. So in response of losing their blue buff, they're actually going to attempt a dive here, or at least get pressure on the tower, possibly look for first brick. Here comes the arrow.
Right through the goal. Rosie, pretty happy with that result.
We say the wickets in Australia.
The wickets? All right, got you. I'm gonna have to adapt to that one.
Oh, just misses the wall. If that had connected...
Or anyone behind him. There was a good sidestep at the end there. Seros getting kicked back to safety.
Will it
he's
tick?
sticking down. Nah, he's good. He's good.
The creeps. Changed aggro to the tower. Again, Carbon not having his flash, so just trying to brute force the damage with the red buff.
Still going to send him back to base. Tussle wants to do the same thing. Flash, hook from Dara. CC chain. Tussle takes out his counterpart.
Oh, hold on, not
Swiffer,
over yet.
He's staying around. He pops the ultimate. He's forcing the Nautilus back, but he's playing with some fire.
But there we go. There's the Rampage members, Dara and Tussle together again, and you can see that clear communication. The fact that the Ragnarok comes down, Dara's like, I got you, immediately flashes to set him up for the kill.
Very impressive stuff. 5-2 in total here. Fire taking the reins on this game so far against Ice. Just 2,000 gold ahead. But of course, Ice did get that, that speedy dragon, the Cloud Dragon, of course. And they will just be playing out the rest of this game here. Where's the gold distribution? Well, Seros is massive, so that's a thing. And
the Vel'Koz is big.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we expected coming into the matchup, right? It's just like, it's going to be a lot about this mid lane, how Seros stacks up against Swiffer, and how they get into those late game team fights.
We are going to actually take another look at that replay, though. And again, it's as soon as the Ragnarok is, like, look at how far back Dara was when the Ragnarok was procced. The communication of, I'm going to flash this wall, I can get him. Trust me, use that big cooldown. We're going to find you a kill.
And that he did in the end. Flash from Rosie doesn't connect onto a wall. Weird angle there. Radier coming in once again. Carbon is here to assist. Hereti putting down the damage he can. There's the flash kick that we're all looking for. And that will be Radier picking up that first kill of the game for himself. Radier going for this one-on-one trade. I'm not even sure how this is going to go, but everyone is behind him to assist. And Seros, he was just buying time. You've activated my trap card. And Radier trying to get away, but not going to be so lucky. Down for the count. And Swiffer, meanwhile, takes out Tosso in the top lane. It's a feast in bottom lane as Tahm Kench finds another.
Just absolutely dunked right there. Gobbles up Carbon, spikes him on the ground to pick up the kill, as well as the tower. Huge swing for Japan.
8 and 4 now. Swiffer taking the opportunity to chunk the middle tower, but will not be able to take this one away as this minion wave is dissipating. Big swing here, as you mentioned, for us.
Yeah, and that was all on the back of Radier. You know, we said this guy's a retired player. He's now a lawyer. He hasn't played League of Legends in quite a minute, and you can clearly see right there, that was strictly a mechanical error. He stepped forward, didn't respect the space that Ashe had, and you could almost see.
Seros is just kind of like
dead.
chilling. Yeah, see you later. And that will be the shutdown.
He put himself in between the wall and the turret.
Yes.
Small space, nowhere to escape. Speaking of not respecting your opponent.
Respect the disco ball. We were saying that as soon as the changes came to Victor Ultimate. It's just like, that hurts a lot. You should get out of there. Unfortunately, did not respect, but that will be a kill back over to the mid laner. And we'll see this bottom lane tussle once again.
I mean, all eyes really need to be on Radier. Carbon plays this immaculately to set it up, especially with the flash kick right about here. And again, you can start the animation, and in the middle of the animation, you can apply your flash, put yourself on the other side, and change the trajectory. This right here. This is, am I escaping, guys? Miscommunication, not knowing your limits, not keeping track of the mid laner. This is classic Radier.
And Bard pays for it with his life, and as does Radier himself. And Tussle was just being run down up there.
This is my favorite moment, though. Learn your place. It's on the ground.
On the floor. And Japan really putting it to OCE right now. Here comes the next dragon. It will be Infernal.
This is...
Carbon's actually in place to take this with Radier.
Very risky, however. The Ashe arrow is back up. If I'm Japan, I'm pulling the trigger on this. I'm taking this fight 100%.
Well, Tosso's being chunked out.
Here comes the arrow.
The trigger. There's a hook onto Radier. He's shut down. Carbon takes out Seros off to the side. There's the Bard ultimate. Tosso falling down after Carbon. He finds one. He's onto Swiffer. Doesn't connect the Q. Meanwhile, Rosie being chased down by Dara and Hereti. Trying to get out of range. The Sunfire will finish him off. And Swiper looking for another kill onto Dara. This has turned into a fiesta. It's all tanks. And now Swiffer coming in. He wants something, but there's only tanks.
Scared.
Well, there's the hook. He's managed to dodge it.
You can go back in. The hook's down.
The Q's coming out from Rosie. He's trying to do everything he can, but he's just a Bard. And Dara, he's good to go.
Okay, that 100% should have been Japan's fight, but they made one crucial error, and it was Seros's positioning in the mid lane. Stuck between a rock and a hard place and just got obliterated. Plus the fact that Evie didn't have his teleport or the Tahm Kench ultimate, but it was just about to come up. So Japan, all they needed to do was be patient. They could have then met the 5v5. Unfortunately, Poppy's teleport came in earlier, and they put themselves at a disadvantaged situation when that was their fight to win.
All right, I'm trying to figure out what's going on right now as the Tahm Kench is flanking.
He's
There's
dead.
the knock-up, and diagnosis, Swiffer dead.
Yeah.
Time of death, 80 minutes, 52 seconds.
That is what happened. There we go, contesting Raptors.
Get out of there, Carbon. He's got the Warthog. He's good. But now the mid lane push is coming in for Fire. They have the minion wave also there and the entire lineup. There's the hook onto Carbon. Just needs to hide behind the tower, and he's dead before he can get back to his team. Safeguard was down, and as is Carbon. Mid tower will be soon to follow, and the siege will continue.
The problem is that without their Victor, they have no wave clear. You look at Vayne, she's just got an Infinity Edge in the bank. There's no way that they can safely approach this tower, especially with the reach and oppression of Vel'Koz on it. So this is going to be 2 structures for free, simply because Swiffer was caught overextended.
2 towers. Another swing here for Team Fire and the Japanese lineup. And they're just going to stroll through the enemy jungle over to the Infernal Dragon, which was not even picked up. So yet another win.
And here's the crosswords for Oceania. They can decide, we fight this here because Swiffer has just come off of base. They haven't bought yet and spent the gold of this tower.
or a Riptide will slow down OCE in their tracks. Dara may be the sacrificial Nautilus, but he's going to burn his flash, so he's good.
Or the decision would have been to go to the lanes, consolidate the farm, and hang on. Now Oceania are in a very precarious situation. There's just been a ton of gold as well as the Infernal Drink stacked onto Team Fire. They will get a consolation turret. But for now, again, Japan in full control. They can start setting up their vision control around the Baron. And we're going to look at this mid lane fight that really set off the big swing for Japan. Check out where Saros is. So Tussle gets pushed off, and then Saros is just going to get collapsed on and deleted right between Carbon and Swiffer. The teleport comes in, Swiper here. It's now a big numbers disadvantage in favor of Team Ice. And Tahm Kench, if you look at your map, he's now just wandering into the mid lane. If Japan had just been patient by 15 seconds, waiting for that Tahm Kench ult to come up so they know that they could have contested for a 5v5 and attacking from the same side. Again, they had the gold lead. They had the pressure lead because the tower was down bottom. They connected beautiful arrows. All of that CC, they just didn't execute it well.
But let's emphasize this, though. From that last fight, it was really just like Swiffer being the rock and Carbon's hard plays, just like instantly taking down Saros.
The two rivals.
The two rivals. And
teaming up.
We know that like Saros was going to be a big cornerstone of this matchup, along with Swiffer. And the start, it was just like, got the 1v1 kill. Really good place. He's 6-2-4. He's still in a good place. But when you have so much of that goal just going down the toilet in team fights, that's when problems start to arise.
But the problem is that Swiffer then immediately overextended and gave the game right back to Japan by taking those two structures and now looking to get more. So the problem is, yes, Saros made a mistake, but I don't think he's going to make that same mistake twice.
Yeah,
and
it's not causing the raid wipe, right? Like he's not
exactly.
Yeah, he's good, guys. Top lane gonna go down to the 3-man gank squad from Fire. Be another turret going over to them. 4-2-1 currently, 22 minutes into this game. Heretti clearing out that ward real quick, and Raydir, he's left to farm all by his lonesome, which is his natural habitat. Raydir loves that stuff. Tussle will clear away the rest of the ward from the Baron pit. And Carbon, he's just going to check it with a quick resonating strike over the wall.
This is also something that gives a higher priority to Lee Sin, simply because of how the vision game has changed. So now you see the control wards going down on Baron. Again, they deactivate wards that or sight wards that they see.
Correct.
As well as allowing you to see them. So they're incredibly oppressive for Baron, which I think puts Purple side in a very precarious situation, because if you actually look at the shape of the map, going into the Baron pit from Purple side, you have to walk through two tiny choke points. And they have a Vel'Koz, and they have an Ashe, and they have a Nautilus. Losing control over that pit, especially for how important that buff is going to be the absolute end of Team Ice. But because Lee Sin has the ability to scout the Baron pit still with his Q, it's like that one shred of hope.
Well, I believe in Carbon. I have faith. He can be the shining hope, the shining light of this lineup. He is 1-5-3 currently, unfortunately. However, if he steals that Baron, he will be the hero that we need and deserve. Here comes the TP into top lane.
There's
Ice
a TP
setting up for a play. The return TP.
Here comes Kench.
But the Kench is coming in. Dara, he's going to lock down Swiper already. He's under attack, but Tahm Kench going to gobble him up. Rosie putting some damage down. Carbon, he's going deep. Raydir coming in as well. He's putting down the damage. He's untouched. Dara and Evie only now turning onto the Vayne. Swiffer coming in for the party. But Evie, he's got the shields. He's ready to go. And Tussle, he has arrived through the Bard portal. Oh, there's Boppy going down. And Rosie also going to be sliced and diced by the angry Viking who was coming after him. Victor, I'm not sure he can get away, especially with Tahm Kench closing in with the noose. Dara going to be locking up with all this disgusting CC. That went from bad to worse, and that will be the ace for Japan.
But I don't think that they can translate it into anything other than resetting their waves. They're not going to immediately go to a Baron. They probably won't be able to push down a structure, although we'll see how much damage Tussle can do to it.
Well, he is half health, so that is theoretically more damage.
Yeah, so they're actually just gonna reset the wave, making sure that it pushes in, touches the tower, and will bounce back. Now it's about resetting your position, and again, moving in to control these big monster objectives like the Baron pit.
Carbon, he's on the hunt. He's found Olaf. I'm not sure this is a trade he wants, actually.
Did he find Olaf, or did Olaf find him?
We're about to find out, Froskull. Does he do it? Carbon, come on.
Be a man!
What? Really? I've seen Carbon go on way more riskier dives, such as the dive they went in top lane. And he didn't go in on Tussle. He had the execute damage. That was montage material waiting to happen.
Split second.
Yeah.
The pressure.
I mean, he had 3 seconds to execute. across. Like he had many seconds, many milliseconds.
Meanwhile,
what's happening here then? Well, there's the flash, there's the Q, there's the combo.
this was the solo kill that we missed while the dive was happening. Okay, so now I get to talk about this dive, and I'm actually... The thing is this composition from Fire is so tanky that as soon as Radier is gone, and since Swiffer is solo killing Seros in the mid lane, it's over. And the problem is that Evie is massive. Tahm Kench pretty much did all of that damage, and it was executed fairly well by Oceania. The fact that Swiper maintained the tower aggro for the entire time, letting Radier just kind of run free. But again, Tahm Kench just gets on the Vayne, and not only is he ridiculously tanky, he's doing ridiculous amounts of damage.
I like the fact that...
And then he chases, like, Evie superstar that fight.
Okay, I didn't like that fight, but...
What? Hello? That was gorgeous.
No, like everyone being chased down, that was fine. But Ice, going for that dive in the top lane, pulling the trigger, great. But then as soon as Olaf arrived, they stayed in too long and just got run over. There was an attempt there by Fire to try and go for the Baron, but they were...
There's no reverse
stopped.
on this Crocodile. Like, it only goes forward. Did you know that a Crocodile can run forward at, like, 60 miles an hour?
Really?
No.
Oh. I was gonna say, they didn't seem like
jumps up to 25 feet.
Animals. Do you know any facts about crocodiles, or are you just the troll facts?
They only run in straight lines. If a crocodile ever chases you, you're supposed to zigzag.
Okay. But then you're pathing back into its, like,
Not
zone of
zigzag
vision,
towards
right?
it.
Okay. So as soon as it turns. So who's the crocodile in this analogy? Is it Fire?
It's definitely Kench.
Okay.
And there he goes. He's got Bard.
All right. All right, Bard. I'm gonna need some zigzags coming out here. This is perfect. All right, Evie. He's going in a straight line. There's the zig. Can he make the zag happen? Yes, he does.
Magical journey. Okay. It's now the Baron setup. Thank God they have the Cloud Dragon, so that way they can escape the Crocodile if it does run at them. Covering that. But right now, what Oceania are trying to do is they're trying to force Japan out of the Baron pit so they can go in and contest the vision, which is why they're shoving down mid. Ooh.
That's some dirty wave clear coming in from Fire. Pretty much all dispensed by Vel'Koz.
Yeah, the communication here was a little bit unclear. They were deciding if they wanted... Oh, hold on.
Trying to pull the trigger, but both those triggers miss, and Dara wants out now.
That's big, though, because, again, that's kind of a breather. That's a hiatus from all of the pressure that Japan are putting down. Although, now it's do or die time. Again, Oceania runs mid. They're like, they're on the Baron. We need to get them back mid lane. Quick, push it, push it, push it.
And Evie's call is like, look, guys, let's just commit on the Baron. They've gone mid lane, but this is going to open up into a fight. Oh, Carbon uses his face as a face checker.
They need to get out of here, and they need to retain their health bars.
Radier, not sure if he's subscribing to that right now. He's trying to dodge away.
Rosie, take one for the team!
Oh, that was a little too close for comfort, but they both take the Stargates for safety. Swiffer, he's still trying to hang around. They don't want to just give this over for free, and Swiper's in the bottom lane, so actually the longer that Fire do not take this Baron, the better shape he's in. Swiper, he's coming up to try and help.
So again, they need to retain their health bars because they can't steal this, but they have to contest it. Here comes the team fight.
Seros coming in, Evie. All right, dodge the Crocodile. Swiper, he's made it past the Croc. He's going to knock away Nautilus. Evie being chased down. Tussle, he's going to take it. And Ice do not commit enough. Do they have the tools that it takes to get out alive? Well, Swiffer, he's going to put in the damage onto Seros. It's not going to be enough. Evie, he's still alive. Swiper, no swiping currently. He's moving on to Dara. And he is still alive. He's finally going to go down. Exchange for Swiper himself. A 1-for-1 trade. Swiffer, also low. Tussle.
Oh, no.
He's putting in the auto attacks. Here comes the TP. This is going to be an angry Tahm Kench. He backs away. Tussle, he's down. A kill over to Victor. He's gone. Where has he reappeared? He's off to the side. He's off to the flank. He's gunning for Ice. Lands the lick onto Rosie. There's too many juicy targets for him to go for. Heretti, he backs away.
Best case scenario for Ice right there, but overall, again, Japan still full in control of this game. They secure the Baron, they get the tower, and they're rubbing salt in the wound, frankly. Seros, a gorgeous flash. I don't know if you saw, but Swiper came in for the relentless charge on the wall. Seros immediately flashes it and then turns around, almost kills Swiffer on the exit.
Okay, let's see that one again. Carbon, hook to the face.
Yeah, so Carbon's dead here. The important thing is, again, that the Oceanic team is able to preserve their health bars because they know that our only option now is that we just need to poke them off or try to fight them off the Baron. We can no longer steal it. So, good play from Rosie. So now we speed it up. The problem is that Radier is stalled out. He's actually hit by the knockup from Vel'Koz as he approaches again. And it was a really good managing of the Baron, the fact that Tussle is strong enough to take it by himself, and they use Evie to zone him off. That flash right there.
Absolutely beautiful. And Dara was the only one to pay with his life, and even then it was close. And Hereti was full health at the end. Come on, Hereti, step it up. But
Evie
he
is
was positioning.
Like, he zones off all of Oceania, allows Tussle to secure the Baron, then he backs, teleports in, and starts the rest of the cleanup crew for Team Fire.
Definitely all over the place, but what I can say for certain is...
all over in the right places.
Yes, and Tussle's ultimate is down, as
Speaking
is
of right
Abyssal
place.
Voyage. Carbon, he does have that one ward left, so Evie's not going to be able to get him right now. And he's going to recall on that bush. Meanwhile...
Is this going to be a base race?
Fire
You
taking
can't
the
base race a
opportunity-
Baron.
No. No, you cannot. And we've got the recalls coming through thick and fast.
But they are not empowered. Which means that's going to be one free turret. See if Japan can translate this into even more. Again, they have so many dive potentials and tools left. They have the Nautilus ultimate as well as the arrow. So this is very capable, very tanky team.
This was very easy CC to land here. Here comes the push onto the tower. The chip damage, there's very little they can do. Radier takes a chunk of damage from Seros. That is starting to burn. Evie, he's walking up. He's being the front line they need. Again, the ultimate used there by Dara to zone away. The arrow blocked there by Carbon. Ultimate comes down onto Seros. This is the opportunity that Swiper may use. He's still blocking up the damage. He's taken too much. The laser will disintegrate him. Carbon also drops there. Evie is going to eat up the Vel'Koz. He's in good shape. Redemption comes down for the quick team heal. And that tower is long gone. In for the inhibitor as well. And Fire, they get to do whatever they want. Japan is just all over the place. And Ice, not sure if they can recover as they are getting melted right now. Radier caught as well by Dara. They are zoning him away. Tussle, this could be good. But no, unfortunately, Tahm Kench exists. Tussle will carry on to this tower. Suefa, he's doing all he can. The hero play that OCE need to keep this game alive did not pan out. And Radier cannot come with the objection that he really wanted in this game. And I really wanted to say, Fire, that's the win. That's the win to Japan.
Japan step up again and continue to be the consistent thorn in Oceanic's side. They seem to have found the Achilles heel, and every time, no matter what the representation, no matter what the roster, they find the wins.
They really were the protagonists of this story, Frosk. I was wondering, is it Radier? Is he going to be the hero? No.
No, it is definitely Evie, that guy in the top lane. Not only the fact that he got the Tahm Kench, and this game really kind of solidified the cherry on top, you know, in terms of how strong Tahm Kench is, especially now that he's been added as a flex, being able to move into that top position, being able to move and be successful in that support position. But what Evie was able to do with that champion, constantly right place, right time, starting the fights, zoning people off, prioritizing the objectives, teleporting back, finishing the fights. Just a phenomenal performance. I mean, we heard this guy's the best mechanical player in Japan, and he proved it right there.
I mean, he ended the game unkilled, and he outdamaged everyone else on his team outside of Vel'Koz. In fact, he outdamaged everyone other than the mid laners. As Tahm Kench top lane, he went in on this game.
And you know, we said that this was probably going to be a game about mid laners. You know, you got Swiffer on one side, you got Japan's Faker and Seros on the other side, and the fact that across Japan's roster that they had that ace in the hole with Evie in the top lane, the fact that he can carry from a tank position, because that's really what Tahm Kench allows you to do.
Yeah. Really perfect play from that side, and we saw a bit of a back and forth in the early game, but ultimately couldn't really get into those late game team fights, and they were forced, and they were forced hard, and I like the proactivity from OCE, thinking about the top lane dive, but they went in too deep, too hard, all got swept away under the rug, and ultimately Radier could not get the game he wanted, and the game that his team really needed from him.
The problem is that you have two different ideologies on these compositions for Oceania. So you have the Vayne and you have the Victor, so a very fragile backline. And then you have Lee Sin and Poppy. Now, both of them have great dive potential, a great reach into that backline. And you have very immobile carries. You know, Vel'Koz, he needs to be stationary during his ultimate. Ashe, very fragile, very immobile. You can jump back onto her. which is why, again, the Tahm Kench able to reposition them. But the thing is Vayne doesn't want her carries or her protection to dive back. She wants them to sit with her. So I feel like the Victor may be a poor choice. Maybe look towards that Cassiopeia, because the thing is Cassiopeia can stand next to Vayne and protect her.
Well, that was still the win to Japan in the end. Executed pretty well, I would say, in the end. But Hingers is standing by with Seras from Team Fire to hear more about that victory.
Thank you, Pulse. I'm joined right now by Sarah, mid laner for Japan. Congratulations on the win. I want to ask you about the Vel'Koz pick. Is that one of your favorite champions to play?
今回ベルコズをピックしたようですけど、実際自分の中で好きなチャンピオンの一つですか？
そうですね、好きなのもありますけど、盤で環境を整えれば勝率が一番高いジャンプだと思って、好きでなおかつ強いジャンプなのでピックしました。
Yeah, he's one of my favorite champions, but although I do like him, the draft phase has to really work on my end of the deal, so the draft went well and I thought Vel'Koz was a good pick, so I went with him.
Then how did it feel to get a solo kill in the mid lane first up? I mean, you were taking on one of Oceania's sort of best players and you just kind of dominated. Feel good?
今回、ソロキルから始まったと思いますけど、オセアニアのトッププレイヤーからソロキルを奪ったっていうことはどう思います？
そうですね、やっぱり、強い相手をソロキルできたっていうのはすごい嬉しいですね。
I feel really good because I know he's really high level and taking a solo kill from him really makes me proud.
Excellent. And finally, I want to ask what you're looking forward to for the rest of the tournament. There's a few different modes. Is there anything in particular that you're excited about?
自分の中で今後の、ゲームモードであったり何か期待しているところってありますか？
そうですね、去年1対1途中で負けてしまったので今回は勝ちたいですね。
In last year's IWCA, I did pretty well in 1v1s, but I want to go a little bit further this time, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Excellent stuff. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. And that's all from us now. We're going to send it right back to Sifa at the desk with more.
Thank you very much, Hingers. Of course, pretty back and forth game for some periods, but at a certain point, it just felt like Japan absolutely took control. Now, Vedius, I was excited about Seras. I was excited about all this Vel'Koz action, but you had a little bit of a different take.
Evie with the insane Tahm Kench. Now, I was told a lot about this Tahm Kench coming in. People were like, hey, you need to be careful because this guy really is well known in the region for this champion. When we saw it in the draft phase, a lot of us were discussing, hey, like Tahm Kench Ash bottom lane, very common, pretty good combo. And then it went straight to the top. I'm like, oh yeah, Evie plays this really good Tahm Kench, and he had a fantastic performance throughout the, I mean, we're going to cover it later on into the game, but he really was a standout player.
Well, absolutely. Let's start then with the early game. We have to start with some of these early fights because honestly, sometimes these were back and forth, but it just felt like Japan was so much more coordinated than what we saw from the Chiefs in their game, particularly around the bottom lane in the early stages.
Yeah, there was a lot of, I guess, positives for Oceania, but at the same time, a lot of negatives. And ultimately, to me, it came down to mechanics. The one saving grace was the start of this fight, which Rosie actually executed on decently well to get himself into an advantageous position where the rest of his team can come in. But those mechanics actually work out negatively in the end for the Chiefs as Japan collapse second, but more effectively.
It's pretty brutal to watch. You can see we get a little bit of cleanup here. Carbon moving in with Swiffer to make some of these moves. But honestly, a lot of points in this game. So it feels like Oceania just stayed a little bit too long, maybe got over-aggressive, or the target priority wasn't quite there. So, I mean, from your impression, what is the big difference between these teams at this stage, Rusty?
I think there was more of a drafting concern for the Oceanic team above all else. There was some good moves and some bad. So I don't know why they picked Vayne firstly. There's a lot of hype around it. We have seen it picked or banned in every single game so far, but I'm not personally going to say come out of retirement and play the hardest champion in an AD carry role. Play something like the Ashe or the Jhin and just be safe and work with your team. That's the biggest thing for me.
And Mithy, what are your thoughts on the Vayne pick? What is it supposed to bring? What did it bring there?
Well, my personal opinion about Vayne is that I don't think it's a very good champion, and it's very situational. You want to pick it into a lot of tanks, which is what they had, but at the same time, you don't want to get CC'd, like locked down, like Nautilus can do, for example. So it was a good pick, but at the same time, it's like a very hit or miss champion, and it loses lane in a bad way most of the times.
Well, in the hit or miss, I mean, you bring that up. Let's take a look at one of these team fights in the river, because some of these fights were absolutely brutal for Radier. And as good as Radier is, or as, you know, struggling as he is, not a whole lot of Vayne can do in some of these situations.
I mean, being forced into this choke point really isn't ideal for him, especially when you have the entire collapse from the Japanese lineup. And I mean, this is something that we do have to credit from the Japanese All-Star team, is that they were very quick to react to any sort of engagement that kicked off throughout the map. All 5 members would try to collapse as often as they can, and it was just so back and forth, but it always ended up with tanks versus tanks in the end. And at the end of the day, Japan, they just had way more tanks.
They had 3 tanks. It was pretty absurd. There was actually no counterplay when the Vayne can't hit those people, and that's the thing. The Nautilus can knock him up. Tahm Kench can eat the person that the Vayne's trying to target, and more often than not, he was going for the carries.
Ash Arrow 2, Vel'Koz ult, Vel'Koz E.
Too much zoning.
But honestly, we also have to say that Radier had a horrible game on Vayne. I think that both positioning-wise, mechanical-wise, and just decision-making-wise, I think he struggled on those 3 areas, and that also made the Vayne pick not as good as it could have been.
And while Oceania and Team Ice can hope that he's going to bounce back in the coming days, let's take a look at one final replay. This was the last nail in the coffin here for the side of Oceania. It starts off so good. We see this beautiful 1v1 play in the mid lane, Swiffer doing well, but we get to top and it just feels like everything goes wrong.
Well, they're like diving at Tahm Kench and the Nautilus, which is very prone to go wrong, and on top of that, they have no minions. They ulted tower and they want to try and go in and get as many kills as they can, as fast as they can, but the Tahm Kench can eat someone and they can stall it out, and it just turned out so wrong.
At the end of the day, some executional errors, maybe some mistakes, maybe some jitters over the course of the tournament.
But
to see.
I will say that both teams, or at the very least the Japanese team, sounded like they were having a lot of fun up there. Like, we heard a lot of vocal players, every play that was being made. I know when Swiffer died at the start, all of his team were like, hey,
nice
Swiffer! So it definitely sounds like that everyone's enjoying themselves.
That's good, at least. And of course, Team Fire now leading up 2-1, building out a lead. We'll have to see if they can keep that positivity as we get further into the days. But it's time for us to take a break. And I know you're expecting another, oh no, please. Another pun, but I'm done making an ash of myself. Coming up, it's Latin America South, taking on Southeast Asian Vietnamese All-Stars. Don't go anywhere.
He'll fall over. That's first blood going to Sarah. Here comes Sarah's lasers down Lee Sin, and that will be resulting in a 2-for-2. We're maybe looking for more. Dara setting up the kill onto Swiffer. Goodbye. Dara going to be locking up with all this disgusting CC. That went from bad to worse, and that will be the ace for Japan. Tussle will carry on to this tower. Swiffer, he's doing all he can. The hero play that OCE need to keep this game alive did not pan out. Welcome back to the International Wildcard All-Stars, where Latin America South is about to take on Southeast Asian All-Stars. We are ready to go here on the casting desk. The Final Fantasy duo still ready to rock here for us, Gurin.
Yeah, we don't have an episode.
I'm
No,
good.
sorry, my producer was like, pretty shot 1, pretty shot 2, and then it's like Caster's like, Caster's here. Like, we're not pretty shot 3.
I
I
didn't hear the backhanded, like, okay,
Yeah,
fair
it
enough, I get
definitely
it.
let me down. But we've got an exciting matchup. I don't know how you're going to top all the chaos and the bloodshed that happened to the last one, but it's going to be, like you said, Latin America South versus Southeast Asia. And Hellier, really cool to kind of see his debut in particular. He's an incredibly popular player on the roster and also known as the captain in his domestic region.
Indeed, indeed, the man on your screen. And you were talking about you wanted that Super Galaxy Rumble last game. Well, we may get it this time because he is, of course, an excellent Rumble player.
So he has a really cool story. He is known, like I said, again, North American fans, you know, the general and will now meet the captain. And he was on Furious Gaming, and he's now starting a new team, and it's Legacy in Latin. I would try to pronounce it, but I'd butcher it, and I really don't want that hate right now. So what's cool, though, is that he reached out to the jungler on this all-star roster, Kratos, and he said, come out of retirement, come play on this new team, Legacy, with me. Let's qualify through the Challenger bracket and back into the Latin American South League to perform. And it's really cool for fans because Kratos is considered the best jungler in the region, full stop. And fans have really wanted to see Kratos and Hellier kind of team up and use their precision and their excellence across the region. So this will be kind of like a precursor to that possible team down the future.
I mean, the big thing for him right now is really giving back to his fans as well for like voting for him, and it's just really cool to have that story. Like, the story is the same for a bunch of guys on this team, but he really just wanted, like, you know, reach out. But moving on to the opposite team as well, I kind of want to just kind of look at the mismatches in this matchup and how some players are obviously stronger than others, and like Plugo in the mid lane, of course, like whether he'll be able to actually stack up, and Kratos will be able to work with him because he is used to a mid laner who typically plays those assassins.
Yeah, so when I was having the Latin American South team, you know, kind of deep diving on them, it was explained to me that Kratos effectively got to play with the Faker of Latin America South. Yeah. Like that's the bar that we're going to use for the Faker. It's an adjective now. Just amazing. Adjective Faker. And that player had a very aggressive playstyle. So Kratos is a very vision, control-oriented jungler, you know, not really known for his dueling potential, and he plays with a very aggressive jungler. Plugo is completely the opposite. He's a very calm, very patient, very collected player. His actual favorite player and a guy that he really looks up to is actually Kami from the Brazilian squad. So it's very cool for him. He's very excited to be in this tournament because the thing is the Latin America South guys, they play and they scrim with Brazil all the time. So, you know, they've seen the talkers. They're not fazed by this. But in particular, Plugo has never played against Kami on an international stage, and he finally gets the opportunity to play against one of his heroes.
Well, we'll get to more of that later, but first up, let's introduce the representatives from Latin America South coming in here. The top laner will be Hellier from Furious Gaming, the jungler Kratos from Isurus Gaming, mid laner will be Plugo from Chaos Latin Gamers Movie Star, while ADC Warangulus. Oh man, I knew I was going to butcher this, from Halfnet Esports. Go ahead.
Exactly, and then his support bear from Chaos Latin Gamers. Now I checked with them, he's called Wara. We can call him Wara. That's what he's known as.
All right,
so
perfect.
Makes
I didn't want to say
Waris
Waris on air, but for us, take this next one. Don't butcher like I did.
And representing Southeast Asia, the Vietnam All-Stars, it's QTV in the top lane from the Boba Marines, formerly of the Saigon Jokers. Jungle, it's Levy from Skyred. Mid is Optimus, known as OP-Timus, in his region from also the Boba Marines, formerly of Saigon Jokers. And then AD carry and support is going to be Celebrity and Ron OP, also from the Saigon Jokers.
And also OP. There's a lot of OP on this lineup, and we'll see if they can actually like turn up and live to their namesakes, because OP-Timus is known to be like the playmaker and the star of his team.
Yes, he is considered to be the best player in Vietnam, and that's funny because I come from the LPL region, and we actually have a Vietnam player tearing it up there, and it's SOFM, and he was a big deal in this region, and so it was a lot of regional pride to see him move into one of the power regions, and even SOFM has said, I want to say OP Thomas. Optimus is the real deal. This guy is a very mechanically oriented mid laner, and he's a huge threat on this roster.
That's a pretty good accolade to have under your belt, and I know it's also like affected how like the jungle pathing works as well for them, and they really look up to SOFM as like a really pinnacle of just like what they can do as like a region.
Yeah, so I was spying into Southeast Asia because, again, how they qualified into this tournament was really interesting. They went into their own kind of mini all-stars, so this roster does have experience playing together because they had to face across from, Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, things like that to qualify. And the first game I spied was watching Levy, and the first thing he did is he did SOFM's double scuttle jungle pathing. Of course, this was 6.21, so we'll keep our eye on that, but you can definitely see the fingerprints left over from SOFM.
Absolutely an influence there, but as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we are into Champion Select here with the fans coming through. Orianna aimed at Optimus in the mid lane, Trundle taken away as well from SEA. And LeBlanc will be banned along with Syndra. So mid-lane priority actually over to Plugo.
Yeah, already seeing a lot of the respect as well, that Orianna ban away from Optimus. But there we go. Wanted to see at least one of those junglers hit the board.
Yeah, that still leaves up pretty strong junglers such as Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, and Ivan taken away there with Ryze. Where's the priority? It's on Poppy.
Wow, Tahm Kench, after the performance that we just saw from last game, I know the players are watching it backstage, to automatically go with the priority pick of Poppy. Now this says one of two things. Either Hellier is known for his Poppy, he is a big facilitator and playmaker, so it is an important champion for unlocking his potential, but it either hides your hand or you just have that much faith in the captain that he will lead you to victory with a very kind of absorbing, I don't want to call her passive champion, but she's not like the big playmaker like you would expect from someone like a Tahm Kench or a Fiora or an Aurelia.
Right. I mean, there's opportunities to go in lane and kind of make some plays, but it's not just like, I'm going to open up an opportunity for myself. There's going to be windows and maybe I can get through them.
I feel like it's more Hellier standing up and being like, Poppy's a good pick in the meta right now. I feel really comfortable on the pick. I'm going to take, the brunt, and I'm going to show my hand to maybe open up a counter pick later on down draft phase for the rest of my team. And again, this is something that he's really known for. He's known for being professional, for being very calm, and for kind of being the natural-born leader in his region.
And we do have some lock-ins from the SEA side. Will be that Victor going into the mid lane once again. And Levy will be picking up the Lee Sin into the jungle. See what he can do with that pick. We saw what Carbon attempted to do last game.
It fits in his wheelhouse perfectly.
It does.
Again, the thing with Levy is that he doesn't prioritize. So these two junglers are two extremes. You have Kratos on one side, who's very control, vision-oriented jungler, and then you have Levy on the other side, who is all about just killing people. He doesn't buy pink wards until after 10 minutes. It's actually very rare for him to pick up any vision at all.
Good to know. Well, Kratos has picked up the Rek'Sai for himself there. So you can see the top tier junglers already rising and bubbling to the top at the start of this tournament. And Karma will also be locked in alongside that, flexing, of course, mid lane, bot lane.
We were talking about it a bit backstage, Pulse, and I'm actually really keen on Rek'Sai right now, just because, again, the changes in the jungle timers from 100 to 150 opens up so many more windows to... It decreases your ability to power farm just because there's less camps on the map, and then it opens up your opportunity to gank. And the thing about Rek'Sai is she's kind of like in the Venn diagram of all of these good things. She's tanky, she can threaten a backline, she can farm very quickly, and she has very unique gank paths and a lot of kill pressure on a lot of matchups.
And she can use a certain new mastery, which happens to be very good right now.
Tanky.
So there you go, right in the center of the Venn diagram. And next two lock-ins. Hello, Maokai. Welcome back. Coming into the meta, going into top lane. He may be skirting outside the Venn diagram, but we'll see. And Ezreal also locked in for Celebrity.
Are we really surprised to see Maokai return?
Not really, he does that. He comes back and he has reliable lockdown and he can use a mastery.
And it's again also the fact that Poppy was revealed in the first hand, so Maokai going to that matchup knowing that he's not going to be punished. The thing that really kind of pushed Maokai out of the meta, obviously the tank's falling off, but the fact that picking him blind, he could be punished.
Yeah, by many, many different picks. Going back over to LAS for their final lock-ins will be Vayne and will be Janna. So going back over to those hyper carries, the classic lane as well there.
No, this is perfect because I wanted to talk about Wara. So Wara was a role swap from the mid lane into the AD carry, and he surprised everyone by ending up being the best AD carry in his region. He's known for his Vayne, he's known for his hyper carries, and it was told to me that Latin America South would probably build compositions around him. And already we see that. We see the Karma, we see the Janna, we see the Poppy. This is all about Wara, and this is his ability to shine. He's here technically by proxy. He was the third voted player into the position. You know, people either refusing their vote or had too many representatives of the team.
Yeah.
So this is kind of his moment to say, I'm honored that you picked me, that I'm allowed to go, and now I'm going to show that I'm worth it.
I'm going to turn up and show that you were right to let me into this lineup, and that's what he's looking to do. And Vayne is definitely a champion you can do that on. You can go big,
And he's
or you
got all
can
the
go
tools.
home.
The fact that Vayne is becoming a higher priority does mean that Janna's a higher priority because of how well they work together with the shield as well as Vayne's itemization. We'll get back into that more in the game as we see it progress.
Yes, we will. Final lock-in. Nami going into the bottom lane there for RonOP for his ADC of Celebrity. So going to be gearing up in that bottom lane to try and take down the super farming Vayne.
Yeah, so on one side you've got the hyper carry and Wara, and on the other side you have Celebrity. Now Celebrity has the persona of being a little bit crazy. It's very hot and cold, very polarizing. Either this guy goes completely off, he doesn't care what's in meta. During the All-Star tournament, he was playing things like Draven, the Draven Thresh lane running around. He is comfortable with RonOP. It's one of the reasons why that support did make it this far, you know, ended up on this roster, so there is experience there, but otherwise it's kind of a bag of what version of Celebrity are you going to get?
All right, Frosk. So golden question. We have the full lineups now. Where are you putting your money?
I'm going to have to go with Southeast Asia.
Okay.
I really do like Latin America South's composition. I like that it has a strong identity that goes with their strengths. I like that, you know, I like when I can kind of predict what a team's going to do, but Southeast Asia, you know, they've been together longer, they've got more synergy, they already went through a tournament, so they should have the upper hand here.
On the other side, I just want to see Vayne go big, really. I just want to make that happen. And Karma and Janna are there to facilitate, Rek'Sai to pressure the back line. It's really all down there to make it happen. But once again, jump on Twitter, vote at LOL Esports, using those hashtags, hashtag LASwin or hashtag SEAWin. We'll be tallying up the votes and getting to that one in game as we get into this one once again for our second match of the day, the fourth 5v5 that we have. And up next, we'll have some 1v1s for you. So look forward to that. I certainly am. But we'll be getting into this, see which team and which collection of teams, I should say, Fire and Ice will reign supreme and pick up another point for their side. But we are now onto the Rift. The teams have loaded in. Ice ready to go, and as is Fire, heating up the battlefield.
Players to watch is going to be Klados and Levy. Again, I said this is kind of the control jungler versus the hyper carry jungler. Very polarizing identities for both these players, and their champions certainly fit that wheelhouse. Levy on the Lee Sin, Klados on the Rek'Sai.
Just checking some brushes here. Make sure there's no Klatos in there. Mid lane, bit of harass, but of course he'll have plenty of time to go back to base and regenerate some health. This time he finds the Rek'Sai. Oh, Wara taking a lot of damage there from Celebrity and RonOP. And he'll waddle back to that tower, adding insult to injury. He's good.
This is actually really unfortunate. So the reason why is that he has to back, and he's going to lose a lot of positioning for a possible level 1. This could be punished by Celebrity and RonOP, especially if they take control of the brush. Although, as I say this, Ezreal's actually backing up to protect his jungler, although you still see Nami scouting down, so it's not going to be punished by Celebrity and Ron. But if they had, you know, chosen not to maybe leash for Lee Sin, because he doesn't necessarily need it to stay healthy in the jungle, and just tried to camp that brush, they could have gotten full control of the incoming creep wave, and Vayne and Janna would have been left to their own devices until the creep wave eventually bounced into their tower.
And in the top lane, we just had a small trade between Helior and QTV. Gave a slight advantage to Poppy, which is always nice to have because, of course, we'll be able to super pressure out the Maokai, but anything she can get just to keep him down, just so he can't just get perfect farm and just arrive to team fights and sit on Vayne's face and force her to do nothing.
Okay, so we already have a bit of a difference between the jungle starts. Levy, you know, most junglers have actually been starting their camps. Again, the smite bonuses were taken off, so it just makes sense. Levy actually went wolf camp into Gromp, and we'll keep our eyes on where he goes next. Looks like it's going to be the blue buff.
Yeah. Klatos, meanwhile, went for the red and Crows, which should give him level 3.
Looking for the cheeky level 3 gank.
These, yeah. And he's, of course, centered around the bot side, around this Vayne. So, I mean, it makes sense. But Celebrity and RonOP must know that something is around the corner.
Exactly. We already saw Revolta pull this maneuver early on. This is the other cool thing. The jungle changes have also changed when the bottom lane's ward, although hold on.
Ooh, bit of a trade in the bot lane. Celebrity able to put a lot of punishment onto Wara. Klaytos, it's the fight over the crab. He doesn't get that one, but he will put the damage onto Levy. He's going to jump away to Plugo, who hurts in return. Levy's low, but he will be first blood for Klaytos. Another jump onto Optimus. He's going to pressure him out of lane. Got that level 3. Look at the damage in from Rek'Sai.
Rock in a hard place. Plugo had control of the early push. Victor doesn't get the ability to push out minions as consistently this low level.
Oh no, it's going to be the body block there for Bear. And meanwhile, Ron, he's gone a little too deep. There's the heal to keep him alive. A kill is going down. It's over to Wara in a 2 versus 2. Now Celebrity, he's trying to get in there. The auto attacks. Bear, he's still on top of him. He needs to back away. The auto attacks. It's too close to call. He'll flash away and keep himself alive. At the 2v2, Wara with the kill.
Bear there, thinking that the Mystic Shot was off of cooldown, blows the flash, thinking that he's going to be chased away by a skill shot, manages to save his life, and Ice come up big in the bot side.
Oh, that is so big for the team and their lineup and how the rest of this game is going to go. Set up for success despite being down in farm. For now, we see Klaytos into the Raptor Swarm. He's ready. He's waiting. He wants a mid lane gank.
Yeah, he's not there for the Raptors. He's definitely checking out that Victor.
Hello.
Hi.
Found him with the Prey Seeker. How's it going? Mid lane, Plugo. Going to be pressuring out Optimus. Mancho Q as well. We'll just pressure him away. So everything has calmed down just a little, but never was expecting the 2v2 Tussle in the bottom lane to actually result in a kill.
Okay, we finally have a moment. It's calm.
Okay.
We can talk about the fact that Levy got punished going for Scuttle Crab. Again, the thing that this guy does in his jungle pathing and is the high priority on Scuttle Crab. He doesn't buy wards, so he has to gain vision other ways, and he will change his jungle pathing to prioritize for that. So the fact that Klaytos had a good read on him, met him in the river, and they also had the mid lane shove, beautiful play. This is your MO, and I'm going to beat you to the punch.
This is how I expected the jungle matchup to work out, though. I don't really see Levy as the smart player in this one. It's more over to Klaytos. Levy's all about the mechanical outplays. Klaytos just kind of reading him like a book is just how I imagine the matchup to go, and so far it has worked out that way.
Again, it sounds harsh, but SOFM, the other big jungler from the region, did say that Levy is very mechanically talented. He's a good jungler, but he's not very smart.
Yeah. I mean, we're still complimenting him. We just have to counterbalance it. But his strengths are in a different place. And he's playing Lee Sin. He's playing to his strengths.
It's Brawn versus Brain, which is so cool because on the other side, Klaytos really is. He's the best shot caller in the region. He's recognized not only on his own team, but also on by the community as well as the enemy teams and his peers. The mic checks really revealed this. He is the shot caller for Team Ice. So it is a very real scenario of will the smart guy in glasses win or will the big, tough, football guy win?
We'll have to see. The Mountain versus the Viper in the jungle. We all know how that one turned out. But Klaytos back into the bottom side. Levy is going to take away the Scuttle Crab. Ron, I felt very good at hitting those bubbles, but decision-making afterwards, maybe not so stellar with Celebrity. It's like, I've hit it, guys. Let's go in.
They are so polarizing of a bot lane. Celebrity and Ron OP are either going to go off or they're going to go very deep in a hole. They never dig sideways. It's either up or down.
Well, that's how it's gone so far. Presently down, so we need to try and scramble out of that hole in the near future. Plugo going up to the top side of mid lane. Unfortunate for Levy, who was looking for a gank. There's a Poppy incoming, lads. OP-timus, we're going to need to see something, but Levy, he didn't recall in time, which means he is around for this counter gank. Klaytos coming in from the bottom side, but Optimus is low, he's down, and Levy also trying to back away to his tower. He's looking for a minion to safeguard too, but with the assistance of the rest of the Ice members and QTV being too late to the party, that's a kill over to Ice.
Yep, Hellier has the window there, make sure that he executes on it, so brilliant mid lane gank. And if we had to kind of pick out a weak point on Team Fire, it is actually with QTV. He is a very popular streamer in the region. He's not known as necessarily the best top laner there. And we can see why this is already being exploited by the captain.
Yeah, I mean, like, it makes a whole lot of sense when Helior is one of the star players of the Ice lineup, one of the first players to really get down there. But we'll see that mid lane gank once again. Levy attempted to assist, but Optimus way too much damage from Helior.
And the fact that Karma is so tanky that she's able to actually survive, like outmaneuver with her movement speed augmentation, but also survive the Chaos Storm. And this is really big because Plugo is a rookie coming into this tournament. Yeah, he has some international experience at the last international wildcard, but this is pretty much his first season. That was his first time internationally, and as I say that, hold on.
Into mid lane once again. I think Optimus is just going to be shoved out here. Kratos doesn't have the kill pressure, but he can just be an annoying fly on the wall who's constantly there just chipping away at his health bar.
But constantly keeping Optimus down again. He's the star player of Southeast Asia against the rookie, so it's awesome for Plugo to come out on this stage and go toe-to-toe with someone who has the reputation of Optimus.
What really excites me is how Plugo has actually done really well with Kratos so far, or maybe the other way around, because Kratos used to a different type of player in the mid lane and is actually just making it work, even against Optimus and Levy. So far, actually coming out on top. We'll see if that continues through this game, as we are only 8 minutes in. Feels longer for some reason. 2,000 gold advantage.
So much fighting, even though it's only 3-0. It's still, I feel like there's been like 10 little skirmishes or at least attempted fights so far.
That's true, which led to the kills in the end. And just a nice trade there from Wara. He's really got control of this lane. I mean, of course, there was no Nami there to assist Ezreal, but
I think the bigger problem is the fact that it's tier versus BF sword, as well as level 6 for Vayne. But before we go into that,
the jump, the kick, the knockback, as clean as you like, and Levy just turning up for Optimus, handing him a kill.
okay, so it took 9 minutes, but Southeast Asia finally showed up to the game. That's what we expect from them. They're going to be a very mid-focused team, very mid-centric team, but meanwhile top.
QTV, he tries to get away. He's going to use Kratos to get back to his tower, but the Q is not enough. He dives into the tower. Celebrity in the bottom lane. Wara's found him, and Ron trying to just float back to tower, but he's got an angry Vayne on his backside. Beck comes in, and that's the double kill for the Vayne in the 2v2. This is becoming a major problem.
And the reason why Wara and Bear had the confidence to do that is because they saw that everyone was on the top side of the map, that they could go aggressive, they could go all in. Even worse, the fact that Ron OP still only level 5 on the Nami didn't have the disengagement from the tidal wave.
6-1 currently, and the last minute or so really just opened up the game. But let's see what opens up and happens in the bottom lane.
I'm pretty sure that they're just about to get run down, yeah. Okay, so we're actually going to take a time and we're going to talk about how Vayne and Janna work out and why I'm super excited to see this two-pair return. Because for the longest time, these two reigned supreme, and then they kind of disappeared, you know, as long-range AD carries or utility AD carries moved into the scene. Janna has movement speed on her passive, which works really well with Vayne's passive ability to chase people down. Final Hour also gives Vayne about a free BF sword worth of stats or bonus attack damage, and then again, you apply a Janna shield, and at level 9, it's another free BF sword. And the thing about Vayne is she likes to itemize into attack speed in particular, so it's all of these accumulative stats moving in the same direction. This pair is very deadly.
Synergy across the board, and currently Wara is just kind of stacking AD right now. He went for the early Berserk Reaps to help with that attack speed.
He's gonna go into the Infinity Edge into double Zeal item.
Okay. Will he actually go for like a recurve bow first, or like anything from like the Hurricane, or will he just go for the Infinity Chase Trail? Can touch that point in a second, as Levy is getting battered right now by Kratos as he walks into that jungle. Brain seems to be both Brain and Braun currently in that matchup.
I mean, he wants to fight the Rek'Sai. The problem is that his mid lane's still in a fragile situation as well as his bot lane. So it is really risky, as I say that now. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we have proxy farming happening. The life of a Maokai.
Yeah, the life of a Maokai.
But the thing is, Levy cannot afford to go aggressive and invade Kratos anywhere on the map. All three of his lanes are either neutral or losing right now.
But the good thing in the top lane for QTV, at least, is he's holding pretty well on farm.
Here comes the teleport, here comes the dive.
It's the bottom lane that we really need to look at, because Celebrity and Ron OP not in a great position. Kratos is coming in, and so is Poppy from the top side. At least someone's going to die here, and I think it's going to be the Nami. Kratos is the one to collect that one for the Ice lineup. And this is yet another kill for the blue team.
But Latin America South fans must be going nuts right now. Kratos and Heli are leading the charge on that dive. The ward was placed, the teleport comes in. He's like, it's fine. You go this direction, I'm going to go this direction. Hit him with the blitz.
Perfect. Perfectly executed. Just like the mid lane from Levy and Optimus, that's the only play they've made and really got themselves on the board. And we just haven't seen anything else happen, while bot lane is bleeding out. Celebrity not in a good place. Ron OP, they just cannot contest that lane. And there's nothing that Levy can do because he's not even winning the jungle matchup. So that all of that will culminate and allow Claytos and the rest of his team to pick up this first dragon.
Yep, it's the 1-2 punch, like you said. The first tower into the first dragon, and it's just so much control right now for Team Ice. It's now a question of where do they strike next, and it's already being shown. The fact that they're sending Wara and Bear towards that top lane, and they're going to continue to try to siege down towers. The other cool thing about the Vayne-Janna combo is the fact that Janna helps compensate for the one thing that Vayne's really poor at, and that's sieging towers. She's a very short-range AD carry. You know, it's super unsafe for her to approach a tower, especially against the likes of Lee Sin as well as Victor, and start pushing that down. Janna gives her the safety with the disengagement in the Monsoon, as well as helps her siege down these structures again with that shield at level 9.
Levy is heading into the top lane, connects the Q onto Bear, but Bear...
She still has her Monsoon.
He's good to go. Here comes Ron, trying to open this up for his team. Wara does get locked up. There's the flash, another flash by QTV. Keep him in place. Claytos coming in. QTV can't quite get in range to finish him up. And look at the return damage. That is what Vayne will do to you when 4-0-1. Claytos looking to set up another another kill for his team, but another 1-for-0 pick is all good.
Good attempt right there. The fact that they threw the tidal wave from the river, trying to hide it, make sure that they connect with their target. Unfortunately, it was on top of a control ward. So good attempt from Southeast Asia, but again, Wara, he wasn't the first choice, but certainly making some fans on the stage today.
That's exactly what he wanted to do, really. And when you look at this lineup, so many people coming into this tournament as their like farewell and thanking their fans for putting them in here. But
Bear in particular.
They are turning up. This is Bear's like last hurrah.
Yeah, so Bear was actually asked out of retirement to come to the tournament for a goodbye to his fans. Speaking of goodbye, Claytos is like, this is mine, see ya.
That one level advantage takes that smite away, and Levy's quite upset that his lunch money was just taken from him.
But it's accumulating pressure towards the top side of the map because, again, they've picked up their bottom lane. They're both in siege mode right now. Unfortunately for Celebrity, he's just between items, sitting on the variety bucket, if you will. He's got his Tear, he's got his Sheen, there's a shield in there. Now he's going to die.
Wara wants some of that variety mix. Oh, yeah, delicious. In the bottom lane, QTV, he's on to Heliot. Oh, someone died. Victor is dead. Levy coming in, finds Plugo. This 1v1 not going so hard for the Karma. There's the heal, keeping him alive. Meanwhile, QTV will lock him up. They will sandwich him in and be happy to pick up at least another kill. They doubled their kills in that last trade. 2-4-1 here, but that leaves top lane completely exposed for Vayne.
The flame is still burning for Team Fire, although...
It's kind of a flicker right now for us.
It's just real tiny.
Yeah, real tiny.
Real tiny. Meanwhile, while all of that's happening, good chip damage as well as a wave reset up in the top lane for Team Ice. So still in full control of this map as well as the game.
There's the static shift. So I got the answer to my question. He will go for the attack speed item first and then finish off his IE afterwards.
Because he's got the Janna. Now sitting at level 8. One more, as we're now going to look at this tower dive.
So Celebrity gets wrecked.
But the big thing for me is the fact that Claytos is back behind him, zoning off the other member, so isolating that Ezreal.
Yeah.
And again, we said that Southeast Asia going into this tournament, I gave them the edge because they did have more experience collectively as a unit playing. They've already gone through a tournament with this roster, but it's actually Latin America South proving me wrong, stepping up and being cohesive as a unit across the board.
I love to see it. 16 minutes in. Herald will now be on the board for Ice to try and pick up. Levy. There's nothing in his jungle for him. It's like Krugs. No, Krugs not here. Raptors. Can I take Raptors? That'd be great. Oh yeah, Raptors are here. Oh yeah. Nice. That would be a bit of gold in the bank, but he's so far down compared to Claytos right now. Rift Herald goes over, and he's gonna hear that. Levy just not having a great game.
Cool thing, though, is the fact that they did give the Glimpse of the Void buff to the Rek'Sai, something that I really love about Rek'Sai, and why, again, it's so cool that Claytos gets this champion in particular, is that the Glimpse of the Void is going to help empower her in side lanes, so she can be that split-pushing factor, although, as I say that, TP coming in.
QTV trying to make something happen. Levy coming in, there's the tidal wave. Optimus coming in there as well. Everyone has joined the party. Wara gets locked up. This could be Levy's chance to get in there. He jumps in, but there is too much peel from Janna. Wara picks up the kill onto Levy. So, Celebrity not quite there with the finish off with the ultimate. The re-engage from Ice, as you put it there, Frost, is well in form. Heliot trying to get in a rage, lands onto Ron, hits him with the hammer shock. He goes down for another kill. And this is an absolute whitewash. There is nothing that Fire can do.
That team fight was so well executed, and it's not done yet. The static shiv proc so
That was
close.
scary, real scary. Optimus, he doesn't even have the payload to deliver here. The ultimate is down. He can't get in there and make a hero play. And it is bad news bears for Fire.
And now they've created such a huge opening of power in the top side of the map that they're going to get further and further behind that mid tower. But let's take a look at this. Watch Kratos. This guy is a hero. So effectively, Ice need to weather the Chaos Storm. Once they do that, it's easy to just re-engage and chase them down with the Vayne. Kratos is going to go over the wall, and he's going to hit a multi-man knockback. And why that's important is because Wara was caught in the gravity field. That Vayne was a sitting duck, and Rek'Sai nailed multiple people to save her. They survived the Chaos Storm. Here comes the re-engage.
But this is what happens when you put the eggs in the Wara basket. He's playing Vayne. You've got the rest of the team to support him. Everyone here is built to protect him in some way. And that's exactly what you saw there. You've got this massive Vayne, 6-0-1 in the backlines, gets caught out, should be the death of an ADC in pretty much any situation, but when you have 4 people there to back him up, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, and it's so risky to kind of build a composition around one member on an all-star roster.
Sure.
Again, these aren't their normal teammates. A lot of these players do have history playing with each other. There's only 6 teams in the Latin America South region, so a much smaller kind of table to go around to cross career paths. But still, confidence, communication, execution, all beautiful from Lass.
Making it work. The rookie ADC making it happen.
Okay, this is what I was talking about.
All right, the split push.
Yeah, Glimpse of the Void on the Rek'Sai. If she sets up her neural network of void tunnels, it's effectively a free teleport. So this is a double TP composition. You give her Glimpse of the Void, she becomes that split push presence. And it's so important that it's Kratos because he's the smart jungler. He's considered the macro-heavy jungler, and his ability to identify where to be has made him stand out in his region.
Poke happening in the side. They catch out Heliod, but he is just too damn tanky for Fire to deal with.
But this is the true test. Can they break the mid-tier tower, especially when Victor's alive?
Well, hello zone from Poppy. Pulls the trigger a little early. Tower will be going down. This is an outer tower, so Fire don't want to commit too heavily to this right now at 20 minutes.
And just so smart, the fact that they didn't even approach mid or waste any of their time there until they had accumulated close to a 10k gold lead by exploiting the side lanes. So most teams, you know, the bot tower goes down, they immediately try to go mid, and they just sit there for so long, they waste so much time because the mid laner just sits there and wave clear it. They made sure to dodge that Victor. They held him down in the lane, and they were just trying to be anywhere he wasn't, taking free structures and snowballing until it didn't matter.
I mean, it's so juicy, right? You go for that mid lane tower, you get so much control over the map and the jungle, and you're like, we have to go for this. But if you get tunneled in that, we see the Aram happen in mid lane, and that's like the worst thing that can possibly happen. We see it so often. But dodge that trap, as you correctly mentioned. QTV.
Oh no.
He's trying his... Oh no.
Run.
Oh, run.
Run
for your life. Run, Forest. Celebrity. He's safe for now, but he is kind of on 40% health.
What, that was 2 auto attacks and a shiv proc?
Yeah. A little bit disgusting.
Is he safe?
I don't think anywhere's safe from Wara. Even Levi is running away from him. Oh, this is not good.
Aww.
Doesn't have his 3D maneuver gear with him to get away from Wara. He is so scary. Plugo tosses a Q over the wall. Even Calm is chunking Maokai at 21 minutes.
Here comes this double TP play I was talking about. So what we're going to see is Kratos has taken full control over the bottom side of the jungle. He's now grabbed the creep wave, and he's going to shove that pressure point into the bottom side. You look across towards the Baron pit, there's where his neural network is set up. He's got a Glimpse of the Void, he's incredibly tanky, 2-0-3, very far ahead, and he's just waiting for multiple resources of Team Fire to come down and join him before he zips up to the top side and they pull the trigger on Baron.
There's the Q, the Acro Prison. Doesn't lock up anybody. Levi escapes for now. There's the Blast Cone, so that gives him a nice out. But they get pushed further into their jungle.
This is great lane assignment from C. They send down Ezreal. He'll be able to clear that creep wave, especially with the AoE help from his Iceborne Gauntlet. And they leave the Optimus where he is. He needs to be near that Baron pit because Victor is their saving grace right now.
12-2. Double Mountain Dragon as well. That is possibly the worst thing that could happen to Fire. Levi, he's just trying to find a way into his own jungle. That's all he wants right now. He's going to clear away this ward. I think.
Still have to respect Levy, though. He is on the Lee Sin. He has the execute damage. You can't keep his vision out 100% because he can connect with Sonic Wave. Although they're starting it.
Oh, okay. It's dying pretty quickly. I mean, you have a Vayne. 0 vision for Team Fire here.
Poppy's on the backside. She's looking to disengage.
And he hits the Lee Sin.
Beautifully done.
That was absolutely perfect. Could not have gone better. Ron gets shot. The flash, the style points.
All on purpose.
Lugo, all on purpose. Now Celebrity needs to get out of dodge. He's good for now, but losing the jungler there to the Verdict and then losing Ron as well to Plugo styling on him.
Klados around the back. He's going to threaten them to back off the turret.
And that's going to allow a very easy push onto the mid lane. Inner turret going to be turned into rubble. And Team Ice will look for a rotation to another lane, but with 6 towers down, only the inhibitor line to break.
And Klados already has the prepared creep wave.
Oh, hello! Helios turning up, slams Optimus against the wall. That will be the engage for this one. Levi also punted up there. He will pay for it for his life, and this is not going as well as I originally thought it was. And Neela's Ice, so they will have to back away for now. They may look for a recall and another attempt on that push, but that was balls to the wall aggression from Poppy.
I'm going to call it auspicious.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so, flashes over the wall, catches a beautiful stun. Unfortunately, they're not able to burst and instantly kill Victor, but we'll see a finer, better moment from Hellier. And it was this disengage to make sure that there wasn't going to be any contention for the Baron.
It's fine. The 2 plays even itself out from Helio, it's fine.
The flash from Plugo. He meant it. It got him enough space. He got the kill. He didn't need to go over the wall.
Exactly. And he stayed with his team as well, so I'm going to say it was completely
Exactly.
intentional.
Less space to get together with them.
Of course. But, all right, Frost, if you were on Team Fire and you were in this situation, what will you be doing with your life? Because this isn't a best of series. This is a best of 1. And you are very far behind. Enemy team has Baron. And there is a 11,000 gold lead. There is a Vayne who will gib your tanks. What do?
You clear out your jungle. You clear the vision out of it as well as all of the camps. So you take all of the safe gold on the map and you make sure that you can at least walk down certain lanes to about a fourth or quarter of the extent. And you just continuously feed farm into Victor and Ezreal. You need to make sure that your 2 carries are never in the same lane and splitting gold. Because if Ezreal and Victor are standing next to each other, you're putting one of them down.
It's getting diluted.
Yes.
Don't want to water that one down.
And at this point, if things become precarious, if things look like they're going to be a dangerous dive, you give away an inhibitor. You can survive a single inhibitor going down, but if you die in a 5v5 trying to save that inhibitor, the game ends right there. So it's the risk versus reward.
Yeah. Finding the right opportunity to come back in if they can. Oh, that was 1 auto. That was 3 autos.
You give away
and
that
Nami
inhibitor.
is dead, and that happens. Yeah, I believe the time is to back away.
Oh,
that is actually disgusting. Double kill for Wara. He is going off. He is now legendary. 8-0-1. 3 shots the ADC and the support.
Oh my god.
This turned into an R-rated broadcast real fast.
Oh my god. He exploded into shrapnel.
All right, give it up, guys. Do not try and defend this in here. And maybe you get out of this one alive, but there's a big minion wave. No, Ice gonna play it safe, rotate to another lane, and Levy doing the right thing. He's gonna try and clear out the minion wave, abduct the minion wave, and try and stall. And did manage to take away most of those minions, but there is 1 left remaining. Baron buff did thankfully fall off. Oh, the TP. Not like this, man. QTV, he's going to try and get into the front lines, but Klatos has a massive shield. Levy knocks him into the base. Wara, he's in enemy territory. How big can he go? Being chased down by QTV and Celebrity. He gets the lockdown, the point and click. You cannot escape from Maokai. That's a 1-for-1 trade. They took down the raid boss.
Levy may have actually just saved them from another push. Huge hero play. Goes in for the end stack, trades his life for it, but like you said, does take down the raid boss, but more importantly, stops the push.
Now this is bad news, Bez. Celebrity, he gets the kill. And 2-for-1. I'll take that deal any day of the week.
So we talked about what Southeast Asian needed to do. Well, as I say that though, we have the replay. We're going to see that disgusting Ezreal damage. So Nami's going to be your first victim here.
Oh, hello. 2, 3.
Oh my god. And now it's going to be Celebrity next.
Hey, Celebrity, how's it going? 500 damage crit. Have that one.
Oh. Flashes and dodges both.
Yep. Beautiful play from this Vayne. And this is what happens when your Vayne is very capable of playing the champion. But, all right, let's watch this play from Levy.
With a beautiful double kill, has to be immediately answered by another beautiful play. Levy's going to come from the left side of the bottom corner. That bubble on the teleport miss was unfortunate. Tumbles and already dodges the tidal wave, then straight into Death's arms. Meanwhile, Optimus is just destroying the rest of the team and keeping them zoned off long enough that the Vayne finally falls down.
Really great from Levy there as well. Places down the first ward. No, not the right angle. Places down another one. I will find you and I will kill you. Plugo takes a bit of damage over the wall there from Victor. Blast plants away. See you later. And Bear will go ahead and clear away some of these wards. Wara, of course, being a little anxious. Does not want to get caught out by the Machine's Herald.
Okay, so those hero plays, what they did is they bought Southeast Asia another foot into this game. It means that both teams are looking at the Baron. Now, the advantage for Team Ice is that they have the super minion wave in the bottom side. This is pretty easy. This is the Baron inhib. They're going to play with the split push pressure across the map. But again, Levy can also just steal the Baron.
Just steal the Baron. That's
Just
all you need
do
to
it.
do. I mean, he did take down the raid bar pretty much by himself, so he has the potential. And that was, I would say, a smart play and well executed. So he is showing his prowess later into this game, but being 16 kills down, so much gold here.
It's the higher level macro decisions. You know, the ability in the confidence that Kratos has shown on the map, you know, the fact that he's leading the charge, that he's prepping the creep wave, that you see the ping go down and the Rek'Sai's already moving up. They're like, come on, guys, follow me. We're going top now. We're taking this tower. Okay, back up. We're going back towards the Baron. Set the ward. Versus Levy, who's like, reaction, that split-second decision. How do I make the best miracle play possible? So they're both impressive, but in very different ways.
And it may be a case of the bigger they are, the harder they fall. If the kills weren't all on Wara, but unfortunately, Helior has some in the top lane. Kratos is pretty big himself. Plugo's also a threat later into the game. Wet Noodle fight in the bottom lane, so it's going to be an uphill struggle even if they do find the perfect fight onto Ice, which is the real big problem here. And the Baron has spawned. Control ward already down for Ice, really punishing for Fire, despite managing to get that one down themselves. So Levi, again, going to have to pull that hero play, and he's around the area to try and do it.
They've got 3 control wards in the area.
I mean, this is going to be, like, if he steals the Baron, it's like a highlight reel play that will last for his entire career, because he has to dodge a Poppy ultimate, he has to dodge a Monsoon knocking him over the wall, as well as all the damage from Wara.
He's trying. Can he
His
get into the pit?
He's trying to get in range, but immediately stopping the Baron. Ice with the heads-up play. Redemption coming down. Great kick. Will be the disengage that Fire need. But Helior, he gets the flash, he gets the knockback, and this time it's going to work out for him. Kratos coming in there as well, shrugging off the damage from the laser. Blast Plant will help Fire get back to safety. No kills here, but that has put Ice in a perfect opportunity to try and re-go for that Baron.
Helior does have teleport and is standing on the back side of the pit. He's looking for Lee Sin. He doesn't care about anyone but Lee Sin.
Baron's down, and now the turn and burn. Levy over the wall, over to Celebrity QTV, being the blocker that his team needs right now. But Wara, he's going off. He's found Nami. He's found Optimus. He heals to try and get in range, and that'll be returned with the flash from Optimus. It's the 1v3. I know you want to go for it. I want you to go for it. But Wara, he plays it smart. He backs away with his team.
You can tell good teams from great teams by their Baron setup. It was kind of what we saw start at Worlds and was the defining difference between who would move on from the quarterfinals and who didn't. The Baron setup from Latin America South was actually very sophisticated and very well executed. The cohesive decision across all the members, stop the Baron right now. We're not going to risk a 50-50 steal. Get this Lee Sin out of here. Chips away at their health, gets Poppy in position. Very impressed with this all-star squad.
Very impressed. Yet another dragon to add to their bounty. They have a ridiculous utility belt. 4 dragons. Baron, Wara, like, they're in such a good place. But Fire, they're hanging on, like, props to them. They've had an uphill struggle, and they are still making plays, still pushing out of the base, trying to get a steal, trying to get a setup.
like the fact that Helior sees all of these people and he doesn't care. Any other Poppy player, he's like, I see all of them, I gotta go in, I gotta push the team away, I have to save my team. He's like, no, what is my responsibility? What is my goal? What is their only option? Lee Sin. He was like
Really
the Terminator.
He absolutely was like the Terminator. And he will be back into the top lane, where he has found a nice minion wave. 5 threats to meet him and guide himself to the tower.
I've seen this play before.
Well, Wara just goes in and kills everyone.
Speaking of being the Terminator, Levy's trying to find Wara, just kind of hanging out.
Yeah, it's like a dangerous version of Where's Wally. Because if you find him, he might actually kill you. And he is killing the inhibitor. Goodbye, inhibitor. Top lane also being pushed in. Optimus is being sent up there, but even he can't stop the Poppy. Actually, his combo did negative damage. Mid lane, Team Ice going to pick up this one. It's all falling down. The House of Cards is collapsing. Celebrity. Oh, what was that from Plugo? He's going to have to take a step back. Klaytos, he's in range. He doesn't have the flash. The zone away from Helior. He's going to hold it for a second. But with all inhibitors down, Team Ice, they can play it safe. They can play it cool, calculated, as the namesake.
I think that fits for their playstyle. Again, Klaytos, the shot caller. This is his MO. They take all 3 inhibitors, pretty much smother Team Fire, and then back, reset, spend all of their global gold, probably hit up Elder and look for the kill.
Now, we are putting a monopoly on all of the bad puns for these 2 teams. You heard it here first. Pulse and Frostcurin, ready to go. Levi, don't know if that was most efficient use of the Blast Cone, but it will be fun.
Can we be the zipper cast?
What now?
The zipper cast.
The zipper cast.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get there. One day we'll be allowed to wear our clothes, but it is not this day. This day, Celebrity's trying to clear out a minion wave and isn't really able to do it because he's Ezreal and he's very far behind.
This day is the Spartan stand.
Yeah. This is the rainy day that you save up for, but there's not a lot in the piggy bank, so Fire not in good shape.
I mean, backs against the wall, they need to find Wara, which means it's all eyes on QTV. He needs to find the hard CC and set up Optimus to lay down the Chaos Storm across Vayne.
Again, the Poppy Copter. Celebrity gets chunked. He's going to be backing away. Tower getting pushed in, and this is the last chance saloon for Team Fire. QTV melted out there by Wara, and Ron OP, what can he do but just scuttle back to the fountain? At this point, protect the KDAs. There's not much to protect, honestly. Another kill, another one, and Ron OP back to the tower. Celebrity, he's going to survive for a little bit longer, but that's going to be the game. The Nexus falls, and Latin South America take it on home.
And you can see it, look at their faces, huge smiles. Such a clean, clinical, precision-played game from Latin America South.
Awesome to watch, and we didn't have those expectations coming into the game. We were actually handing it to the opposition. But
Again,
they turned up.
Southeast Asia, you know, they had the opportunity that they've already gone through a tournament with this roster, so you expected that the synergy would be there, that they'd be, you know, slightly a cut above everyone in terms of their teamwork, but Latin America South, that was all about teamwork, everything that had to be executed. I mean, a hyper carry, or a composition built around a hyper carry, everyone has to be on the same page, because if that Vayne goes down, your composition falls apart at the seams.
I mean, of course, it was a lot of eggs in that basket, and we spoke about that so much in the game, but when it works, it really works. And we saw the team just do so well with that pick, and they knew exactly what to do when ahead.
But these guys on your screen, especially Klaytos right there, huge props to him. He was out of control on that Rek'Sai, setting everything up from minute 1.
Big props, and he completely shut down the Lee Sin. Even when Lee was trying to invade his jungle, no, I'm Rek'Sai, I'm going to take you on 1v1 and still come out ahead, setting up his laners, and had good synergy with his mid laner as well. Plugo just made it happen, and just honestly, if you couldn't tell already, guys, we're very impressed with how Latin South America played this game, and that definitely just change expectations for the tournament.
It's particularly for Plugo in terms of expectations change. You know, if we had to pick a weak link on the roster, I was told to look at Plugo, you know, again, kind of here by proxy vote, not necessarily the strongest mid laner in his region, very conservative in his playstyle, wouldn't necessarily fit with Klaytos' playstyle, or at least what he's used to, and he's facing across from Optimus, this guy that has a huge reputation, very explosive in Southeast Asia. I kind of expected Plugo to get pushed over, takes the Karma, finds some solo kills, and really helps set up his team for a lot of success.
And did so well with that pick. But for more on that victory, Hingers is standing by with Helior from Team Ice.
Thank you, Pulse. You're right, I am right here now with Elio from Team Ice. And I want to ask you, first of all, I want to congratulate you on the win. Secondly, I want to ask you about the differences in the teams, because you were here last year at IWCA. So how do you think the 2016 team for you guys stacks up against the 2015 team?
Well, I think the main difference is that before we were Latin America South and not Latin America North, so we were on different servers, we didn't know too much each other, and we didn't practice together. So I think right now everybody know each other, we are friends, and I think that's pretty important to do with if you get along with each other. I mean, we had a good time last year, but it was more likely you meet new people that you don't play with them too much, you don't see them too much, and I think that's the main difference.
Last year in the 1v1 tournament, you actually went down to Optimus. Are you a vengeful man? Did it feel good to get revenge on him in this game?
I don't know. I think if I get a revenge, it will be in the 1v1. I think that's what I'm looking for. But I think I won't have the chance to face him in this tournament. So I will have to wait another year or so. I don't know.
Excellent. Well, also I want to ask, the SEA team, they played a full tournament before they came into this to qualify. So they played together a lot. Did you guys feel intimidated by that coming into this game?
Kind of. We just knew that today. We didn't know that they had a tournament, so it was like, what the fuck? What? They had a tournament before? We're not ready yet. But it was just that, like a shock at the first. But then we were calm and play our game, and I think that's why we won.
And finally, of the games we saw today on Summoners Rift, we saw a lot of top lane tanks. Do you think there's any other way to play top lane right now, or is it all just tanks all the time?
I think the tanks are pretty strong right now, especially with the mastery, but in this game we didn't see that mastery. I don't know, I think we will see tanks for the whole game. Maybe the only pick that is not a tank is Trundle, but because it counters the tank. So I think the meta in top lane at least is very, very slim champion pool, very short champion pool, and we will see that, I think, for the next games.
Cool. All right, well, thank you so much for chatting to us, and congratulations again on the win. It's now time to go over to Sifa and the analyst desk to break down that game.
Thank you very much, Hingers. Of course, interesting game. He brought it up himself. You know, didn't exactly come out down to a tank game, came down to a Vayne game in this case. So looking at the picks and bans, Mithy, I want to ask you first. You're not a big fan of the Vayne, we know this, but if you draft a comp like this, what are your goals?
Well, I can understand Vayne being good now with the whole tank meta coming up again and rising, and Vayne being really good against tanks, but I just feel like her laning phase is so bad, and you should be able to get punished. And also the way you are short ranged, you are very I don't know, it just feels like the champ is so clunky, and you really need to have the right comp to play it, and especially not have a whole team comp around you, because that's so easy to counter.
I would argue, though, that into an Ezreal, it's not that bad, because one of the biggest weaknesses that Vayne does have is that she regularly gets shoved underneath her tower, and then against an Ezreal and Nami, who doesn't have the same sort of pushing power, then you can get through the laning phase. But I felt like that we saw a little bit too much over-aggression from Southeast Asia, which ended up giving a very early kill of Team.
Warnens, could you bring that up? Let's take a chance to look at some of those early Vayne plays, because while Vayne can be, you know, a rough champion to get into the late game, it's a heck of a lot easier if you pick up a couple kills in the early game.
But here Nami is just trolling. I don't think it has anything to do with Vayne being good or bad against Ezreal, because I feel like if Ezreal and Nami are playing this lane properly, they should be getting very ahead in this lane and pressuring it really hard. So I think they should really just... I don't want to watch that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a couple of times now in the last two games, the Vayne's actually done well in laning phase. I'd say surprisingly, because most 2v2s don't go well. The Ezreal matchup is good, but it's usually after your first item when you can 1v1 the guy and there's no more split pushing available. And that's something that this Vayne in particular actually has going for him. The team comp having a Karma shield, having a Janus shield, and tanks to stand in front of him. After all is said and done with this fighting, there's no way to actually stop that team composition once it's started.
And of course, we saw Wara a lot more comfortable, it looked like, than Radier. Still a few canceled auto attacks as he got used to playing on the stage, but definitely still putting up a monster performance. Now, Rusty, this is something you wanted to talk about. We saw Southeast Asia take a big, aggressive move to kind of try to regain control of the game, to try to force a tower dive. So if we can bring up that replay, I'll let you run us through it.
Yeah, so the first thing you have to look at when executing on a dive is summoner spells, and there's a lot of them available in the important members. So we can roll the clip now and watch how these summoner spells are actually really crucial in surviving. The ward jump, of course, used early, and Janna's ultimate is a big deal. All of these summoner spells now still there, means that they're able to walk away, and the tank of Kratos is able to come through and support them. This is not how you execute a dive if you've had to use everything to get to the turret. and then have nothing left after.
Yeah, and of course, while we can praise them for making bold, aggressive moves to try to get back into the game, everything seemed to turn against them. And at this point, it felt like one giant Vayne Rek'Sai highlight reel, especially in this mid-game fight.
Yeah, I mean, the next replay that we really wanted to highlight very much looked at the best case scenario for Southeast Asia, because they had a situation where they were successfully able to catch out the Vayne. I just want you to keep an eye on the Vayne's positioning, because right now she's fine. She's using all of her ultimate on top of the Maokai. Then she ends up getting hit by the bubble, followed by the gravity field. And at this point, you'd think if they can just nuke the Vayne, they can turn the fight around. But she has so much peel, she has so much sustain, and the front line of Poppy and Rek'Sai just preventing people from guaranteeing that lockdown enables the Vayne to get through the fight, and then Team Ice can just clean up and finish it.
Yeah, this is that point in the game where the two tanks and carries of the team can shine.
That's because they're really behind, though. I think that if the game was equal, Vayne would not be able to auto-attack. That's maybe I'm just biased towards Vayne, and I really don't think the champ is good. I don't know. I hope that I'm proven wrong, like I keep getting proven wrong, you know. But I still stand with my opinion that I don't think Vayne is that good.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, Wara did put up some insane numbers on that Vayne overall. An absolute powerhouse, and maybe you do need that lead for it to be a viable pick, but he got it. At the end of the day, he made that one happen. So with our Summoners Rift games of the day done and dusted, let's take a look at how Fire and Ice are measuring up. Now as we look at those standings, you can see 2-2 overall tied in the standings within the bracket. Interesting to see how this one's going to unfold, but of course, we need a winner at the end of day one. So looking forward to some 1v1s.
I think we've had some good games today. You know, I think that start of the day, Brazil versus CIS, I think that we were in favor of the CIS composition, but it definitely looked like for a lot of that game that Brazil were actually in control with just a few map mistakes. It could have been another point over to Fire, but then also later on in the day, we saw Japan have a good performance up against Oceania. So, like, we've seen a lot of back and forth from both these sides.
Yeah, interesting to see, of course, from the Rift to the Howling Abyss, though. Grab your Poro snacks, because after the break, the IWCA 1v1 bracket gets underway. But before we go, let's take a look at the winning region of our last game, Latin America South.
Ultimate de Cartus, asesinato doble. Tenemos a los chicos de LOL Game, campeón del servidor de Latinoamérica Sur. Tenemos GG para Lion Gaming de México, se consagra campeón. Buenos Aires, Argentina, el juego que reúne multitudes. Pregunta, no te lo puedo creer, se lo robó Fragio. GG para Pex, se lleva la victoria. ¿Qué tenemos? Tenemos GG para Lion Gaming. Bueno, por ahí sí defendiendo el Nexus. Excelente sentencia de muerte por sobremetas. GG para Lion Gaming, campeones de Latinoamérica, 2 años consecutivos. ¡Una masacre! ¡A favor de KLG! ¡No te lo puedo creer! Se lleva la victoria, 3-0. ¡Bota de choque de parte del Racing! GG para KLG, bicampeón latinoamericano. Avanza con todo Isurus, se adelanta Seikro, culmina mejor jugador de Isurus, se lleva la copa y se van al International Wildcard en México.
Que se sienta fuerte el apoyo a estos dos grandes equipos.
Es complicado ante la espada y la pared, terminaría cayendo en estos pocos segundos, atento Seikro, muchísimo daño. ¡Tenemos GG para KMB! Termina llevándose la serie luego de estar 2-0 en contra de Isurus Gaming.
They're actually pretty hyped about the 1v1 tournament. I think more so as the 5v5 tournament. So I just hope we win.
そうですね、1対1モードは去年も僕オールスターに参加したんですけど
I know that Japan has like very good players in the 1v1, but I think we can't really tell against who will we go against in like the matchup.
信頼できる選手にエビ君を挙げたんですけど、逆に言えば結構
I expect a lot from my team actually. I know being Latin America, normally we're the butt of the jokes, but I feel like our chances are pretty good.
オールスターの中で尊敬してるライバル視のようなものをしているのはやっぱり同じミッドレーナーである選手とか、あとは
We're gonna have fun and play.
Confident in my team, even if it's like a fun game mode or something, like you don't want to lose. You want to have fun, but you don't want to lose.
Welcome back to the IWCA, where we are about to get into one of the greatest tests that a League of Legends player could ever endure, the 1v1. Now, we've mixed things up a little bit here on the analyst desk. Zach Rusty Pie is still joining us, but this veritable cloud doppelganger is Richard Pulse Cam, our 1v1 expert. So here's how it's going to work, ladies and gentlemen. Our 1v1s will be played on the Howling Abyss. The first player to get a kill, 100 CS, or destroy a tower wins. And now, the two regions battling it out today will be Japan and Latin America North. It'll be a best of 5, and the teams predetermine the order in which their players go up. So, what is the meta, Pulse? What are we expecting for this
I
year's
have a lot
1v1?
to live up to. Introducing me as like the expert of the desk here when I got Rusty next to me, I know we're going to be able to bring it to the table. But just looking at like generally how 1v1s have gone, like range champions like Caitlyn, Quinn, anything with like kill potential like that, and with Poke, very high in the priority. Looking at different champions and like of course how Saturns are coming in, that could change a little bit, but there will be like a mini meta that forms over the next couple of days.
And of course, the reason you're the expert is because Rusty and I both lost our 1v1s in our practice event yesterday.
That
The
is
only
true.
person on this desk to win his out overall. But interestingly enough, I feel it's important to point out to you guys and everyone at home watching that this particular rule in our format, Section 5, Subsection 3, Rule 2.2, the Froggen Rule. Players will not be allowed to redo a match if they snowball themselves into the enemy fountain. Now, this rule has been inserted due to an incident at a previous All-Star event, and it was named after its perpetrator. Let's take a look.
I think it's safe to say that this was a disaster.
Where did he go?
The sad part is it happens more than once from the last All-Stars, so you might have remembered this. How embarrassing.
And maybe this one as well.
That one felt on purpose.
Yeah. I mean, the time was a little too good. Because there was a delay there as well, and it's like, oh, I can still click snowball. Let's go. And yeah, after that, he wasn't allowed to carry on doing that. So yeah, we've removed that from the ability to play.
Yeah, so 1v1s aside, is there any new champion, before we toss things over, that you guys think is going to make a splash here? Any reworked champions of the Assassins that you think particularly stands out in the context of 1v1?
I don't think there's a particular assassin that stands out unless you really want to go deep and cheese with something like a Rengar or Kha'Zix. I personally look towards Pantheon as a big pick, Karma as another big pick, and the entirety of the marksman position. And by marksman, I'm also including champions like Kindred in there that we need to actually consider.
Definitely interesting to see. Pulse, your thoughts?
So I think there is a potential for us to see Cat, but only if players have gone really in on like actually learning her, because she's a very high skill cap champion, and if someone actually like knows that's the case, then someone's just going to ban it out against them. So there's a chance we see a player pick up that Katarina and actually bring it to someone, because there is so much outplay potential. But other than that, I agree with Rusty.
Well, a lot of mechanical prowess on both these teams. So to kick off our 1v1 tournament, Japan of Team Fire will be facing off against Latin America North from Team Ice. The teams are almost ready to send in their first combatants, so let's send it over to our casters.
Thank you, Sifa. I'm Matthew Fish-Stewart, and joined by Andrew Vedieste for the first 1v1 tournament, a 1v1 match of this tournament. Yes. And we're about to go in for Japan taking on Latin America North. Vedius, what do you want to kick this one off with?
So we need to give some people, or the viewers at home, some information about this 1v1 tournament. So the first bit of information that you need to know is players have no prior knowledge as to who they're going to be playing against. And that's pretty stressful. We had a bit of a fun 1v1 last night where we had the European team going up against the Australian team. We had the same rule set, and it's very difficult deciding who you want to send up first. Do you want to send your best? Do you want to send your worst? Like, maybe you want to meet in the middle. Like, it's very difficult. So it adds to the next level of mind games there as well.
And unlike the analyst desk, which only had one person who won their match, you know, both of us won our 1v1
We did,
matches,
in fact.
so
We did, in fact, win both of our 1v1s, because we're we're the best.
We pretty much are. We did pretty well there. And, you know, all 5 representatives have to play in this match. Like you said, nobody is really going to know who they're playing up against. That order is kept secret until they see each other for the first time.
Yes, and the win goes to who wins the best of 5, but all 5 matches will still be played. So you guys are guaranteed 5-1 versus 1s. We're guaranteed to cast 5-1 versus 1s, which means that more action for us.
And right away, let's get into that first one-on-one matchup. It's going to be Evie from Japan from the top lane, taking on Odie from Latin America North, coming from the jungle.
Now, remember, guys, these players had no idea that they would be going up against each other. They have no idea who their opponents are. So we have a top laner versus a jungler. Odie, very much a skirmish player. We did see him bringing out the Ivern earlier on. Be very surprised if he brought it out in a 1 versus 1. But he is the type of player that very much likes to get in your face, likes to go for fights. Whereas Evie's more of the, hey, I'm more of a tanky bruiser kind of guy that's used to skirmishing all the time. So I think it could be quite the intricate matchup.
Yeah, even though Latin America North didn't do too well earlier, it definitely looked like Odie was standing out on that Ivern jungle, impressed quite a few people. And you were mentioning that, like you said just then, it is a very interesting matchup against Evie just because of the type of top lane champions he plays as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's famous for his Tahm Kench in Japan. Like, he is well known for this champion. We saw it come out earlier on the day to great success for his team. And in all honesty, like, but the thing is, people always have pocket picks for this 1 versus 1 because nobody really admits it, but the truth is everyone comes here to play this. They're proving that they are the best, and they have all these planned picks. Last night, I agreed with Rusty to have a Lee Sin off. So we had 1 versus 1. We had same summoner spells. We were we wanted to try and keep the matchup as even as possible, and some players do that. We know from last year's All-Stars, I think like Bjergsen liked to do it. He would just say, hey, are you happy to play this matchup? And then people would just do the same matchup 1 versus 1. But other people have secret strats. They have secret plans in mind, and we're going to see what these devious minds have in store for us.
Well, it is a top laner taking on a jungler, so we'll have to see if they have some form of agreement here, or if they're going to be picking some unique champions here to take to the Rift for the first one-on-one match of this tournament. Waiting to see what Evie and Odie are going to be banding out here.
So, as you heard on the desk, things like Caitlyn are very obnoxious to play against. Ashe can be a little bit of a pain as well. Thinking of slightly more interesting picks, you could go for a Teemo. I know there are some dastardly evil plans that you can conduct with that little mastermind, but there's just so much. There's so much. You have to see how the 1v1 meta develops.
I noticed that Teemo gets picked, Vedius. You definitely have a lot of analysis to provide for that pick. And like you mentioned earlier, Caitlyn already being banned out here by Team Fire. On the side of Team Ice, Nasus is going to be taken away.
Yeah, that usually it would have been AP Susan that you would have been bringing out. So you max the E you get for a lot of ability power. You try and shove the wave, go for the 100 CS. Don't want to be playing against that. We want raw aggression. But it looks like we're going to see some of that raw aggression banned away.
Yeah, we see 2 mages being banned away next. First up is going to be Lunk, followed up by Syndra.
So Syndra ban is a little bit interesting. She hits a big spike at about the level 6 mark, but everybody knows how powerful she is in the 1 versus 1 mid lane. Reworked LeBlanc is just way too painful to deal with. The moment she hits level 3, not only does she have incredibly good wave clear, but her trading power is very good. And right now it just looks like both of them are just banning away a lot of mid laners.
And the final 2 bans that come out are going to be Cassiopeia as well as Pantheon. Pantheon proved during our playtest videos that it's an incredibly strong pick. And look at that, instantly locking in here the Rengar coming out from Odie.
Rengar locked in, exhaust, ignite. Odie is going out. He's sticking to what he knows with the junglers. We are going to be seeing the reworked Rengar. He has had some of the changes made to his ferocity. And oh my, this is going to be an exciting one.
And we haven't seen him being played on the Summoner's Rift map just yet. But for the first time and in the first 1v1 match, he'll be played for Team Ice. And it is currently tied up at the end of the day here, Vedius. It's 2-2, so this 1v1 match decides who comes out on top at the end of day 1. And Swain is going to be locked in here for Evie.
Swain. Now remember that Swain's actually had quite a lot of changes over time. He was very strong for a period. He took a couple of nerfs, especially to the cooldown on his ultimate, which really mitigated a lot of his strength. But still, quite the potent duelist, especially as time goes on. I think in terms of the early levels, Rengar is going to have a big advantage. But with both laners running Exhaust and Ignite, it's difficult to say whether or not Rengar will be able to get that early lead.
We don't have to see how that one's going to pan out. Like you said, both champions really being changed here. Seems like they're kind of sticking to what they used to. You can see Oddie's picking up a jungler-esque champion. We see Swain being picked up by the top laner. So going back to a little bit of comfort for these 2 players.
Yeah, that certainly seems like that. And I mean, when we talk about Evie, he's still playing that kind of bruiser, skirmishy style of top laner. With the Swain, you can definitely get in someone's face. You can put a lot of early harass down with the ranged advantage that you have. But for Rengar, it's going to be very much about bush control. You know, you have that mastery where you get a bit of additional damage from just coming out of the bush. And you also have the empowered Q now. It can do a lot of damage. Like, so it's all going to be about bush control and how well Evie can abuse that early game range advantage.
It certainly is going to be that case. We'll have to see if he can bust out the Rengar well enough to take down the Swain coming out from Japan's side of Team Ice. Like we mentioned earlier, it is a best of 5. Every single player will have to play at least one game, but whoever gets 3 wins out of the 5 matches will win this 1v1 and will put their team ahead for day 1 of the International Wildcard All-Stars. But enough of that. We're on to the Howling Abyss for the Snowdown Showdown. It's going to be Oddie taking on Evie.
Oh man, this is exciting. I'm really looking forward to seeing the reworked Rengar going up against Evie. You notice that Evie, he's already playing for the, I know what you're trying to do in the early game, mate. I know exactly what you're planning. I'm just going to get another layer of clothing to keep me safe from you. I'm going to go for the pots, going to keep myself alive, and I don't care how much harass you put down onto me. I'm going to go for that relatively early back, and I'm going to work towards some AP so I can eventually outscale you.
Yep, we can see cloth armor and 4 pots being picked up by Evie. Still has that exhaust ignite on the side of Oddie. He's gone for the Doran's Blade with that single health potion.
I mean, that just spells aggression to me from Oddie. He's going to be going for the jungle. Oh, and he's already going for it.
Yeah, already jumping on top of Evie. Gets him down to half health. Evie is able to trade back quite effectively against Oddie, though, being the ranged champion he is.
Now, remember the sustain, but look at the damage.
Exhaust is going down. Ignite's going down as well. Oddie wants this one, but Evie is able to get back underneath his turret.
Oh, my word. Oddie, he is just being relentless. Both summoner spells already used, and this is what we were talking about during Champions Slate. Because of the exhaust picked up by Evie, he's able to buy himself a little bit of time, and if he hadn't ran that summoner spell, he could have lost his life right there. So he is going to be able to sustain back up to level 2.
Oddie's going to be able to slow him down. Takes a turret hit there, but will be able to stay pretty safe, shoving Evie deep underneath his turret. In fact, he's already used his final health potion.
So Oddie right now, oh look, here comes the Ignite.
Ignite's going in, he's looking for it, but still it's going to be first blood that gets picked up by the Rengar. Oddie takes down Evie.
Evie, man, you played for the late game. You went for the cloth armor. You couldn't go that aggressive. You felt like that you had the summoner spell advantage, but it ends up going horribly wrong. The level 3 Rengar to the level 2 Swain just wasn't the damage that he was expecting. Oddie, man, he knows his Rengar.
Just like that, you can already see Oddie able to do well in that match. Played the Rengar really well. Jumped him in 3-4 times there, Vegas.
Yeah.
It just seems like there was no respect coming out from Swain.
That was so much fun. I really enjoyed watching the Rengar because you could see he was just like right from the start. He's like, I have to be aggressive as I can. I can't play this passively. I have to dive, 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 dive. And so he was moving into that forward bush, jumping in as often as he could. And then at the very end, he felt like that, oh no, I'm going to be chased. I'm going to be chased down. But no, he was just luring him into a trap. He jumps into the brush. He gets that empowered damage that you get from the new mastery. On top of the Q stack, like bam, instant turnaround. Really well played.
And just like that, already Team Ice, they're 1-0 up in this best of 5 series. Now, really curious to see who they're going to send out next because it was a top laner taking on a jungler. And in fact, we already have the next 2 coming up here. It's going to be Heredi from Japan, the AD carry of their team, taking on the AD carry of the other team. It's going to be Evan RL.
So we have AD carry versus AD carry, and this is going to be another very interesting matchup, largely because Heredi, he wasn't the fan favorite. He wasn't the guy that came in as necessarily the superstar from the region, but he is still here to represent his region in a strong way. He had a decent performance earlier on in the day, and he's going to be going up against Evan, who, I mean, he's an American export. He came down to Latin North America. He came in from the team, and he was voted in because of his skill and because of his talent. And, I mean, that's a big achievement for him, you know, being from North America, not from Latin North America. And, I mean, it's very impressive. So now Heredi's going to get that opportunity to prove himself and say, hey, look, I deserve to be here, and I can play just as well as you can.
And we already saw how vocal Evan RL was previously, saying he didn't want to come in here and just show the world that Latin America, he wanted to show the world, sorry, that Latin America North were not the butt of all jokes. He wanted to show that they mean something and they're here to fight. He's going to have to try and take down Heredi here. AD carry against AD carry. We just saw a top laner taking on a jungler Vedius. What are the chances? We have the same role matchup against each other.
I mean, well, it's largely dependent because what we saw earlier on was actually still a lot of mid lane bans. It does seem that things like the Syndra, the LeBlanc, the Ryze are still considered very powerful in terms of the 1 versus 1. And so moving forward, we might see a similar thing, or we might think, okay, these guys are more comfortable on AD carry, so we're just going to take them off that.
We'll have to see what they're going to be able to pick up here. The two AD carries will be taking on each other in the second match of this best of 5 series, and we're already into picks and bans. Cassiopeia and Jace being banned out by Team Fire, as we have Caitlyn and Kennen being banned out by Team Ice.
Gotta be honest, I'm loving this music, man. Like, it's really getting me into the mood. Like, we're seeing all sorts of crazy bands. I mean, well, I say crazy bands. These are pretty consistent from what we saw earlier on. The addition of Jace has now been added to the list. Kennen, very potent in terms of the 1v1. He's actually surprisingly good mid laner. Quinn and Syndra now being added as well. So there's still a lot of AD carries left available. You could go for something like the Ashe. I've heard that Ezreal is actually pretty potent in the 1v1 as well, especially early on in the levels. But remember that Susan has been let through.
Yeah, we saw that banned out earlier. We'll have to see if it's going to be locked in here for Team Ice, but already Team Fire already sticking to his guns, sticking to an AD carry. He picks up Ashe, going with the Exhaust and Ignite, but it is going to be Nasus locked in here for Evan RL.
Now remember, Team Ice, they have a 1-game advantage, so they can afford to be a little bit more out there with this pick. He's decided he's still going to go for the farm route, but he's actually going to change it up for more of a pushing farm style rather than the last hitting kind. You know, this is much more efficient. This is much easier. Who cares about last hits when you could clear the entire wave with a single ability?
No exhaust coming out for Evan RL. He's gone for the flash of the Nasus.
Coward.
Coward,
in my opinion. You know,
I
like,
say very smart.
Smart? No. Cowardly. I mean, who runs escape spells in a 1v1? It's do or die.
Hey, this is coming from the man who told Rusty they have to take Flash Ignite on Lee Sin.
Well,
Where was the exhaust bit?
Because I wanted to give him the opportunity to run away from me, okay? I mean, I have to give him that right, you know? Not everyone can stare into the face of death and be okay with it, so I wanted to give him the opportunity to leap.
Apparently Rusty couldn't. He was the one that fell in that 1v1 match. We'll have to see who's going to take this second match here. Nasus against
Oh, he
Ashford,
changed it. He changed up. He's changed to the Exhaust Ignite. There we are. He can look death in the face and say, I will take you on.
Well, let's see if we can do just that, because no flash on the Howling Abyss, because we're about to go down for the next showdown. Snowdown Showdown. It's a little bit of a tongue
So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. A classic matchup. Nasus versus Ashe. Very common in the Summoner's Rift. No, obviously I'm kidding. See, the problem is it's really hard for me not to call him Susan, because if you read Nasus backwards, it spells Susan. So all of my mates and I like to call him Susan the Friendly Puppy. He's apparently beatboxing right now to the beats, and Ashe is thoroughly enjoying them.
Yeah, Hereddy's just dancing to the sick beats that Evan RL is laying down right now. Minions have finally spawned on the Howling Abyss. And like you mentioned earlier, Vetus, it is going to be that AP Nasus, which we expected.
Yep, so he's going to be going for the, just confirm, I do believe he will have taken some points in his E. Yep, yes, he has. And so he's just going to go for that early wave kit. Now, you actually have a fair amount of damage. Like, it should certainly not be underrated. So maybe at level 6 he goes for an all-in. But again, against Exhaust, like, it becomes very difficult to try and commit to that. And Ashe is still very good at kiting you even through the Wither. So I think that the farm game will be the main priority, but it's range versus melee. And if you make one mistake, it's these small bits of farm that really count towards getting the edge in that farm game.
Well, already to start things off, Hereddy's got some decent harass down on towards Evan RL, chipping away at him every chance he gets. Both of them hit level 2 at the exact same time here, both trying to farm up as much as they possibly can. But Evan RL not having the best of time here on the Howling Abyss so far.
Well, he's still even on farm, and that's the priority for him. Note, for those at home desperate to learn how to play Nasus mid in the 1v1, he has decided to take Wither second. I think a large part of that is because he's preparing around a potential all-in of the Ashe, because now that she's level 2, she will have taken points in a W, taken points in the Q, which actually gives her a decent amount of damage, especially against only a level 2 Nasus, who doesn't really have that much armor in his kit. So he's just saying, okay, I'm going to skill Wither just so that if the Ashe does decide to hard engage on me, I can at least just disengage almost immediately.
And he's been able to wave clear really effectively so far, Vetus. He's ahead in CS by 3 minions. And Hereddy has not been able to push his minion wave into the turret except for the first wave.
I gotta be honest, shocking, Hereddy, the fact that you are missing these last hits as an AD carry main, right? I have no mercy here in the 1v1. If you're gonna play for the farm game, then you've got to be prepared, because if this is your strategy, you've got to make sure that you land those last hits. And right now, he is falling a little bit behind. But he can't afford to lose these 2 minions right now, okay? Now, another thing we should note about the tower is it does a little bit more damage. So no longer do you want to do 1 hit on a caster minion and then let the tower hit and then hit it. All you need now is tower hit, and you can kill it with a basic attack.
And so
it's very important that you're aware of how much damage the tower actually does, because it is very different to your standard Summoner's Rift.
Oh, we'll have to keep that one in mind. Evan RL so far just farming it up, absolutely ignoring Heredi. Every single time he gets harassed by the Ashe, he just does not care. Has popped a health potion. Seems like he wants to head back to base and pick up a couple of extra items. He's well on his way for the long game here, Vidius. 25 minions to 19.
Oh, look at that. Double Doran's ring. He's just showing off that bling right now. Coming back to lane, stacking up the AP, currently sitting on roughly, I would say about, he's sitting on 71 ability power right now. So given that his E has a pretty good ratio on it, it's just going to add to his wave clear even more. And the fact that Heredi is missing all this early farm is honestly really going to hurt him.
It's going to force Heredi to go back to base as well. Evan RL picking up a lot of minions. He is now about 6 minions ahead of Heredi. That's a full minion wave, and he should be able to shove this next wave in towards Heredi's tower.
So Heredi being put on the back foot. You know, you have to wonder why you'd go for it. Like, I can understand the Ashe, but like, it's about understanding the 1 versus 1 meta. And when you think of champions like Pantheon, when you think of like, hey, maybe he's gonna bring out the Nasus, you know, you always have to be prepared. And I feel like Ashe isn't the safest blind pick. You know what I mean? Like, because neither of them can see what the other team is picking until it's locked in. Then you can prepare to play around it. And I feel like that if you're the Ashe, maybe you do go for the flash. Maybe you use it aggressively though, like, you know, you manly dive in. You try and force him back as often as you can. But when you're running Exhaust Ignite, you'd think you have a lot of kill pressure, but with the Wither, it's actually very hard to close the gap against the Nasus and really exert that range pressure that you have.
See, Heredi was trying to pull the minion wave closer back towards his turret. Still about 7 minions behind Evan RL. He will hit level 6 shortly, so we'll have to see if he can make a play with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. But level 6 also gives Evan RL a lot of safety with his own ultimate.
The problem for Heredi right now is that he's actually going to get level 6 behind Evan RL, so he can't even take advantage of any level spike. Evan RL isn't even interested in trying to kill him. He knows he has the farm lead. He knows that if he just keeps his playstyle up, he's eventually going to win. And I mean, yes, it's a reliable strategy, but this is not the strategy I personally could take. Again, as I mentioned, it's do or die. You have to kill your opponent. Oddie's playstyle earlier, that's my kind of playstyle in the 1v1.
So that's what you want to see a little bit more?
That's what I want to see more of, you know? I mean, I can respect the calculated playstyle. It definitely makes a lot of sense. Oh, here comes the arrow.
He's going for it already, chasing down Evan RL. He's popped the ultimate, uses the exhaust as well. Now they're going for that fight. Both Ignites getting put down. Ash is trying to kite backwards. Evan RL, can he do it? He can as he puts down the final E to pick up first blood.
Oh, Heredi, he feels like, I can do this, I can outplay him, but Evan used the E so early on that by the time, because of how extended the fight was, he was able to get a second proc of it off, and there was no flash on Heredi. He'd used his summoner spells, and oh man, that was more explosive than I was expecting it to be. They hit 6, they just went for it. But props to Heredi, he realized he was going to lose the farm game and felt like, hey, I have to commit, so better now than never.
It's almost like they heard you there, Vidius. They knew that you wanted some action. They delivered right at the end, and here's a replay of that fight.
So you can see that Evan had already used his E. It was still on cooldown now, and Heredi thinks that as long as I can kite the Q, I'll be fine. Completely forgets that he's running AP Nasus, and then ends up taking that small amount of burst from the E at the very end. So a little bit unfortunate, but that's going to be 2 points now going over to Ice. So Fire, they're on the back foot right now.
It certainly is. And although it is 2 points to Ice, even if they win the next game and win the 1v1 tournament, sorry, the 1v1 match here, they would still play out all 5 games. So we still have 3 more exciting 1v1 matchups. And the next match is going to be even more exciting, Vidius, because we have 2 mid laners taking on one another, as Seros will be taking on Seiya.
Now, we've hyped these players up well-deservedly, I feel. We've seen very impressive performances. Well, not so much from Seiya recently, but in the past, Seiya has been all about outplaying his lane opponent, going for kills, and I have heard secrets, I have heard whispers that Seiya has come prepared with a pocket pick. Now, I'm not going to say it out loud just yet. Not until we get into Champions Select, or actually not at all, unless it gets locked in, because he might be saving it for later on in the tournament. You never know. So this man, he has a pick prepared, and if he brings it out, my word, it'll be exciting.
It'll be a good time to bring it out to secure this match for Team Seiya. We'll be looking for this win over Seros. You know, it's 2 mid laners, Vidius. You might get your wish come true as well.
I want 2 Katarinas.
There
you know
could
that's
be 2
my
Katarinas.
Wish. That's my wish. Okay, because blades everywhere. I'm actually really curious, because I haven't tested this, but if you can get resets off of your opponent's blades. I would assume you can't, but You know, like there's no guarantee that that isn't the case. Like you can catch opponent Draven axes.
Yeah, so if you can catch axes, you should be able to pick up blades.
You'd think so.
You'd think that'd be the case.
That'd be hilarious.
That makes me really surprised, though, that you didn't challenge Rusty to a one-on-one Katarina.
He wouldn't because he so what he wanted is he said, hey, how about we do 2 champions that neither of us play? What he didn't know is I played Lee Sin for a year, but I didn't tell him that. So that's why he didn't want to do Katarina. So he just said, you know what, let's not do Katarina because I feel like I'd be heavily outclassed. So
okay.
I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and I gave him a fair and even matchup.
Well, we still have a chance to see 2 Katarinas in this match because both mid laners will be taking to the Howling Abyss shortly here. Seros taking out Seiya. We're into Champion Select for the 3rd 1v1 match of this Best of 5 series. Right away, Caitlyn being banned out. LeBlanc is the second ban.
I gotta be honest, at first I thought this was Eye of the Tiger, and I was getting it really hyped then, you know, like start the montage going, you know, both these players, mid laners from their respective regions that have been considered one of the best.
Mate, this is better than Eye of the Tiger.
Oh,
That's what you're talking about.
Certainly getting me hyped. Very consistent bans throughout. Nothing too surprising as of yet. LeBlanc and Quinn going to be taken away from the side of Seiya. Means that Cassio is still up, one of Seiya's favorites. Has been, he didn't have a great performance earlier on in the day, but that doesn't take away from the fact that he still knows how to play very well.
Nasus is still up as well, so far 100% picked and banned. Syndra was taken away by Team Fire here. We saw a Jace ban being thrown into the mix in the last game.
There's also Ashe is up. I mean, it wasn't that bad. He came very close to getting the win. Ezreal, I still feel like Ezreal is a very powerful pick that not many players have taken advantage of just yet. But also we should note like the strategy that has come in. So from the side of Team Fire, they sent in their top laner first, then they went AD carry, now they're going mid. So are they bring out the big guns now, or maybe they've waited too late?
So no ban coming out from Team Fire here, and an instant lock-in of the Vel'Koz coming out for Seros. Misfortune was the final ban from Team Ice.
Well, we saw the Vel'Koz earlier on in the day work surprisingly well against Oceania. I mean, it was a very good pick, something that he's very comfortable on. But Seiya saying, hey, I need revenge for my bad performance earlier on, so what better way to do that than to play the Revenge Master Draven? This guy going to be spinning his way and perhaps guarantee that win for us.
Well, we saw earlier, Seros was, like you said, able to take down Swiffer one-on-one and took him down from 100% health to absolutely nothing, so he should be very confident on this Vel'Koz, but he's up against a Draven, and it seems like Draven's bringing Exhaust and Ignite onto Summoner's Rift here.
That does seem to be the common theme. Seros deciding to go for heal. I can respect that, you know, because typically you don't run Ignite on the Vel'Koz. You know, it is something that when you're playing a mid lane mage, you're not really ever in range to use the Ignite, and if you're getting in range of a Draven, I mean, you're kind of asking for a bad time, so I can understand why he'd want to do that. Helps him disengage, help him, you know, in a bit of a tricky situation, but in terms of the early game, definitely in favor of the Draven, especially if he's going to go likely for a double Doran's Blade into the 4 long swords, something that Rusty and I did yesterday, where if you're on an AD champion, it's just better to stack those long swords in the early game because they just give you so much item efficiency and it's just so easy to pick them up.
Whereas for the side of Seros, it really feels like on his Vel'Koz, he just wants to sit back, you know, relax a little bit, try and poke the Draven out, farm till 6, and then look for that all-in engage. But we're getting back onto the Snowdown Showdown here as we're heading onto Howling Abyss for the matchup between the 2 mid laners from the LJL and Latin America North. We'll have to see which one can pick up a win here for Team Ice or Team Fire.
Now the risk for Seiya. Gonna get to lane a little bit slow. Now this is another big risk, right? This is another layer to the 1 versus 1 fish, because buying your items, knowing what you're gonna buy first is very important, because you wanna buy, get straight into lane, and then get control over that front push, because it not only does it give you poke priority, but it allows you to set up the wave so that you can actually freeze it and get it pushing towards you. Now Seiya, he managed to get there soon enough that he could go back and move with his minion wave, and now he's actually using the minion wave as a wall, so he has good understanding that the wave, the bush no longer belongs to him, but Seros, his understanding of geometry is just next level.
Yep, the geometry tentacles from Seros is enough to get the first poke down on towards Seiya. For now, it looks like just going to be farming it up to start things off. Seiya catching as many axes as possible. Unfortunately, no more bleed applies from Draven's passive.
No.
That was taken out quite some time ago, so no passive available for Seiya.
And even if he gets a kill, he's not going to be able to take advantage of the gold, so he's effectively got no passive.
But he is Draven, so you'll still get adoration. Yes. That's all he really needs here.
Now the problem Seros has is in the early game, because he's decided to go Q for the
harass, he doesn't actually have that much wave clear, which is why Seiya has been able to get the early shove on. But the moment Seras gets level 2, he'll start being able to push the wave back in his favor. Right now, he's just doing what he can. He's actually doing a good job of last hitting, but Seiya's punishing him very well.
He certainly has, poking off Seras here. Both of them started with a Doran's item, Doran's Blade coming out from Seiya, Doran's Ring coming out from Seras. So they'll have 1 potion for the AD carry and 2 for the AP mid laner. But for now, Seiya just still hovering the wave just beyond the tower aggro of Seras, making sure he shoves it in and denies as much farm as possible while poking away with his auto attacks.
Well, props to Seras. He actually hasn't... Oh, I was just about to say he hasn't missed a farm, and then he goes and misses one. Seras, letting me down, my friend. Now, the healing packs, these are actually really interesting because they spawn at the 2:15 mark. And what you want to try and do is, if you can, you push the late wave up, ready for that point, and then you take away your opponent's healing count. Because if you're able to do that, you have a massive sustain advantage, and you can afford to take trades that you necessarily wouldn't want to because you still have your healing pack in the back half of your base.
Unfortunately for Seiya, was not able to deny Seras' healing pack. He still picked that one up for himself. Got a bit of health and mana back to sustain underneath his own turret. They're still just farming away here. Seiya does have the slight advantage, but is running out of mana. Will head back towards his own turret to pick up his own health relic.
And I mean, right now, you can just... It might not feel like it, but there's actually a lot of tension between these two players because when you're actually on stage in this environment, it's just, you're constantly thinking about, when do I go in? You're trying to track cooldowns, you're trying to track abilities because you want to pick the best window to try and outplay your opponent because in reality, no one wants to go for 100 farm. You want to kill your opponent, you want to prove that you're the better player. And it's just, even though it looks slow, even though it doesn't look like that much is happening, there's a lot of tension right now on the Rift.
We saw just then, Seras drops a spell rotation, clears out the wave, heads back to base, and picks up another Doran's Ring for himself, as well as a cloth armor. Seiya giving up 1 minion to hold the wave closer towards his turret, and he'll head back to base and buy as well.
Thing is, that's actually going to push the wave much more heavily towards Seras. I suppose, given that Seiya does have the farm advantage, he's okay with this for now. But it does mean that the wave will push towards Seras. So this isn't actually a bad thing for him. He wants to work towards that level 6 mark. He's even positioned in a way that he can get a bit more harass down onto Seiya. But here we are, the sword build coming out. Seras even picking himself up a bit of armor to try and mitigate that damage that he's able to throw out. And now Seras can be the one to be on the aggressive.
Seiya's being rather aggressive there, tries to knock back Seras, but heads in towards the brush. Seiya getting slowed down. And Seras is now the one that's pushing in towards Draven. Not able to keep up with the Vel'Koz anymore.
Seiya taking a lot of damage. Remember, the lack of flash is going to make it really hard to avoid that knock-up coming out from Seras. And if he does manage to land one at level 6, I mean, you're toast. You really are in a tricky situation, and Seiya just has to kind of go in for the all, go for the all-in.
Seras is really good with hitting his Qs here, weaving it in between minion waves, while still making sure he farms it out. Gets a knock-up on towards Seiya. The Void Rifts come out as well. Gets both procs on top of that. Ooh, he's doing some work on towards this Draven.
He certainly is. And right now, Seras, he is about... Ooh, he's 3/4 of the way to level 6, so he's going to hit that level 6 mark much sooner. He's keeping the pressure up on the minion wave. So right now, he has actually claimed the minion wave lead. Unfortunately for Seiya, wasn't able to gain much during the early game aggression. And right now, the court definitely feels like Seras is the one in control.
Like we said earlier, Team Ice, they have 2 wins already. So Seras needs to win this for Teamfight to keep their hopes and dreams alive in the 1v1 match here. Seiya still getting pushed underneath his own turret. Seras making sure he pushes out the wave, gets some good poke damage down. He has hit level 6, so has Seiya. Seiya has taken quite a bit of poke here. The health relic will come back up. Seras is not able to deny that away from Seiya. And ultimate being used by Draven just to clear out the minion wave.
Yeah, he realizes that what Seras is trying to do, he decides that the best thing for himself to do is just go back, pick up some items, and try and reset the lane because it felt like that Seras was the one with more control. And it looks like he's actually decided to go for the Glacial Shroud. So he's picked himself up more mana, definitely makes a lot of sense. He's gotten himself a bit more cooldown reduction, but his damage is going to be a little bit more lacking. So perhaps he feels that, hey, I don't need more damage, given that my ultimate does true damage. It's unlikely that Seiya's going to be stacking magic resistance anyway, so I may as well build to not die, given that I know I'm going to win the farm. And here we go, he gets the knockout.
He gets quite a bit of damage down there. Seiya still holding on to his knockback in case Seras decides to use his ultimate. Still good poke coming out from Vel'Koz, making sure he shoves the wave underneath. Draven's turret has a nice minion lead for himself on top of that. Seiya avoids the knock-up, still trying to chase Seros down, pops up a health potion for himself. He has a Vamp Scepter, so will be able to sustain quite nicely as he auto-attacks these minion waves.
You've made many good points there, Fish. In particular, the E Draven. I quite like the fact that he has, Saros has to play around that as Seiya. Playing way more aggressively now. The sustain doing him so many favors. You can see getting a chunk of health back, and it's really helping him actually against the Saros matchup. So Seiya using his ultimate early on to shove the wave and get this back, it's actually done him a massive amount of favor, and now Saros may only have the option of playing for farm.
The farm is 62 minions to 63 minions. Incredibly close between the two players here. Seiya being a little bit aggressive, trying to chase Saros down. The Void Rifts are coming out, looking for that little bit of extra damage. But neither champion willing to pull the trigger just yet. Vel'Koz still coming out on top with the poke damage.
A lot of poke, as you rightly said. The sustain slowly falling off because Seiya keeps taking that harass. But 2 farm in the favor of Saros. I feel like he wants to go for the all-in, but he hasn't quite seen an opportune moment. And Seiya right now just trying to keep the wave as even as possible.
And again, using his ultimate just to clear out the minion wave. Saros sees Seiya going back to base, immediately stops his recall. Stays in the lane, making sure he can go toe-to-toe against the Vel'Koz, who has about 3 minions more than Seiya at the moment. Still incredibly close.
Seiya might just have to go in for some kind of all-in commitment to try and force Saros away from some of the farm. But, I mean, if he just keeps playing this stall game, it's not going to work out for him as he just keeps taking the poke.
Looks like he's trying to do just that. Keeps running right behind the minion wave, but Saros keeps poking him out, making sure he can't go in for that all-engage, but it has given Seiya some breathing room. He's slowly pushing this minion wave towards Saros. Both of them a little bit low on mana. He's chasing him down. Another good slow comes out from Saros. Stops Seiya from getting even one auto attack off.
And this is so hard for Saros because he wants to ult, but he knows that Seiya has the E up. So if he ever throws that ult up, then he's just going to get interrupted. And that actually gives so much room for Seiya to go for the all-in commitment because now that big damaging ability isn't available for Saros anymore. But, I mean, now Saros has a full minion wave ahead of him, right? It's 86 to 78. There are 3 waves left for Seiya to try and make some kind of a play, so that window is closing fast.
There's a full minion wave behind Saros at the moment, who goes back to base, picks up a Seeker's Arm Guard for himself. He's going to have a lot of armor coming back into the lane here. Seiya has picked up a pickaxe for himself and a refillable potion with his brown boots just to give a little bit extra movement speed. Trying to go toe-to-toe against Saros, trying to zone him away. Takes a turret shot for his troubles here. The Void Rifts are trying to cut into Seiya, but he's dodging back and forth, picking up as many axes as possible. The ultimate comes out, gets a ton of damage down on towards the Draven, cancels it, but a little bit too late, and now they're back to farming in the lane.
And now Seiya's just trying to shove this wave underneath the turret. That's his only hope. He's going all in.
Exhaust has come down by both champions. Ultimate comes out from the Draven, but he's taking so much damage from Saros. He's trying to even out the minion wave here as the health relic will come out. Saros is not going to be able to poke him down. He's going to try and farm underneath his own turret.
Now, if he can get the majority of these minion waves, he's going to come very close to actually ending the game on points. 97 to 91. This is the moment that decides it all. Does Seiya go for the farm, or does he go for the all-in?
Seiya has got to try and stop Saros somehow. He's not auto-attacking the wave. He's letting it stay there. He runs straight towards Saros, who gets an immediate
Stop pushing the wave, Seiya. Stop pushing the wave. You're just asking yourself to lose. You need to stop. Let the axes drop, otherwise this is going to be it for you.
Well, he's going for a Saros, being very patient. Only 1 minion has been denied. He takes a turret shot. Saros looking for the damage. He's trying to farm it out. He gets the 100th minion and picks up a win for Team Fire.
Saros keeping Team Fire in the 1 versus 1 race, but it was so close. 100 farm to 96. And it was a catch-22 situation for Seiya because he needed to keep the axes up to keep that kill threat alive. But at the same time, he really didn't want to push the wave. Otherwise, he was just going to give the farm for Saros to then just end the game. So it was a really unfortunate situation. He couldn't get the all-in. And but I mean, like, both players played it very well. It was just a matter of, unfortunately for Seiya, just losing a bit of farm here and there.
Probably not as explosive as we would have liked between 2 mid laners from the team facing off against one another. As you take a look at the final moments there, Seiya taking a tower shot just allowed Saros to pick up all the farm in the world that he needed.
But props to Seiya for just slowly, or very very carefully, that's the word I'm looking for, carefully guiding his way around those skill shots, using the empowered W to just get that bonus movement speed to avoid all of the knockups, all of the dangerous CCs that could have resulted in his death. I mean, props to him, even though he wasn't able to come out victorious.
It was very well fought out between the two mid laners, and now it is 2-1 in favor of in favor of Team Ice. I believe they're 2-1.
2-1 up in favor of Ice for the time being, yes.
So it's match point for them still. We have to. Sorry, I believe it's Fire. Team Ice, Fire. I've been telling in my head that it's Team Fire, but I'm pretty sure it's Team Ice.
Ice is the team that is currently in the lead 2-1. Yes, we had Oddie coming out with the first victory earlier on in the day, and then we had Evan RL also come out with the victory. So I'm pretty sure it's Ice that are currently 2-1 in the lead, and then we had Saros just claim a point back for Fire. So Dara is now going to be potentially put under some pressure. Who have we got left? We've got Dara, and we've got
Dara and Tussle coming out from
Dara
Japan.
and Tussle.
Then we have Porky and Nazul.
Porky and Nazul. So a lot of... Ooh, that could be quite interesting, because Dara and Tussle, well known for their synergy. But we'll have to see who they're going to bring up next, and it looks like...
It is going to be Dara. Japan support will be taking on the top laner from Latin America North. Porky will be taken to the Rift.
So support versus top laner. Now, you have some experience playing against some supports, I've heard, Fish.
Yeah, you know, in our 1v1 matchup, yesterday during the playtest, had to play against the support. It was very nerve-wracking, but
I can imagine
thankful
so.
I got the win.
Yeah, you were. I felt like your aggression was what enabled you to come out on top of that in that 1v1.
I don't know, Vedius. People were telling me it's my cheese. Other people are telling me it's mistakes made by the other player, but I don't know. I just feel like I'm good at this game.
Yeah,
sometimes.
for me, I feel like you're just good at the game. And obviously, for respect, we won't name the support player. We don't want to upset him, but I mean, you should definitely be proud of that victory. I felt like that if you didn't get that victory, it would have really hurt your chances, and we wouldn't have gone to that very tense best of 5 between EU and OCE.
Oh yeah, we went to a game 5. Pyrotechnics taking on Hingers.
Oh my word, that was dramatic, to say the least.
It was a great finale, but we still have another match coming up here that's going to be fantastic to watch. Dara taking on Porky. We already mentioned it's a support up against a top lane matchup, so no more mirror match between the two teams. And it's kind of interesting to see because Dara, used to going to those 2-on-2 lanes. Porky, very used to the isolation in the top lane. We'll have to see if that experience of playing in the top lane is going to help him out here.
Well, we thought that Evie earlier on would be the one using his top lane experience to come out ahead, but that did not work out for him. Now let's see if Dara can upset the top laner as well. For the time being, it looks like fairly standard balance.
So Caitlyn and Syndra being taken away again. Those two champions probably not going to see any 1v1 showtime here as Pantheon is taken away by Team Fire and Quinn is going to be the second ban from Team Ice.
So Naz is still available. Cassiopeia. We've got a bit of Draven and Vel'Koz. Probably Draven and Vel'Koz not quite as high on the priority list for the time being. LeBlanc and Ryze also still available. You cannot ban them both.
Draven is going to be taken away by Porky here as Nasus is the final ban from Team Fire as an immediate lock-in of Trundle is going to come out from Porky.
What? All right then, so Porky just sticking to his top lane comfort picks. He feels confident on it. I mean, personally, I can't say that it's like a super strong in the 1v1 necessarily because he's going to struggle against a lot of range champions. I mean, speaking of range champions...
An immediate lock-in of Varus coming out from Dara here. He's going to try and use the man with the bow and arrow to take down the troll.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the early cloth armor coming out from the Trundle this time. Definitely at the level 6 mark with the pillar against a Varus with no flash. He has a lot of kill threat, but does he have a lot of burst? I mean, that's the question, because you have the exhaust as well as the ultimate on top of Dara to disengage from those fights, and you can just play around the farm game again. You can get the poke, you can just take advantage of the fact that you have a larger range, and I mean, I think it's going to be difficult for Porky, to be honest. Like, I mean, I can understand why you'd go for it, because definitely in terms of 1v1 top laners, Trundle is up there in terms of skirmishing and dueling, and in a lot of instances he comes out ahead. But against a Varus, I mean, one of Trundle's hardest matchups is Gnar, and I would say that in terms of poke and wave clear, I would give Varus a little bit more than that.
Pretty much, and you know, maybe his experience up at the top lane might come back to bite him this time as he picks up a comfort pick of Trundle heading into this match against a Varus. Varus is going to be taking Exhaust and Ignite into the Snowdown Showdown on the Howling Abyss, as Trundle will be picking up his Exhaust as well as the Barrier, the same summoner spells we saw Seros pick up on his Vel'Koz.
I'm not a fan of the Barrier on the Trundle. I feel like because you have to go for some kind of an all-in onto a ranged champion, the Ignite perhaps would have been better. But we'll have to see how that one works out later on into the game. I suppose it does help if there's the potential poke. You have the Varus Q. If you're really low health, you have the Barrier there available so you don't get sniped out. But what really surprises me is the fact that he's actually decided to go for the Doran Shield rather than the Cloth Armor and the health pots. It looks like that... I mean, it blocks 8 damage from a single target attack. Like, I feel like the Cloth Armor, just the raw armor stats that you get from it, on top of the sustain that you get from the 4 health pots, on top of the natural sustain that Trundle gets, I feel like it would have been a slightly better choice.
It seems like Porky really trying to rely on Trundle's natural sustain as well as that Doran Shield. But you can already see how much damage Dara is
How's
putting
that working,
down
Porky?
on towards Porky. He only has 1 health potion to keep himself nice and topped off. Dara does take a little bit of damage from minions, but he'll slowly heal that one up by auto-attacking them as well.
I mean, early levels, Porky has no kill pressure. He needs at least level 3 because he needs the W for the movement speed bonus, and he needs the pillar to cut off any escape routes from the Varus. So he's just doing what he can to farm under turret. But again, the turret does different damage. I know that that completely threw me off yesterday when I was under turret, and I was like, wait, why can't I last hit anything properly? And that's just because the amount of damage that the turret does is slightly different. So it depends how much experience Porky has, and I would say that he doesn't have much experience playing on this game mode.
You can already see Dara farming up a storm here as Porky keeps getting denied minion after minion underneath his own turret. Finally picked up his 2nd bit of CS. Still yet to pop his own potion as he keeps getting harassed by Dara even underneath his own turret. Finally putting down the Frozen Domain, trying to push this wave back, but every time he goes close, he'll take a lot of damage. Ignite even being used by Dara there. They're going for the health relic. Dara denies that from Porky, and he's left between a rock and a hard place here as he just can't quite farm.
He certainly is. Forced underneath his turret, Dara already starting to build up a massive CS advantage. And this is where we have to question Porky's preparedness for the 1 versus 1 tournament, in all honesty. Now, there's still plenty of time. He's now level 3. He has a lot more kill pressure. The Ignite is down for Dara. But perhaps he wants to go back and pick up an item for himself before he decides to go for that all-in commitment.
So both champions have used their health potions. Porky going to take a little bit more damage here from Dara, being harassed constantly underneath his own turret. Dara will hit level 4 first and continue raining down the pain of arrows on towards Porky underneath this turret. He's having such a difficult time here. He should have to go back to base. Porky will level up and get a little bit of health back, but that was looking very risky from the troll.
I mean, it still is looking risky. He really doesn't have very much health, and you have to remember those blight stacks, they stack up. There's the exhaust.
Going down, looking for that little bit of extra damage. Porky lives with a sliver of health underneath his own turret. Dara not pulling back the Q to try and find that snipe, and Porky should be able to head back to base.
If I was Porky, I would have used my barrier right there because, I mean, that was well calculated. Was it calculated? Did he take a gamble? We'll never know. But let's just assume that it was a calculation, and Porky was just barely able to get away with that. And he's only going to come back with a Corrupting Potion. He's got more sustain because he's been denied so much farm, and now the item differential, I just feel like Porky's missed his window.
Might have here, as 2 Doran's Blades have been picked up by Dara, as well as the Longsword and a couple of extra health potions. But one thing that Porky does have going for himself is he has both Summoner spells up. Dara does not have either Exhaust or Ignite available at the moment.
So let's see if Porky goes for the commitment. This is a mistake I made yesterday in my 1 versus 1 against Rusty, where he had no Summoner spells and I didn't take advantage of the window, and a large part of that was because the minion wave was pushing against me. It does make it very difficult to go for the hard commit, but he's going for it now.
Porky looking to try and get some damage down on towards Dara, but he's taking a lot of pain in return here. Pops his first portion of the Corrupting Potion, trying to keep himself nice and topped off. Dara taking some damage from these ranged minions. Porky has had a unique playstyle so far in this 1v1 match.
And, this is really bad for Porky right now because Dara's freezing the wave. He's just making it so much harder for Porky to get close, but he's going to try again.
He's trying to go in for the damage here. Porky has to be a little bit careful. He can't get too close towards the turret. Porky, he's running away. Dara might be able to try and snipe him off if he is able to pull back the Q. but is not going to be able to do so while he has the Blights and stacks on towards the Trundle.
Okay, so now the important point comes into the level 6 mark, right? So Porky is about halfway to level 6. Dara is about 3/4. So Dara's going to get the level 6 first. And if he lands that ultimate, then Porky's going to be in a heap of trouble. But he's just going to try... No, I feel like this is your best moment, Porky. You have to go for the commitment. There's a 6.
Level 6. Porky's been locked down. Dara is going to go aggressive here. Barrier's been used by Porky. Dara won't have enough damage. He goes for the shot. Takes an arrow to the knee, but it's just not quite enough as Porky lives with a sliver of health.
Porky, you are so lucky this game. You are playing on a knife's edge right now. Dara, though, his exhaust is going to be coming back up relatively soon. He has the ignite. Porky, please, my friend, you have to go for the commitment. You've got yourselves the Doran's Blade now. Your window is closing fast. You're not going to win on farm. With the exhaust coming up soon, you might not even be able to win an all-in.
His turret is even down to half its health here, Vedius, before we even hit 50 minions for the side of Dara. He's gone back to base. He's picked up a cloth armor for himself, as well as the boots and a couple more potions to head back into his lane. Things are not looking great for Porky at the moment.
Not right now, but he is going to deny the health right away from Dara. He's going to push the minion wave underneath Dara's turret. To try and reset it, it's actually better if you can just clear the wave, get it pushed underneath, and then have it bounce back towards you. Then you can try and go for the all-in. But Dara's just using the range to his advantage and preventing Porky from being able to regain wave control. Like, this is just really smart play from Dara. Good wave management to deny Porky as much as he can.
Porky now still trying to farm as much as possible, trying to catch up. It's going to be really difficult because Dara has hit the 50 minion mark. He is halfway there to victory by minions. And Porky is just taking auto attack after auto attack every single time he gets in within range of Dara. Varus does have a nice and long range to help him out with harassing this Trundle.
Now, Porky, look at how close Dara is to. He's just a juicy target for you to munch down on. He's right there for the taking. You could just go for it. I mean, this is, I'm talking you through my thought process now. Like, I can kill him, I can kill him, I can kill him, I can kill it, right? And he's gonna try and do it now.
He's gonna try and do just that. Dara does have the ultimate available. Porky is still trying to chase him down. Dara's just running away from the troll. Now turning around, trying to put the pain back down on towards the Trundle. Porky just can't quite get back in range of the Varus, and Dara does a little dance as well to top things off.
Oh, the kite is real. Trundle without your W, it is so difficult for you to close that gap. But as long as he keeps it down, he still has a bit of pressure. Look at the sustain coming out, though. It's really starting to help him a lot. He has the corrupting potion on top of that. But Dara, he can now just play the farm game. Porky, the potential for the all-in is just so small because of how easy it is to kite him out. Both summoner spells are now back up for Dara. He's missed that window. Team Fire.
He's going in. Porky looking for a bit of damage. Puts down the Subjugate. He's been ignited and locked out by the ultimate of Varus. Dara probably won't be able to chase down the troll as he'll use this time to go back. No.
Porky, this is risky. Dara. Oh, he was in range for the Q. I feel like he could have gone for an opportunity there, but one of the problems is that Dara's actually decided to max the E. That's why he's not relying very much on the poke. More utilizing the Blight stacks on top of the hail of arrows to really get the harassment down. And for the time being, it's working. A lot of it is because it mitigates a lot of the sustain that Trundle has, not only from his ultimate, but from his natural passive. And it's thanks to that Grievous Wounds that you get when you stand in those Hail of Arrows pit.
So already 75 minions to 45 minions. Dara has a 30 minion advantage over this Trundle, and this tower is already below half its health. Dara might just be able to win by a turret kill.
Yeah, I mean, like, that turret is taking a lot of damage. Porky, he doesn't have his ultimate available. He doesn't have the exhaust.
I think that Dara's going to win by turret kill here. Porky has no health, has his barrier back up, but it's going to be incredibly difficult for him to hold on here. Dara might be able to tie the game up 2-2 for Team Fire. He's getting some decent damage on towards Porky, puts down the exhaust. The barrier's being used as well. Dara is chasing towards the troll, puts it down. The hail of arrows will be enough, and he takes down the troll to tie it up 2-2.
I feel like this was just inevitable. Porky had a number of opportunities where he could have gone for the all-in, decided not to commit, didn't have the damage because of how much farm was denied from him. He didn't have the items that he needed to really go for the commitment. And it was just simply a matter of, I mean, just time, really. It was just a very unfortunate setup for Porky. And I mean, Dara's management of the waves as well, the poke, the relentless harassment that he was putting down, just Dara had the perfect matchup he could have got.
We can see the final moments of that fight there. Was eventually a kill by First Blood. Sorry, a win by First Blood, but it could have been anything, Vedius.
It could have, yeah. Dara had a number of options, and Porky, I feel like he should have just caved under the pressure sooner and tried to go for the all-in. He was just prolonging the inevitable. But still, Dara keeping Team Fire in this race. Now 2-2. That's all down to this final matchup.
It is going to be all the way down to the final matchup, and it's no secret anymore. There are only 2 players left. It's going to be Tussle from Japan taking on Nazul from Latin America North. The jungler taking on the support here, Vedius. This is going to be the final match between Fire and Ice.
Well, we've already seen a support taking down a top laner. We've already seen a jungler in our first match take down the top laner, and now we're going to see the jungler versus the support. Now, Tussle regarded as a very talented player in terms of his mechanics. He likes to go for the Lee Sin, he likes to go for the Rek'Sai, he likes to farm to 6 and get a very early Tiamat. He likes to go for these aggressive plays. This is what he's known for. This is what he made a name for himself for during the International Wildcard Tournament. And Nazul, I wonder how well he's going to be able to deal with this sort of pressure coming out from Tussle. Is he even going to give Tussle the opportunity to go for that pressure? Maybe he'll play for something safe. Maybe he'll go for something like the Varus himself.
I know you're really highly spoken of Tussle here, because when we were sitting out earlier discussing notes about Tussle playing in this 1v1 match, you're like, yeah, you know, last time we saw Tussle play, he was able to 1v9 quite a few of their games. So in a 1v1, probably has an advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, his Lee Sin is pretty terrifying, and Lee Sin reasonable in the 1 versus 1. He's particularly good against ranged champions as well, especially if you go for something like the Thunderlord spec. You just have a surprising amount of burst, and you can jump to the minions to close the gap. You can throw down the E to get the slow, and then all you need is the ult, the kick, the ignite. You have the damage to deal. It's just a matter of being able to land it.
Well, another thing we have yet to see here today, or in these 1v1 matches, is the gentleman's agreement of picking the exact same champion. So there's still a chance here, but I highly doubt it between these two, as we are on to the 5th and final game of the 1v1 tournament between Japan and Latin America North. Nasus and Quinn being banned out here by Team Fire, as Pantheon and Rengar being taken away by Team Ice.
I really like the chuckle there from Tussle as he saw the Rengar ban. He was like, yeah, you knew what I was going to try and do. But it looks like that's going to be taken away. Caitlyn also taken off the board, so nothing too unconventional. We're looking at the Cassio still available, Syndra, LeBlanc, Ryze, Varus is still up too. Hey, you could go for a Trundle again. Would not recommend it. But there it is. The Varus going to be taken off the board too, so a lot of mid laners up.
And another laugh coming out from Tussle there as he sees the Varus being banned out by Nazul. He's hovering over Miss Fortune. I would like to see Miss Fortune being picked up in a 1v1.
Wouldn't it be great if we had an Urgot Miss Fortune final, just like our very own final? It would be so sweet.
It certainly would, but we could actually just see a mirror match here. That is a possibility.
Oh.
As a Miss Fortune one-trick myself, I'm excited for this.
Miss Fortune, those exist.
You'd be surprised, Phineas.
Oh my word. Australia, ladies and gentlemen. But still, I mean, he's only hovering over it. You should never talk about a hoverfish. You know the baits.
I don't know. It
I mean,
almost seems too good to be true.
She is pretty good in terms of the 1 versus 1 because you can use the Q, the farm to harass the backline.
Hey, we do get it. And they both laughed. They know this was blind. This was not pre-planned. There's no gentleman's agreement here. They just both happened to pick Miss Fortune.
So, we are going to a 5th game. It's 2-2. Jungler versus support, and they're both playing an AD carry, the same AD carry, to determine who will be moving forward.
Couldn't have been scripted better here, Vedius, as we are going into that 5th and final match. Miss Fortune, you know, we had LeBlanc was still up, Syndra was still available. That was a champion that's been banned out in most of the 1v1 matches so far. But they've still gone for Miss Fortune instead.
Yeah, no Ezreal either, which is very surprising. You know, something that, again, you managed to win on, right? Fish managed to win on it, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Fish,
I feel like that's a little bit of an insult.
No. You're a very good player. I'll give you that. Hey, the winners are casting right now. That's all that matters, all right?
That's right.
But I mean, we have to talk about this matchup. Miss Fortune versus Miss Fortune. Right? Both of them use the same skills, okay? Right? Both of them can harass with the Q. Both of them, I don't think they're going to max the E. I mean, you could for poke, but are you going to play the farm game or are you going to play the all-in? I feel like if you're playing a mirror matchup, you have to play all-in.
We also have the opportunity of going 1 AP and 1 AD, but that's not the case because both of them have picked up a Doran's Blade here, as both Miss Fortunes will strut into the Howling Abyss for the Snowdown Showdown. Nazul taking on Tussle.
Tussle actually going for a bit more sustain with the Biscuit rather than a little bit more damage that you can go for. doing your mastery tree. I believe it's the middle one. I forget the name. The same with ability names. It's QWER, and middle tree, left, red tree, green tree, blue tree.
Well, like you mentioned earlier, Vedius, you know, 2 misfortunes. It's tied up 2-2. This is match point for Team Fire and Team Ice as well for today. Both of them are tied up 2-2.
Oh, no, please.
Oh, no. I was trying to make a point, guys.
And they're just laughing at your point. That's what they're doing.
Well, it all comes down, Vedius, to who's going to press their buttons better here.
Yep.
Well, 2 misfortunes.
Tussle trying to get the early push on. I mean, if you can push the wave underneath the turret, that's definitely a big advantage because you know how hard it is to farm underneath the turret. And if they are going to be playing for farm, you want to try and get that lead as soon as you can.
So we can see Tussle starting up with the double up. Ner'zhul, on the other hand, taking Make It Rain. And already the double up getting quite a bit of damage down on towards Ner'zhul. Tussle going to try and trade behind the minion life. Getting a lot of damage down. The double up's going to come back up for Tussle, but he's taking minion aggro the entire time he's trading with Ner'zhul.
Interesting that Ner'zhul decided not to go for the Thunderlords. And I wouldn't be surprised if Tussle actually picked that one up. But the early level 2 from Ner'zhul. Right now, he is the aggressive. There's the exhaust!
Exhaust and Ignite going down. Make It Rain comes out from Tussle. He's going to be able to get it. First blood comes out from Tussle. And Japan are going to be the victors of this one-on-one matchup against Latin America North.
Ner'zhul! You tried to take advantage of the early level 2, but Tussle got it on a dying minion, which means that Ner'zhul, you used the exhaust first, Tussle could use his exhaust second, and it was just that difference, the difference in the timing of the exhaust that determined the game. Wow, what a way to end this. Team Fire going to be moving forward. I don't know if you can call that a contest of skill. I mean, that was just luck. That was pure luck. Just look at this, look at this. So you can see Tussle level 1, Ner'zhul level 2, and it is that minion that died just behind Ner'zhul that gives Tussle the early level advantage, and then he gets the exhaust down second, which enables him to start dealing damage sooner. And that is what enables him to win out in the 1v1.
You say luck, Vedius, I say skill there coming out from Tussle. You know, getting that last auto attack, knows that he can go for that one-on-one and picks up the victory for Japan. And it was a 3-2 reverse sweep coming out from Japan as well to pick up the victory for Team Fire. It looked like it was ice all the way. They picked up the 2 early wins, and then we saw the mid lane matchup coming out. We thought definitely they could try and close out the game there, but a couple of errors eventually, especially during the draft phase, you could say.
You could definitely say that. The reverse sweep going out from Team Fire, very enjoyable best of 5, and I'm glad that we did end up going to all 5 games that with some really good close meaning behind it.
Well, with that, Fire has come out on top over Ice in the first phase of the IWCA 1v1 tournament. Let's head back over to the analyst desk to break down how it happened.
Thank you very much, Tuna. Well, how it happened. There's a lot of bloodbaths in the early games, some farm fests in the middle, and Japan closing it out honorably with some kills, not farming to 100. Thank you, Japan, for not farming to 100.
Yeah, the Warrior's death. He did a Rusty, which was like good to see, because Vedius, he was gloating there, which I couldn't believe after he just like got gifted the win. Unbelievable.
Yeah, to be fair for those of you who missed it, Rusty was winning. He could have farmed it out, went in for the 1v1, and lost. We'll say honorably. We'll give you the credit there. But, of course, let's focus in on this matchup. We have a couple things that we want to hit. Let's talk about Game 1 first. Rengar versus Swain. What do you guys think of that one?
I think there was a lot of mind games involved with this particular one. The Rengar pick needed a melee champion or an AD carry into it. He just happened to get gifted Swain, who wants to get level 6 and, you know, be a bully and harass. Didn't give the opportunity there and ended up finding a pretty cheeky win from just the Rengar pick.
Yeah, I actually really like the Rengar pick in general. It's very all-in. Like, if your opponent gets a back off, you're pretty much screwed. But if you get them, at least in the first, like, before they get that back off, is a possibility. He has so much control over the lane when he gets priority on the bush, which is why we actually saw him able to pick up the kill. However, Swain kind of walked in when he went for the sustain build, could have gone late game, could have just carried on popping pots, but he actually gave Rengar an in. I don't think Rengar will be meta from what we've seen, but it's a really good pick against the likes of an ADC.
Well, now, coming into Game 2, I think we were all expecting a farm fest. Nasus versus Ashe, AP Nasus farming up. But when we look exactly how the game unfolded, things went, you know, admittedly a little bit differently in that one overall. And wasn't farm, it was farm for so long, and then suddenly it got a little bit crazy. But, I mean, you got to respect the farm at first.
There's pretty intense moments here, you know, watching Evan RL playing this Susan. Definitely aiming for minions more than he was the Ashe, as you can see. But this is the moment where he actually is able to turn it around. Wither and Exhaust, when you're against the Nasus, just makes it impossible as an AD carry to do anything.
I mean, like the same on Summoner's Rift, if you have an angry Nasus coming towards you like that, you're just going to die. And especially because he went Ashe, if he'd went anything else and just played a different type of game, maybe he would have picked up the win. But honestly, when you're picking Susan, you're going for a very boring game anyway. You're just looking to shove your opponent in. You go AP, you go maximum BM, you go for the double Doran's rings, and then that's just the game you play.
And that's part of the strategy as well of picking the Nasus. You want to actually tilt your opponent into wanting to fight you when you can just turn that around with the exhaust and everything that you have handy. Hit minions, just be a real pain in the ass until they actually turn it on you.
And that happens.
Of course. Well, so looking at Game 3, of course, just a very back-and-forth Farm Fest. Not a whole lot I think we can say there. But Game 4, we felt like there were some big opportunities despite the Trundle pick, despite being down. There were opportunities for the Trundle to come back that we just did not see. And one that we want to focus in on is right before we see Varus use his ultimate, we're like, Trundle, go! We're all screaming it. Vedius is screaming it. We want to see it. And just that little bit of hesitation seems to have cost so much.
Yeah, I mean, the sentiment of everyone was just like, why would you pick Trundle? And just before you see this ultimate come in was actually an opportunity that Trundle was given to get in there. There was 2 opportunities in this game he never should have gotten, but he lands the pillar, goes in, and then opts to back away, which were his ins to actually win the game. Trundle, I can kind of see it with a sustain later into the game, but you know they're going to pick a ranged champion. So there's such a low chance of you actually winning the game in the first place. But if you do go for it, pop the ultimate, pop the pillar, you hit it, you just go in. You're not getting out of there.
Yeah, but he had to all in. The fact that he didn't all in that one moment means he recalls and we all watch this slowly dying, losing game that eventuates where 3 win conditions out of 3 were all there for the Varus.
Absolutely. Towers, CES, the kill also in his hands, of course, very close. But we have to praise Dara as well. Did play pretty phenomenally. But then that brings us to Game 5. Misfortune on Misfortune action. No Misfortune versus Urgot, but a curious one at that. And this one, interesting to me because it felt so close for the first few minutes.
Yeah, and it was actually highlighted quite well in the casters area there where they said the level 2 was a big strategy Tussle was going for. There was a lot of confidence plays, and firstly we had to question what spells they were going to start with, and all things considered, it actually was quite even. It was just that level 2 decision where it actually went a little bit awry because he all-in thought he had the level advantage, but didn't actually have the spell up at the same time.
And of course, you can see it here, the final moments of that 1v1, the 1v1 that would win it all for Japan in the end, and it honestly looked pretty good.
And the difference here is that Make It Rain's not available for Land's Misfortune. That was the difference in damage. That's where the first blood comes out. It's a small detail, but in the end, he used it to get level 2, and it came back to bite him.
So interesting, gentlemen. We've seen one day of 1v1s now, the new 1v1 meta, 1 year since the last IWCA. So I'm curious, is there any new champion you think that will remain a standout over the next couple of days? What stood out the most to you?
So we did hit the nail on the head with talking like the likes of Pantheon, Quinn, Caitlyn, pretty much permabans. Syndra as well we didn't hit on, but is a permaban as it makes sense as she is so strong right now. I would expect to see more Kennen if it's not banned out. Actually a really good pick. If Pantheon is just a permaban, then Kennen rises in priority because you can't just throw spears at Kennen and he actually bullies you, so he wins most of those range matchups. In terms of what we saw today, maybe we'll see some more Susan. Draven was actually pretty good in that 1v1, but I'm not sure that's going to be meta as such. And then maybe we'll see some Rengar if someone's looking a little bit cheesy and doesn't feel confident in their own skills to go for that 1v1, but outside of that, I think we just need to carry on seeing how it evolves.
Yeah, the only other thing that I'd add to that is actually the Vel'Koz that we saw from Seros. He's a good Vel'Koz player, and you do have to be a good Vel'Koz player to do it, but you can make that work really effectively against the squishier AD carries. So if you know who you're playing against, you can adjust your strategy appropriately.
So if there was not, let's say, a Draven, is there any champion that can start to all-in that Vel'Koz that can look to more aggressive, or do people just have to pick a different champion that can farm equally as well and kind of just resign themselves to that battle to 100 CS?
There's a few champions that can always go in onto the Vel'Koz. It's all just about dodging the E effectively to find your way in on top of him. So anything that has a gap close can make it work. Champions like Ezreal can actually match the poke and find opportunities to outplay and go all in. There are still options, but I think Vel'Koz really doesn't have counterplay once he gets control of the minions.
Yeah, I think like maybe Nasus could be another answer to that as well. It depends on how like the pushing is, because Void's Rift, when you have 2 stacks, like pretty much nothing is going to outpush that in the first place. Maybe if Nasus gets a back off and can get like a bit more AP, he can shove. But I think in general, yeah, Vel'Koz, once he gets rolling, is pretty hard to shut down.
Maybe the hidden OP in the Battle of Farm. Not always the one we want to see, but at the end of the day, a win as a win. And one day of Mayhem is now down 3 to go, and Team Fire is just ahead of Team Ice. 3-2. Gentlemen, your thoughts on the games across today?
There was a couple of really heavy hitting games. So Brazil and CIS was the most exciting one to me. We saw a lot of positives from both of them. And on top of that, we also saw the super team of Turkey actually showing what they have, because they looked very convincing.
For me, it's just expectations of how the teams were coming into the tournament, right? Like you were seeing Turkey and like Brazil, powerhouse teams, CIS even, And then you see like the dark horses of the tournament, like Japan is just like third, fourth, but able to break into the top 2. And we saw what Japan can offer today.
And Latin America South as well, putting up some good numbers. And of course, at the end of the day, Japan, solid day for them to start. 1 win, winning out in the 1v1s overall. But now let's take a chance to look at what's coming up tomorrow. Because for those of you who don't remember, it is Assassins mode. Only Assassins up and available, and you can see the schedule. Starting off with Turkey versus Oceania. I'm sure Rusty's excited about that one. Latin America South versus Japan. Both winners in their first day. We'll see if they can keep it up. Southeast Asia versus the CIS. Latin America North versus Brazil. And a special double edition of the 1v1 matchup. CIS versus Turkey and Brazil versus Latin America South.
So I'm pretty happy because we have Assassin mode tomorrow, so we actually get to see the Assassins on Assassin mode and the Assassin patch, because what we saw today was just like, oh boy, we're going to see all these new picks. Nope, tanks, 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 because Colossus is such a good mastery. So people are actually forced to pick Assassins, and then we get to see them test their mettle.
We figured it out, guys. We just make a new mode that's not like regular League of Legends, where they have to pick new and interesting things and don't just pick boring meta champions. Rusty, what Assassin are you most excited to see?
Honestly, I'm most excited to see Katarina, so Vedius can stop talking about Katarina. That is the only thing that I really want to see. Other than that, perhaps champions like Kha'Zix in the Assassin mode can stand out and use their invisibility in a very unique and exciting way.
Absolutely. Well, I second the vote on Katarina. Vedius a little too eager at times to bring that one up. But for now, it's time for us to vamos. So thank you, Rusty. Thank you, Pulse, of course, to Mithy as well, and Vedius for joining me on the desk, and everyone here on the broadcast. We'll see you back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central European Time, 4 a.m. Pacific, as the IWSA continues. Buenos noches.
Flash gets himself over the wall. Oh my goodness! The Prey Seeker finds him. Earth's in trouble. Collateral damage is there. Red buff. Oh my god! Picks it up with a smoke screen. He's taking a lot of damage. Has to flash to get out of the Tempered Fate. And there's the flash. No, just pops him. See ya later. Oddie just gets sniped by the Curtain Corsair. Really good stun, but it's a double kill for Naru.
Oh, here we go. Life Bomb disintegrates. Oh, he'll fall over. That's first blood going to Sarah. Here comes Saros, lasers down Lee Sin, and that will be resulting in a 2-for-2. We're maybe looking for more. Darius sending on the kill on Tetswither. Goodbye. The hero play that OCE need to keep this game alive did not pan out. He's got an angry Vayne on his backside. Beck comes in, and that's the double kill for the Vayne in the 2v2. I believe the time is to back away. Oh! That is actually disgusting. Oh, look, here comes Ignite.
Ignite's going in, he's looking for it, but still, it's going to be first blood that gets picked up by the Rengar. Make a raid, comes out from a Tussle. He's going to be able to get it.